titles. We've got Guilty Gear Strive, we've got Apex Legends, and of course, Halo Infinite. Now, the way things work is players and teams come out and compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best from open qualifiers make it into Series E. Now, for those players, they get to sign a contract, they get sponsored by one of our partner brands, they get paid a monthly salary, and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Halo Infinite, it's every Monday night in an open bracket against other squads, just like they used to be themselves, and then every single Wednesday in an invite-only exhibition tournament. So if you and your friends want to get in on the fun, head over to matchareno.com/ESA to sign up. And if you need any more information, esportsarena.com has you covered. Now, before we jump into the games here tonight, I want to tell you about a little something new we're doing at our arenas all across the country, and it's called PvE. Now, PvE is a different style of esports competition. Not always do you have 3 or 4 hours to dedicate to a whole bracket. We understand, so we want to give you opportunities to compete in, more bite-sized pieces. Now you can do so at all of your local esports arena locations. Now you can go compete in multiple different leaderboards that run every single week from Wednesday through Sunday. We run 4 a week across multiple different titles, and each different leaderboard has its own $500 cash pot. Now, all you have to do, go into your local esports arena, purchase some tokens that you use to enter in the different leaderboards, and then just put up your best scores. You can keep track of the leaderboards all throughout the week at our 24/7 live stream on YouTube, so make sure to go check that out. So if you come in and compete on a Wednesday or Thursday, put up a top score, you can keep an eye on the leaderboard, and then maybe you have to come back on a Saturday or a Sunday to get a few more tries in to get that top leaderboard spot back. So again, make sure to come out and compete for all of those different $500 prize pots, as well as other awesome prizes. If you use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now, you can find an esports arena near you. Now we have Alpha, good friend of mine, in Studio White right now, testing out one of the games you can compete in this weekend. All right, you can get in on some aim labs. It is motion shot this week. So if you go to your local esports arena, you can test out and put up your best scores in motion shot this weekend. And remember, you can compete Wednesday through Sunday. And all you have to do is purchase some tokens and enter in the leaderboards that you want to compete in. And make sure to come back every single week, because we're always bringing out new games, new competitions, all kinds of fun stuff. We featured great titles like Smash Ultimate, Mario Kart, Valorant, Aim Labs, Apex Legends, Halo Infinite, Call of Duty, and more. So make sure to keep an eye on that and come out to your local esports arena every single week to compete. Solid score here from Alpha right now at that 75% accuracy. Gonna get over 60K with this try. Good run with 7 seconds left. Able to get up over 70,000. Well played there. What a score from Alpha, just short of 74K. So I'm curious, can you beat that score from Alpha there? Just dropping into Studio White and throwing down on some aim labs. If you think you can, again, head out to your local esports arena and compete today. That's PvE at Esports Arena. So keep an eye out for that every single week. Remember, competition runs Wednesday through Sunday. Now, Halo, it's time. Another week of Halo Infinite. We've got our open bracket ready to go. Our casters loading into the server. So let's get it all underway.
You have so many opportunities to get angles to just to gather some of this kill on the snake bite, begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him. Here comes the collapse with Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy, lands the body shot, the double kill comes through, and that wow when it comes to the opportunity here in Halo Infinite. But right now, Sentinels have no concern with who their opponent is.
Hello and welcome to the Esports Arena Open Tournament. Boy, oh boy, we got some great teams for you today. My name is Tools and I am joined with Clutch, and it's time to get into this action, Clutch. And already an incredibly talented first round matchup for us today. It's going to be PK versus Total Control. So Atzo and the crew versus Eli Elite. I'm excited for it, man. Clutch, what are you thinking about this opening matchup?
Yeah, I'm excited to watch PK. You know, the big question for me, especially as we get closer and closer to Kansas City, is where does PK stand amongst the rest of the North American teams? And with an opportunity at Kansas City to compete on land, we're going to see what they have in store. But to be able to tell a story as we approach is a big stepping stones, and it's a big opportunity for us to showcase. So very excited to see where PK kind of goes throughout today and continues to do so in their scrims. And I know that they have a land plan before the event as well, so couldn't be more excited for these guys to continue to get that quality practice, because so often we talk about the difference in regions and their quality of practice and what that does to their opportunity against some of the best in the world. I think that PK has started to get some of those opportunities, and with that, we'll see what they got.
Yeah, I'm excited, right? Practice is more important than ever because we're getting real close to that Kansas City major. So if you're looking for the best possible practice, well, I mean, hey, every Monday Esports Arena's got their tournaments up. If you didn't make it to this one, well, you better make it to next, because you're running out of time to get some of this quality practice. And like you said, I think PK needs it. And Total Control been a roster that's been making some waves recently, right? I believe they got second place in that Xbox tournament to get funding. Didn't quite get the travel paid for, but they were making a showing out there. Some surprising victories from them. They looked incredible throughout the first and second day. And now I'm curious as to how they match up versus what I would say is the best team in the Mexico region.
Yeah, absolutely the best team in the Mexico region. But these guys, like you said, they have a lot of potential too. They have a lot of skill, and they have a lot of hopes and dreams to continue being Halo professionals. And Kansas City being in front of them is a big opportunity for them as well. So this is quality practice that they need against PK, a team that you would say is favored in this series. Yeah. This is a good opportunity, if they're able to create an upset, to use this as momentum to say, hey, we're going to go into Kansas City with a little bit of extra steam, a little bit of extra motivation, showcasing that we have what it takes to potentially get into the top 12, the top 8. I mean, that's like the dream for these guys. They're at that point in their career where you're trying to make the next step in your career. And like, it's not all done in a day. I spent an entire year in the top 16 and the top 12, and then it took like an off season for it to happen. Sometimes it's a new game for it to happen. These guys, they were extremely good at Halo 5. We've seen them around the block for a little bit now. It's whether or not they will take the next step in their careers. And this is another opportunity to see if they have what it takes.
But yeah, and I think on the other side, right, PK trying to silence some of the doubters, I would say. You know, Latin America, they didn't make it over to Rally because of some visa issues, and people have been, you know, questioning, like, are they legit? You know, can they make these breaks in the top 8, top 6? Well, I think coming out here today, showing a dominating victory versus one of the better AM squads out there would be a huge wind in their sails. I'm excited to see how they take it on, but if they're gonna do it, they're gonna have to get through this man in particular. Mortally has been absolutely lighting up the kill feeds whenever I watch him. He's been one of those up and coming players, and he really has been a lifeline for this Total Control squad.
A nice shot with the shock rifle to start this one off. Mortally on that 3 spree. Right now, El Avenue making a name for himself as well. You're seeing how well this Total Control team can play. I mean, this PK team, we know that they're a top 12 team in the world potentially, and for Total Control to be starting off as hot as they have in this game 1, that speaks volumes to how they have the potential as well to make names for themselves.
Like how Morley, just gonna lose that fight, unfortunately, and his teammates also gonna be going down. So B changing hands, and well, now A also in potential danger as you see tapping buttons make his way over. Looks like the spawns are gonna flip out, so PK gonna get that A-B control, leaving C, but I believe this is their ideal setup. This is what they want to get. If they can get power weapons with it, then they can maybe start doing some traps, and well, maybe they can even go for more. It looks like the fight at C is a little tumultuous, and if these fights go into the favor of PK, we could be seeing some maybe potential early trip caps, but the kill feed needs to start lighting up red.
Yeah, we'll see how the next few kills go, because that's going to dictate who really jumps out to an early lead here. We saw Total Control get a few kills of their own with that shock rifle early on, and with it, 30-plus points were added, but a good answer from PK. But just like that, Total Control back in control of 2, but immediately you're seeing Bullet try to hop in that C stronghold, but that shock rifle with its money in weight right now, because Eli Elite is making plays with that double kill. We got the witness from that Parsons point of view, and with that, Total Control is going to keep control for now.
And, you know, if I'm Total Control, I'm going for my namesake, my Eli Elite killing spree for him. But pressuring the trip caps is what I want to see from both of these teams. How do they react? Can they get that full and total control on the map? But that's everything but right now for Total Control. They go 3 down and make it 4 with tapping buttons, finishing it off, and he's getting them right off spawn, making it perfect for the double kill. Trip cap in effect, and a complete reversal of the situation. Total Control in trouble.
Yeah, when you thought Total Control really had an opportunity there, it's the superstar from the MX region tapping buttons that steps up, makes the double kill happen. With it, this team able to get a few strongholds in their favor, able to start scoring, tie this one up as of now. And now PK, for the first time in this game, going to be in the lead. We'll see how long they're able to keep it.
So far, I mean, I love their control on the map, right? We see tapping buttons go down, but he was controlling that glass area, making a pseudo L on the map when you look from the top down position, and it allows you to have so much coverage on the map and still defend your strongholds at the same time. And you can see Atso working with Nasty Bullet to take down Avenue and gain their control back, and along with that, the shock rifle, every little goodie in the hands of PK right now. And this is how you establish a dominating lead early on, but they have to execute on these next couple slays to maintain their control.
Yeah, this is a dangerous position for Total Control. They got to figure out a way to break this setup. And with Camo coming up, Slay's going in the hands of PK right now. This could get even uglier very quick. If you want to see that trip cap, you said you may just see it, but Flame picks up a big double kill, forces them to burn the camo, and now Total Control just release a lot of the pressure we would have seen PK be able to put on them momentarily with that double.
Hey, there's a way to get that pressure off your back, and it's one-on-ones like that, tapping bullets.
Yeah.
I mean, what an absolute pleasure to watch this man work. A true superstar in his region, and hopefully he can make some more heads turn at Kansas City, where he can potentially try to get his best placing yet. But so far, we've finally seen the spawns flip out over in Total Control's favor. So for the first time since the early game, we're going to see how PK responds to being on their back foot.
Yeah, this is a moment where Total Control can either keep this a close game, or PK can regain control. How strong is Total Control's setup going to be? Because they have map control right now to play around. This shock rifle, such an important piece of this puzzle. Can he find the pick that he needs to find? Because if that shock rifle player doesn't, he typically falls short of the damage he needs to do. And just like that, you're seeing Drift make his opening in the elevator. The cross from the shock rifle, not impactful enough to stop this push. And because of it, PK now gained control of A.
I love the coordination that we saw from PK as well. We saw A being pushed, as well as Nasty Bullet pushing out that top glass position, putting 2 focal points of pressure on the opposing team. Not quite able to deal with that. Total Control is, and now you see a complete flip of the spawns, the A and B control, moving hands once again. The stakes, finally Eli Elite goes down, but not before he takes down Drift with him. But that's going to move the sword into Claim's hands. And, well, Total Control quick with their response, getting A and B control back once again. A temporary trip cap that didn't make much of an impact for PK.
Yeah, so often do we see that trip cap kind of fall short if the slays don't come through, and just like that, Total Control jump back into a 2-stronghold opportunity here. Camo did just come up, but it looks like the slays have once again gone in the hands of Total Control, and we might be looking at Total Control taking all 3 strongholds here, getting some Total Control of their own. I love the use of the shots on those grenades onto that spawning player, and now look at how desperate PK are going to be, stuck into pipes with this player, L Avenue, pushing into him. He's going to find himself an easy kill and an assist. Slay's going in their favor as well. And now all of the pressure is going to be found on PK's shoulders.
And this is why they're called Total Control. No one does the trip cap quite like them. I love that aggression that we saw from them. They knew the spawns and they took advantage right away. And although it wasn't, you know, this extreme 1-2 minute trip cap hold, we already see the score has flipped. The complete control of the pacing of the game is totally in their favor now. I love that aggression. I want to see more of it from this Total Control squad. And well, Drift, he's going to go down more and more. Am I liking how this Total Control roster is playing this end game?
Yeah, I think you said it best, right? The best thing we could have seen from Total Control there is that when they lost C, they didn't give up the entire map with it, right? They were able to hold A and B. They do eventually lose A now, only having B control, but look at this 50-point lead they get to play around.
This is what you live for, right? When you have that freedom to move across the map because you're not worried about the scoreline, you have that bit of a lead. It lets you have more movement, more freedom to find your angles and to catch players unsuspecting. That's what we saw from Avenue as he was able to find those couple kills and allow A to go back into their favor. But we're starting to see the pressure build from PK. They're pushing into A. It's not going to be successful, but the fight's lost over at the Pipes room, and B now under contention. But Total Control responding well at the moment, but they need to finish this fight.
Yeah, Eli in such a good position to lay down some good suppression damage here as his teammates swarm into B. They're going to be able to keep that in their favor. And a magnificent job by Total Control to not only be able to get into that B stronghold, but by Eli to take that anchor position top catwalk to be able to deliver as much damage as he was. It heavily impacted the fight in Total Control's favor, and because of it, they're now 10 points away from winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pull out the wristwatch, start counting your seconds because you don't have many of them left. 5 seconds to hold this one through. I don't think anyone from PK can get there in time. Claim takes one with them, and that will be the game. Total Control striking first, taking some of their momentum from their previous tournaments. Remember, a second place finish just, I believe, what, 1 day ago. These guys keeping that momentum, and PK faltering early on. Not the PK that we expected to see.
No, not at all. But you love to see this from Total Control. That group of guys, like I said, since Halo 5, we knew that all 4 of these individuals had a lot of individual skill and that they were on the come up. But not everybody actually comes up. People get on the come up all the time, right? Like Twilight was on the come up, never came up. It's all about, can you make the next step and progression in your careers? And this is a big opportunity because they obviously, like you said, a big day yesterday in the tournament, a big opportunity today to make sure that we are an established team, that we can consistently play at that level. What that does for their mentality and their confidence going into tournaments like Kansas City in the future is unbelievable. This is a big moment. If they can create this upset, they can use this to continue it on to today, to go even further in this bracket. That'd be amazing. And Total Control, I mean, like, it is just that every single time you have an opportunity to prove yourself, you're going to have to do it in order to establish yourself as one of the best teams. We'll see if they can continue to play at that consistency, but in game 1, they look great.
Yeah, and I loved it. It was like a switch was flipped, right? Because PK had a lot of that control early on in the game. They got the early trip cap. They had that bit of a cushion to work with. But when Total Control got their control of the game, I love the way that they played their pace. They didn't let PK breathe whatsoever, and it felt like you were seeing this well-oiled machine, this team that has been playing with each other for a long time. And I love to see that sort of momentum, that sort of teamwork to start running through when you're getting so much closer to KC, right? The first 3 months of the game don't really matter that much anymore. It's all about what's happening here and now, and Total Control look to be taking their mantle at the top of the AM squads.
Yeah, and this PK team, they have names to make for themselves too. They don't want to be done with their career. Like you said, Tapping Buttons has the ambition to have the best placing ever at Kansas City for him and his region. But they're looking like they're on the ropes here today. Where can they find their consistency here today? It's a best of 3, so it's got to be on Aquarius Slayer, and already a little bit better of a start with a little bit of map control from them, but they still find themselves down 1 as we get off the break.
Yeah, that's how others from Avenue. He's trying to get right into it, but I mean, that's how he's going to cut him short. Always a high risk, high reward play when you run down the bottom middle of the map, and it's not going to work in his favor this time as we see PK starting to work on getting that top position. But so far, we've been seeing a lot of the fights happen towards the bottom end of the map. I'd like to maybe see some more elevation from these squads.
Yeah, you want to see him get up top, but prioritizing these dynamo grenades can do a lot for your team. Unfortunately, he's forced to burn those. Does eliminate them from going into the enemy's hands, but right now, total control with a 2-kill lead, a few kills in their favor as well. One does get answered back, but Atso needs to step it up, and stepping it up may be just what the doctor ordered, because a double kill in his favor, as he's able to potentially stay alive here, would be massive for PK's opportunity.
Yeah, I love that. Like you said, staying alive was the key right there. Atso comes in, he gets a quick kill, gets the double, and the more he stays alive, the more opportunity he brings. Although he gets put into the trap, and it's sprung. Total control starting to find all these kills towards utility. Looks like they're going to win the fight for map control. And what's more important is they get the new dynamos right off spawn. So this is their opportunity to maybe start getting some of the map control and putting PK in a spawn blender.
You want to talk about players that are starting to make a name for themselves? L Avenue is one of those guys. We have a joke on the competitive insights team at 343 that we say L Town's actually L Avenue on a secondary account. He's kind of rebranded himself because he's not able to legally play now that he works for the studio. But I mean, that's a talent and a testament to how L Avenue's been able to play, right? For you to be able to compare yourself to how strong of a player L Town is, that's a compliment. So L Avenue making a name for himself. Led the lobby in kills in game 1. Already off to a hot start here, 6-3-2 in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely take notes on this player in particular. Avenue, he started making a name for himself at the end of Halo 5, just in all of those 8s lobbies, and and you're seeing why. He's hitting the BR shots from across the map. Drift will finally take him down. His reign of terror over, but not before that 5-kill lead has been built. And now it's up to PK and the crew to start figuring out how to get behind these players and find their kills. I mean, look at that. The kill feed lighting up for PK.
Yes, sir. This could be the moment where PK regain control. They get all 4 dead right here. A trade does come through, so it's going to relieve a little bit of the pressure. It's a good job by Claim, but unfortunately, the rest of his team still being pressured off spawn, and look how quick Drift wants to impact this one. He doesn't care about positioning. He cares about damage dealt right now as he tries to swarm into the base, but his teammates are doing the job for him, and they flipped the map successfully. All of a sudden, now up 1.
Yeah, look at that. That was a 6-2 run in the favor of Pittsburgh Knights right there. These guys have been starting to turn it up, and this is what you want to see, that explosive gameplay that PK was so well known for at the end of Halo 5, and why they've been dominating the Mexico region. And well, you start to see the lead going in their favor. Atso, first one to break the double digits, 10 kills for him, and Drift trying to make it more, and so he'll find another. But I love this response from PK. If you can close out this game in dominating fashion, win by double digits, and put game 1 behind you, well, then I think we're going back to that conversation of whether PK can start to be a bit more consistent. I mean, so far, I'm loving what I'm seeing from this PK roster.
Absolutely. Starting to pick up some momentum, and it's on the back of Atso's 12 kills to start this one off. Not even to 25 yet, and he's got 12. So if you can do the math, that's a clean 24 bomb if he can keep it up at this pace. But surely the rest of the team is able to acquire a few more in their direction. But Atso just picking it up when PK needs it most. And although tapping's right behind him, it really is the difference maker here in game 2 so far, is that boost of momentum Atso's been able to give PK.
And so far, what we've been able to see from PK, right, they're able to control the thrust so often because of the map being in their favor. And now with that heat wave in Drift's back pocket, you have to think that this game,
look at this kid.
It's going to be spoiling real fast for total control, because he's not going to let you get away from anything. There's the assist on the first. The damage is done on the second. Atso's trying to find the cleanup. He'll be able to get that for the squad, and more importantly, get that heat wave back in his team's possession.
Yeah, it's an 8-kill game. All of a sudden, PK starting to run away with game 2 of this series, taking it to a game 3 potentially. But 13 kills are going to make sure that that's the case. Atso with 15 now, tapping with 11, and it really is a completely different story than in game 1. PK has had map control for a majority of this game. They have not looked back.
And well, this is about closing. Are you a finisher, or do you need to call in that relief pitcher? Who's going to be the one that steps on up right here? And I'd like to see maybe Nasty start to get some momentum going. I mean, his assist column is great, but he's only got 3 kills. We're seeing a lot of the team being put on the back of Atso and tapping's back. And we start to see some of this game equal up towards the end as we see Drift find another kill. And so far, I mean, I love this coverage that Tapping has over Drift. He's able to get his shields back because of that pressure that Tapping puts down, and it allows him just to keep pushing forward, keep going towards your opponents, and keep applying pressure. And so far, Total Control has just not been able to deal with it.
No, it's just such a frustrating moment from Total Control's point of view as well. When Drift's able to stay alive around that corner, nobody has a nade to finish him off. Camo player in front, he gets taken down, so a win condition completely removed from Total Control's page. But right now, it's just so frustrating from Total Control. It feels like they can't quite finish their one-shots, that PK continuously has an extra guy in the fight, continuously is able to turn the corner and stay alive, and because of it, we now are 4 kills away from this one going to a game 3.
Hey, you know, I'm a big believer, though. Never say never. Total Control still has their opportunity right here. They found one, and it's going to be paramount to get Atso out of this P2 position. He's going to take some heavy damages, and Claim will clean it on up. And you can see already PK, they're on the bottom end of the map. They're going to have to deal with these 2 from Total Control. Drift was able to find the first, but the kill still going in Total Control's favor. No, Drift just needs to value his life. Only 2 kills left for PK to finish this one on out, and Nazi, and that's essentially going to put it away at 49. It feels too far. Total Control not quite able to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, when you hit that 49 mark, you know you're just one mistake, one overstep away, and there it is. Bullet picks it up, and that's actually the 9th one for him, so he picked it up at the end. It was PK picking it up in game 2. And we're looking at a game 3 in the first series of our broadcast today, and that bodes well for our future, Garrett, because I love me some game 3s, some game 5s, and when series go the distance, the pressure gets greater, and better players step up when that pressure starts to add.
Yeah, I love it. Game 3 and Game 5 is where you can separate the good players from the great players and maybe start to see who your potential superstars can be in a year or 2. And we're moving to Oddball. And one thing I love about Oddball Clutch, with the new rules that are in place, this is almost becomes a map of attrition, right? We're talking about 20-minute games at a time, right? So being able to play at your highest level for extended periods of time is what's going to be so important on Oddball, because more times than not, it's going to round 3.
Absolutely. These 2 teams have shown us that when they're in control, they can play, like, they are very successful when they're able to play from a lead. We'll see if that's the case, because so often in Oddball, when teams get a full setup and they can hold that setup the round, it's basically over. You got 3 good pushes in you, and then it's over. If teams can get a strong setup, we may be looking at a very dominant performance in each individual round, but it could go in favor of whatever team is able to successfully get that setup going in the first place.
Yeah, and well, we're gonna see the weapon only on 1 map in the entire sandbox right now in competitive. Oddball on live fire, we will see that sniper rifle play once again, the most iconic weapon in all of Halo, and I'll be interested to see who picks it up on both ends and who can maybe start to control the pace of the map, because when you have a great sniper on your team who's hitting shots, it makes all the difference, especially on Oddball with how the spawns can become more of a trap for the opposing team. And if you can hit your snipe shots, it can make this game so much easier. So I'm excited to see who picks it up for PK and who takes that mantle for Total Control.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see who for Total Control can really start to pop off and put that thing to use, because the DPS with the sniper, obviously the one-shot kill, I mean, it is so important to be able to have players that go off with that, and the amount of impact that they can have will be the determining factor on, does the setup get held or is it broken? On the side of PK, though, I know those guys can snipe. I've watched these guys for a few years now, and when you're looking at Drift and you're looking at Tapping, those guys are some of the best to do it, especially with that S7. So it's a mindset that Total Control needs to enter this game 3 with, is making sure, hey, throwing the snipe off is not the worst thing in the world, because the amount of damage that Drift can do, the amount of damage tapping buttons can do when it's in their hands, could be something we look back on and regret ever letting happen. So you might take the snake bite approach of burning the ammo or getting it off the map as soon as possible, because what Total Control has showed for me so far throughout the series is that they are very capable of hanging in BR fights, but that S7 can make a world of difference.
Yeah. Hey, just keeping it out of your opponent's hands can be more important than not half the time. And well, we're seeing the opening control won by PK. That's going to be the Heat Wave in their possession. We talk all about this sniper rifle, but this Heat Wave is the true power weapon on the map because it's up so often and it can help you win any individual that you're in. You can see Drift already going for that long flank, and it's rewarding him with the kill on Claim. And so far, PK looking incredible off the start, getting that ball back towards tower and all the power weapons in their hands.
The overshield, the heat wave, the snipe, it was all in PK's favor as they jump out to a 25-point lead here. We can hop on board with that sniper. I'd be very interested to see what he's capable of. Not quite sure who had it. I believe it was tapping buttons, so Mortally. In the meanwhile, gonna find the first kill with the heat wave. That's gonna make the PK setup a little bit weaker. Tapping buttons trades in the kill feed, and that could be Mortally's perfect opportunity to break the setup. The ball gets played. Mortally finds a nice couple of assists on the back of Claim's kills, and with that, the setup is broken, but 36 points is a solid lead for PK to start this one off with.
You can't really ask for much more. It's hard to get very extended periods of time with Oddball on this map. You're always going to be feeling that pressure. The second you lose a power weapon, it's so easy to find those breaks, and the rotations can be tough to hit. And you can already see PK starting to get that ball back away, and it looks like they're favoring the tower side as their control destination. And with the power-ups coming up soon, if they can find these next couple of slays, they're going to be in an awfully close position to closing this one out earlier than expected.
Yeah, 2 kills, 2 go down. Actually, 3 go in the favor of Total Control here. And with Overshield coming up, this could be just what the doctor ordered to get back into this one. They need to pick up this Overshield, but Mortally leaves that one behind for a teammate. So they do successfully get that Overshield. The ball wasn't played as well, so an opportunity at a setup here, but the flank comes through back tower, and that's Drift once again picking up another kill, making it 7 for the game, giving him an 8th as we hop on board and make it some ball time to pair with it. And PK starting to click on all cylinders here in game 3.
Yeah, giving up the ball control and overshield and only allowing your opposing team 9 seconds. That's a great response in that situation. Claim.
4 dead.
Ooh, yeah, that's a great response for Total Control, though. Once again, they give up everything. You find the kills, you regain that ball. And Eli Elite maybe going a little bit rogue right here, trying to get behind all these players, going all the way back to A, and it's going to be tough for him to stay alive, and he'll go down. And now his ball carrier in a precarious situation, going to have to throw that ball off as Atso's on the hunt.
Yeah, surely that's going to be all 4 dead for Total Control momentarily. 2 are going to come off spawn, but will they be able to compete for this ball that gets neutralized? Doesn't look like Mortally's going to have much of a chance as he gets taken down immediately. Tapping on the prowl now. Spots players out of green, and Tapping doesn't rarely lose those fights, but a good shots from Total Control immediately break this setup. And once again, Total Control doesn't really have the strongest setup so far throughout this game, but they have done a phenomenal job to break the setups of PK. And that's why they're still in this, as they get that ball off the respawn as well.
It's the first time that we're seeing Total Control truly have this sniper rifle in the position that they want. And now with the ball time ticking in their favor, this is their opportunity to regain this lead and get themselves back into the fight. And Claim, he's looking all around for these players to pop out, but not quite able to find any head yet. Gonna miss that shot. Where's his teammates? And well, he got a ton of information right there. 3 players towards B. Let's start getting this ball out. Get towards this overshield because it's ours for free. No one in position to stop this one.
They actually like this rotation where he gives up tower. And sometimes snipers don't opt to give up that top tower location. He would for sure have gone down as the first player on his team. But now with ball in hand, they're going to have another opportunity to get around the slays and collect a little bit more points. They're already taking the lead over 10. And if this overshield can get put to use here, they may be able to add this up to where it puts PK on their back feet here in round 1. What was once looking so good for PK now looks in the hands of Total Control, as kills once again will go through in their favor. More ball time, and PK may have one good push left in them to decide if round 1 is going to go in the hands of Total Control.
Once again, Total Control rotating this ball away. It's been cat and mouse for PK trying to get in a position to stop this ball. Once again, rotate. You're going to lose that fight towards overshield, but it doesn't truly matter yet because that ball still in your possession. Unfortunately, though, taking maybe too much of an egotistical challenge right there. Maybe try to just get that ball off map, because now PK going to be able to regain the possession of ball. And you can see all Total Control spawning towards B.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a blunder there. Total Control should have been an opportunity to play that ball, get a few slays to match with it, but neither happened. And because of it, PK get a full setup. They get a nice repulsor off. Kills get traded through. That ball does fall on the ground, however, and it's up to Atso right now to find himself a double, and a double he finds. And because of it, the ball will remain neutralized. PK spawning towards the elbow. You're seeing L Avenue with the information. Try to get there first, and now it's a race to the neutral ball down tower because it wasn't played, and PK had the advantage response.
Oh, wow. I mean, just dissecting. Perfect timing right there for PK to find those kills. Drift will block out these spawns, be in position for this overshield, and now you have the dilemma, right? Do you go challenge this overshield? Do you have the time? Because every second it gets closer to this round going to PK. 2 go down. That ball going to go off the map. I like the preemptive play right there, Clutch, because you have this overshield. Try to get as much damage down, but you need to get that pick. No, Drift won't be able to do so. Total Control. They have an opportunity to get this ball.
It's going to be up to Claim to deny this ball from PK. I'm not quite sure he's in a position to grab it now. Respawners coming through are going to assist him, but no room for error for just about either team here. 84 to 90, so 10 points is all PK need, but on the second thought, Total Control, if they can get 4 dead, they can get 16 points here. The matter of slays are what's going to come through. Trades coming through 2 and 2. Everyone fighting bottom middle now, and it is PK that make their way to the ball. They get it through the door, and unfortunately, not enough for L Avenue to say anything about it.
Yeah, no one's in position to get this ball in time. Just bottom positions. It's going to be a couple slays, and PK with round 1. Look at that Drift dropping 18 for the squad. And clearly the slay is going in the favor of PK. A closer game than they probably wanted. But when it came to the slaying column and just being able to control the map, it seemed like they had the advantage in that regard.
Small mistakes made by Total Control will cost them round 1. We'll see if they can change that story going into round 2. Overshield coming up in 15. Mortally finds himself a nice no-scope. You asked who was going to step up with the snipe. Well, it's not Mortally for long. That's 4 dead for Total Control. PK get the ball in house, get the power weapons to match. And round 2 starting off a lot like round 1 because Overshield coming up should be all PKs if they can get these few slays over towards Brutes.
Look at that patience from Drip. Only taking the shots when needed. Not going to be able to survive, but I liked the play at least. Overshield. Not going to go in the
deny it.
That's oh my God, Eli Elite making some clips happen. As he's trying to get closer, that overshield going to be on his body, and he's going to be the tip of the spear. Get in and get that damage down. See the push coming through, using himself as bait wonderfully. Atso going to get that kill, but not before Avenue gets that trade out in their favor. You can start to see these spawns become muddy. Whoever wins these gunfights will gain possession of this ball, and it looks like Total Control is going to be able to walk away with some time.
What a play by Eli Elite to not only kill Drift, but to deny the overshield from the second player he had to deal with, and then get that overshield and be the blunt force that his team needed to break that setup from PK. It's awarded his team a little bit of ball time, but most importantly, the broken setup of PK that looked to be very promising early on. Because of that, oh my, the ball almost didn't get played there, and we know how that story goes from my perspective. So a good job by Total Control to capitalize on, make sure it gets off the edge, but still, they've done so much to stay in this round 2 that we can't speak volumes on it, but they have to figure out a way to play a little bit more consistent when they have control, because right now PK have been able to break it just as easily.
Yeah, well, PK, they're winning the fight that matters for this overshield. No one going to be able to contest Nasty Bullet. I love this. Don't even put it on right away. Wait until the last possible moment. Gain maximum value. And right when they're coming around this corner where you're going to have to deal with a glowing Spartan, Nasty Bullet taking all this damage. He still has half an overshield to work with. Total Control. It's going to be tough to break into this position as you're going to have to break through this overshield and a complete setup from this Pittsburgh Knight squad.
Yeah. Total Control opts to slow this one down. Player stuck out back at green. Nasty Bullet, he knows he's out there. Brute grenades are going to come through. Great job to position himself around the pillar. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. He gets sandwiched, and with that, a few kills going in Total Control's favor, so slowing it down works out in their favor. They need to finish off this last kill, and unfortunately, he's got the heat wave. He makes slight work of Mortally, and that's Drift once again starting round 2 off so well, and Drift having himself one hell of a series since the first game.
Drift showing how important it is to stay alive, just keeping that pressure for his team. You know, if he drops easily right there, it's got total control, gains that ball, gains the spawn, and start to run away with some time. Instead, he makes it muddy. He makes it scrappy. That ball's going to reset, and they're going to have another opportunity to fight. That's all because of Drift and his ability to stay alive, but you still have to win the reset. And so far, Total Control have the weapons to work with. Claim having both of them, the Heat Wave and Sniper in his possession. Looks like it's going to be a clear route for that ball to rotate towards Tower, and Claim trying to make some action happen. You know, hit him with the one shot. Oh my, don't miss it again. Do a 2-for-1. No, not going to be going. Claim not going to be able to clean it up with that Heat Wave, but I love the aggression from it, feeling confident in himself with some time heading over to Total Control.
I like the confidence, maybe not the aggression, because you got Snipe, you got Heat Wave. You know, finishing off that one-shot player is going to be very difficult with the Heat Wave at that range, and when you miss the shot and you overextend your Spartan, you pay for it with your life, and that makes your team setup a little bit weaker, right? Like, even landing that body shot and backing up would have done Total Control a little bit more, but you can't knock the confidence, and when you're playing with confidence, it usually works out in your favor. So I'll give Claim that. A few kills in Total Control's favor will break the potential setup that PK looked for in-house, and with that, they should be able to get some time of their own, jump off to a lead here. 2 minutes still in round 2, so plenty of time for both teams, but it does look like Total Control have started to feel the momentum shift in their direction a little bit here in the second round.
Now we're seeing some stark differences in round 2 compared to round 1 as well. A lot more action towards A and B with the ball this time, where in round 1 we're seeing a lot more of the traditional tower setup. We're seeing maybe a little bit more of a scrappy round this time around. His Claim, he knows the play. You got to get this thing towards the edge, make sure it gets off, and it's going to crawl its way off the map and into the reset. And now PK, well, they put all their eggs to stopping that ball, and you're going to have to be able to win the reslays on the way back, but that's a pre-firing that door and able to rotate this ball away nonetheless. I thought maybe Total Control had an opportunity right there, right off that respawn, but not going to work out in their favor, as it looks like PK getting that ball early.
3 dead for PK. Total Control once again with an opportunity to potentially rack up some time, and also be in a great position to play it once their setup is broken. And that L Avenue picking up a kill in the kill feed once everyone is respawned for PK just staggers the push PK would have been able to have. Eli Elite under constant pressure over at green here, needs to stay alive. And L Avenue picks himself up another big kill to stagger a potential push and make it a second. L Avenue just doing work with the Heat Wave bottom middle, just awarding his team so much space, so much freedom to gain this ball time, now up 30.
Yeah, Avenue really stepping up in round 2 as well. Look at that, 15 kills for him, but Nasty Bullet responding in his own way, getting that double kill. Ball played once again, and now, you know, the clock playing a little bit more of a detriment in this game. You know, you only have a minute left to play with. If you are on the tail end of that, you're gonna probably get a little bit nervous as this game continues on down. But here we go, PK, this is their real opportunity maybe to take that lead and start to have some of their momentum. They have that traditional setup that they like so much, but once again, it's going to be an early play, just not able to get to control the map that they want.
Yeah, no, a great job once again by Total Control to break the setup so quickly from PK's hands, and just like that, the ball gets played. And I love this play by Mortally. Gets that ball in the house, and without much of a numbers advantage, that ball should not have been on the move like that, but Mortally doing a phenomenal job to get that ball secured. Rack up some time, now 14 points away. Al Avenue finds the first one with a great grenade, but unfortunately can't quite hit the shot with the snipe, and that awards PK an opportunity to get back in this one now. Only down 20 points. They have a realistic opportunity to come back with a set of slays here.
Nasty Bullet, he's going to be able to get this Heat Wave back for the squad, but every second that's not in your hands, it gets closer and closer to 0. Now only 30 seconds of dead ball time to work with, and when you're Total Control, everything is looking up in your favor. Only 10 seconds needed for them to clean this one up, but PK going to mount their pressure towards scoreboard. Avenue finds that first pick, and that could do it all. Only one more second, and it looks like round 3, here we come.
All right, here we go. First series of the day. We get a game 3. It goes the distance. We get a round 3. Who's going to step up? Who's going to make a play? Who's going to be the player to remember from this series? This round will tell us all of the answers.
All my eyes, I'm keeping it on Avenue. He dropped 20 in round 2, was really that slaying presence, that total control was lacking in round 1. If he can keep it up in round 3, I think they have no problem taking this one away. And look at that, already finding 2, and he's trying to check out these spawns, so getting some damage in right away. This fight's going to be critical for the overshield. Using that, oh my god, are you kidding me? Return that thing back, Avenue. What a creative play with that repulse, sending his own grenade for the damage in.
I thought he was dead to rights in that situation, but I mean, the repulsor just making a play where he needs it the most. Tries it again. You can tell he's got that in his bag of tricks as he understands that that is a very large piece to the sandbox he can use to his advantage. And just like that, 32 points now for Total Control as their setup is broken, but the damage has been done, and another great lead and opportunity for Total Control to play comfortably from that lead in this game in round 3.
Oh boy, I love those grenades in this situation. When you're in the tunnels and you have those spike grenades, it can make all the difference, keeping them back and, well, hitting the snipe shot as well. Get the assist as Drift gets the cleanup. Fortunately, he's like, I don't want to be holding this ball. You can see it in his mind. It's like, I have sniper, I want to do more, but there's no one to take this ball away. It looks like they're just going to opt not to get the time because they know these next couple slays are going to be so important. And, well, they got him corralled over here towards the nades. Unfortunately, he goes down. Sniper going to be on the ground. It looks like PK will win that fight. 4 go down for Total Control.
I actually like the play to slay in that direct decision. Is now awarded with an opportunity at a setup. You got Overshield coming up. Information that players are going to be pushing back tower. Forces the ball to rotate towards Brute. Tapping somehow actually hits that shot, which is actually incredible. But the Overshield going into the hands of Drift now is the player to watch as we get a double kill on screen. Make it a killing spree for Drift. And if we've seen a player for PK step up throughout this series and keep them in this one and even shine for them, it has been Drift. And that double kill is massive because they get right back into this. It was 32-0, and now we're looking at a tie game, Garrett.
Oh yeah, I loved that entire thing from PK, right? It was like they put that ball in layaway. They were able to go work a couple weeks, get the money necessary, and now they had the setup. They're able to tie the game, and we're basically back to even starts. Taking down Eli's going to be critical, though. That heat wave will find itself on the ground once again. Looks like, yep, PK wins the fight and the ball, and all those power weapons are down on the ground for the taking. Drift's going to value the time at first, but this should be a nice hold. Sniper rifle coming up once again in the fight where that sniper could determine who gets this ball time.
Yeah, it does look like Adso was able to try and compete for it, but Claim actually gets that sniper in hand, but opts to push with this BR out. I like this play by Claim. You got a teammate with you, so using this teamwork could be crucial to breaking this setup. They get a couple of kills, make it 3 in a row, and now it's Claim in a one-on-one. He's got to go big. Can he go? Yes, Adso, sit down. Claim has awarded himself an opportunity at a setup here, but pressure from Garage very quickly from PK is going to deny him from being able to rack up any ball time. And with this snipe needing to be put to work, this is not the place you want to be in.
Somehow dodging these bullets. Oh, the plasma comes forward, but you know, he's able to stay alive. Not going to be able to be taken down easily. Although the respawn screen does eventually come through. And I mean, what a shot from Drift. I mean, he really has been the lightning rod for this PK squad. 10 kills for him as he's the first to break the double digits. Eli Elite going to be able to grab this heat wave once again. This weapon has been so important in each round. And while he's putting in some heavy damages at first, it's not going to come in some kills, but it will be enough for an assist as Claim comes in and finishes on out, tapping last alive, and now Total Control in a great spot to start getting some ball time.
And they need that ball time. They were out to a 32-point lead to start this round 3 off, but it's been all PK ever since, and just like that, they get sandwiched as they try to get that ball under control. Mortal League takes down Adso to trade some kills out, but he's by himself at this point, and PK right in a position to pick up some ball time, make this pressure start to build on Total Control. And we'll learn a lot about Total Control in the last 40 points of this game from PK, because will they be able to handle the pressure of being eliminated here today? It's a single elim part of the bracket right now for these guys, and they have to act now.
Well, that's so he's been able to get this ball. He'll find his way to top tower. Now only 30 seconds of ball time for them to finish this one on out. And you can see Tapping is going to be the one that finds the first pick. And this is just, it's so tough to break this position on even starts when you don't have anything working in your favor. You see Total Control go 3 down, and every second on respawn, that's 1 more second of ball time. Finally, the pressure comes through. Ball could be potentially feeling some pressure as you see a player over towards River. And that's going to come. I'm right with you right there, Glitch. I don't know how all that plays out, but 15 seconds only needed for PK to finish this one out, but the ball is reset. And it looks like PK could be winning this initial fight.
Yeah, PK just getting the slays they need to continue this ball to be in their favor. Unfortunately, they go 3 dead now, so Total Control now with the number in their advantage. Get the ball in hand, but that overshield coming up is vital for their success in coming back. They need to deny this. They need to secure this in their own hands and put it to use if they want to create a 40-point comeback here and now. But PK in a better position right now to compete for this overshield. We'll see how this one plays out, but tapping buttons, he's able to get that one, turn the corner, hide, activate that one, and now with overshield in hand, PK will look to break this setup before too much damage has been done.
No, and I love that. You know, you had plenty of time to work with. That's why you built yourself that sort of lead.
Yep.
So you can make plays like that, secure the overshield, get a 3 down, and get right back to that reset. Make it a clean 4. Claim will be the first up off respawn, but there's little to nothing that you can do about it. You're just going to flood into the spawns. Only 10 seconds necessary for PK. The onslaught's coming, but you have to be just about frame perfect. You don't have much to work with. There's going to be 2. They get the ball out of the hands for now, but this one set of slays will all be needed for PK. It looks like Tapping's trying to finish on out. He's last alive, and he's getting the damage in. Not able to get the trade out. Time going to go back into Total Control. But now, yeah, you only have 4 seconds to give up. You really have no freedom to move around the map and make these long-winded plays. Playing perfect Halo is what's necessary.
Yeah, you saw Eli Elite's idea of repulsing that ball to his teammate, but unfortunately, teammate not on the same page, and because of it, it remains neutralized for a little bit. That's giving PK the opening to push into the house and successfully get their kills. Now 3 dead for Total Control. It's up to Mortally to try and deny this ball time. 4 seconds is all PK need, and I don't believe Mortally's going to have much to say about it. Gets the player to no shield, but he gets taken down, and that's going to do it. PK are going to take this series. It wasn't easy. It wasn't pretty. But the job gets done. They will advance in our Series E Open Tournament.
I'd love to see it. Drift in particular absolutely went off in that last round. You got to give it out to him. It always feels like even when he doesn't put up the best stat lines, you can see how much of a difference that he makes on the map. The confidence that he holds himself in, the way that he pushes forward. He's not afraid to take any fight, and it often feels like he's the one that's in the trenches and making the plays for the squad.
Yeah, so often do we give tapping buttons the superstar logo coming out of the MX region. But I mean, if you watch the MX Super and you've been paying attention to this team since Infinite's really started, Drift has really stepped up. And when his team has been on the brink of multiple eliminations in tournaments, when his team gets to a game 5, it typically is Drift that is the big time player that steps up, that handles that pressure the best for those guys. And for him to once again step up and have a hell of a performance in that series, and not only game 3, but in game 2 as well, I mean, that speaks volumes to the level of consistency we're starting to see out of that guy. And with it, good things will happen for PK because they need him to be that secondary superstar, that Dwayne Wade to the LeBron James style to the tapping buttons. And I mean, the sky's the limit when those guys can play well together.
And I think that's the problem. You know, you have that combination of Dwayne Wade and LeBron James, but on the other side of the bracket,
you got the Monstars.
Yeah, you know, but on the other side of the bracket, though, you have Cloud9, and you know, when you're talking about that, you're talking about pure performance. And we're talking about Shaq and Kobe. You know what I was saying? There's not much to compete against. I mean, they're so dominant, and you have to feel for this C2X squad because you can't imagine this one's going to go well for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. We could hype up and make analogies towards like superstars and other sports, but I mean, when it comes to Cloud9, if you're not talking about the best potentially have ever done it, I don't know what you're talking about, because Cloud9, since they've gotten on the scene with that Splice roster earlier in their days, they've taken over the scene and they have not looked back. These guys, everyone that watches Halo knows who these guys are. And you want to talk about superstars, this roster is loaded with superstars from front to back. These guys have taken over the Infinite scene, and they have remained to be unbeaten for such a long time.
And it feels like such a complete team, right? It really just has the making of being one of those long-lasting dynasties. Almost feels as if we had an exchange of the torch, you know, the old blood giving it to the new. We saw that, you know, what the CLG Optic Gaming Sentinels run for so long, and we were thinking, hey, you know, maybe we're going to see more of the same come Halo Infinite, and Cloud9 has just been absolutely said, nope, it's not even close. You got to give it to the new guys on the block. They made their names in Halo 5, and well, now they're starting to make their legacies in Halo Infinite. This Cloud9 roster truly looks unbeatable. You know, there's been some whispers in the wind of maybe an Optic Gaming can maybe do something against them, but until it's proven on land, I'm not even giving it the credence that some people think it deserves. Cloud9 is truly your S-tier team, truly number one. And we're gonna have to see someone take up that mantle, because I have no idea how you take down a roster like this.
I think they're by far the best. I'll be willing to say they're definitely the number 1 seed, but I do think that there are about 5 teams that could take them down on the right day if they're playing in the right direction. I've seen a lot of great Halo out of the top North American teams, and although I will always caveat it with until you do it, it doesn't matter. Cloud9 will always be the favorites. The Patriots were the favorites. The Lakers were the favorites at their time, right? Like, we know that they're the best, but they can be beat. That's why you play the game. Believe the hype, we weren't the best, but we played the game the right way. We came in on the right weekend, and we made names for ourselves. So always an opportunity for those guys, and I wouldn't count Sentinels or Optic Gaming out of it just yet. I mean, and then you're talking about E-United and the consistency and the practice that they put in. I mean, there's a lot of hungry teams out there, the KCPs of the world, that are very hungry to prove themselves. And I mean, Cloud9, they almost got caught slipping at the last LAN. They almost lost to Fnatic, and if Fnatic can do it, and almost do it, I would say, then there's a shining light that keeps Cloud9 on their toes. But for now, Cloud9 is by far the most impressive roster we've seen in Infinite.
Hey, you know, I can see your points, Clutch. All I gotta say is when you get into Game 5 and you got Renegade sitting across from you, I'd be shaking in my boots. It's tough. You know, I've
stood behind Renegade in those Game 5s, and I've said, oh my.
You know, it's a lot different when you're playing against them when it matters, right? Because I think that's one of the things about this Cloud9 roster. Or maybe we'll see it in this game when they don't feel like the challenge is up for them, they can come out a little bit flat and not play at their highest level. You know, maybe not take their practice as serious as other teams. You know, you definitely see some weeks where they're like, oh, that scrim, they lost that scrim to E-United, they lost this to that. Like, Optic Gaming took them down in the scrims. But when it matters, that's when you see this Cloud9 team pop it up. And, well, you know, hey, C2X, you got to take advantage of that. You know, hey, if they're going to come out flat, you better be taking it for every inch that you can get.
It's a best of 3. If you're ever going to do it, it's probably in the least amount of games in a series required possible. So you somehow come out and win game 1. We're talking about a game to 50 kills that could determine the winner of the series. And there's hope, but winning against Cloud9 and Recharge Strongholds is a task in and of itself. And we've seen how dominant of a team that they can be, specifically on this map mode combo. I feel like when I think of Strongholds Recharge, I think of a trip cap in Cloud9's favor. I think of Renegade with the shock rifle, grappling at people, not sitting back. And the amount of pressure that these guys like to put on can be very difficult and overwhelming to deal with.
I think of 250-0. That's what I think of Recharge Strongholds.
Literally.
Cloud9's scary. I don't know what it is about Strongholds in particular, but they just do not give you any moment to breathe. But hey, this is a roster of some great players. Nebula, the first one that comes to mind. He can make some impacts on the map, but you're gonna have to do it on the biggest stage versus the best team around. Renegade getting that shock rifle early on could be a bit concerning for the other side.
Yeah, this is what you didn't want to see, right? I feared. I said grappling, like going at you, getting in your face with the shock rifle. This is what Renegade is known for, and already he's got the entire kit to himself. It looks like Cloud9 have picked up a few kills with it, and Renegade, I mean, there's one thing he doesn't do, and that's stop. Loves to play at a fast pace, but actually comes to a halt. Just tries to hold the angle. He knows Eco's trying to hunt someone down there and does what he can, but I mean, already BNC controlled. Renegade spots the player top glass, gets that player to no shield, and a rare miss on the headshot's going to cost him his life. And that's a massive kill for C2X to stay in this one or at least momentarily stop the pressure that we would have seen Cloud9 be able to have.
But this is the difference when you're playing against, you know, these top AM teams and your top tier professional teams, is even when you find that unexpected kill, it's always going to be so quick on the trade out. They do not let you get things for free. Everything on the map's going to come at a cost, and using his opponent's frag to make the insta-explode, the double kill for Eco, and well, he's not going to get too selfish with it. Doesn't he go on out for the triple? It makes the difference, though. Eco putting down damage on the map, and it's just so tough. C2X, they bought themselves a little bit of breathing room, but it's not going to survive for long.
Look at the awareness. He knows these players are going to be spawning long, immediately relocates, gets behind that player, and that player has no idea Eco is going to be so aware of where he's at. Stellar finds one with the shock rifle across Eco's screen, and just like that, watch rinse repeat camo back in the hands of Cloud9. Pair it with a sword repulsor player in Eco, who's been making perfect decisions as of yet. And this is a very dangerous moment once again for C2X.
And you're seeing the tale of two stories on the stat line, right? Eco Smith, 8-0, camo, sword. And then on the other side, you see some problems. You know, the agency still on out, and they're going to have to start to find some kills. But so far, the recipe, if you open up that Halo cookbook, you're going to see Eco Smith's face, and you're going to see Killing Frenzy right next to it, because that's what he's searching for right now, and he's cooking it up. And it's just a matter of when he gets this deed done. No! Ooh. Hey, talk about getting your first kill in fashion, stopping that Killing Frenzy from coming. Shakoy able to get his first on the board.
Yeah, that's typically not a good sign, though, when someone's about to get 10 and you're like happy that you stopped them from getting 10, you get your first. That typically results immediately in the scoreline. And so take a look at that. 120 to 11 now. Shock rifle in the hands of Stellars, and if you thought Renegade was a problem, Stellar's just as big of a problem to try and deal with when he gets this into his hands. It's a matter of who's doing the damage, and look at that, the super combine from the shock rifle going to get such good damage onto both these players. And to B, they don't quite get cleaned up immediately, but so much pressure as they desperate into B, and the score continuing to climb in Cloud9's favor. We're looking at a very quick game one unless C2X have a second half that completely changes the storyline.
If I had to choose one word for this Cloud9 roster, it'd be comfortable. I haven't really had to see them make any unorthodox play or have to scrap for anything on the map thus far. And well, Nebula maybe trying to make that the difference right now, as he's been able to find Stellar. That's going to keep their CB control for now, as the kills start to go in their favor. With Camouflage coming up soon, these next couple kills and control is going to be vital. Camo now on up, and it looks like C2X has an opportunity to grab this and potentially get away.
They're going to have to get some slays before they can go for this camo, though. Cloud9 is going to come off respawn towards the elevator. Already you're seeing how much pressure C2X is under, and because of it, they're not able to get to that camo. It's going to be Cloud9 getting camo, getting kills, I believe. Renegade actually the last guy alive, but doing a phenomenal job to get in a stronghold. Unfortunately, C2X just caught out of position because of that. Renegade finds himself one, tries to battle this camo player, I believe. He's starting to see ghosts, and unfortunately, oh my God, Renegade gets out of there somehow. The juke, the movement to pair with the awareness, just staying alive. And look at what staying alive can do. You award yourself the repositioning, the damage onto a kill, and now total control in Cloud9's hands.
Hey, you know, in basketball, whenever Allen Iverson had the ball, you put him in ISO. You said, let me take you one-on-one. Well, you do the same thing with JW. You let him do whatever he wants on the map, and he's been able to have his way. I don't know how he was able to stay alive, but he's truly a superstar in the game, and you can see why. He just plays the game at a different level, and, well, you know, even if you deal with Renegade, you still have players like Stellar and Eco to deal with as well. And you know the difference that they make. Stellar going to be able to get the damage, but not the kill. But he's not going to let that player try to get away at all. Going right back on the swing back, and just walks right through, gets the punch. Hey, I respect it. Penguin going to be able to get you, though.
Yeah, you know, Stellar's a little upset. He had to give that shock rifle out of his hands, but Penguin not upset at all. He's going to hop into B, pair it with a grapple. He's got a shot now, and we've seen Stellar, we've seen Renegade. What can Penguin do with the shock rifle? I think we have a little bit of an idea, knowing Penguin's history with the snipe, how successful he's been able to be. Does lose a few teammates. Can't quite hit the headshot, and beautiful shots now. Out of a few players on C2X, we're going to give them a little bit of momentary control, but they're going to have a lot of work to do if they want to try and make this a close game, because they're down over 150 points.
Hey, you know, it was a rough start for them. I think we're seeing a much better C2X squad on the back half of this game. Although, you know, it's how much is it going to matter at the end of the day when you got this trip cap and everything going in your favor. But they have, you know, been able to get more kills on the call. Maybe try to get some more momentum in your back pocket, because this game looks to be over with this trip cap and how devastating it can be. As you see, Stellar, he wins that fight. He's going to even be able to go back for the reach out at C. Can he stop it from changing hands? Not quite.
Oh, he tries.
Oh, I like the play, just not quite able to get the correct timing for it.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would have repulsed there, but a great thought to try and get that guy out of the stronghold narrowly before. Trip cap momentarily for C2X, but it's immediately taken away from them as A gets lost, but with no room for error now. I'd say 222 to 63. Cloud9, if they can get a set of slays, get control, they may never look back.
Well, there's the 3 down that you're looking for.
Jeez.
Penguin. You get the 3 down, you're hoping to get the last one easy. Penguin doesn't make it anything but. You can see
there's no easy kills here on Cloud9.
Now, you see the difference it makes, though. It's like if you get that 4th kill, like you're probably going to be able to get the trip cap and get them off the spawn. Instead, you're going to have to still fight and fight and fight, and it's just so hard to keep that tenacity and that pressure up on the map.
Oh.
And are you kidding me, Penguin? He just takes them both on, gets the double kill, and C will stay in Cloud9's hands.
It's unbelievable what kind of plays these guys can consistently make. And C2X, we know that they have a ton of individual skill on their team. They are not bad shots, but Penguin, just one of the best in the world, one of the best to ever do it, and because of it, he makes Cloud9 just look so dominant at times. 231 to 85. So C2X have done a good job as they transfer B and C back into their favor to stay in this one, to extend game 1 as long as possible, and that may give them a little bit more momentum than they would have had going into game 2.
Problem is, it's such a slow crawl when you have to play this way, when you're playing the counter rotations all game, because when you are in a hill, right, it stops the time from ticking. So even if you have the 2 cap, if Cloud9 gets in C, you're not scoring. You're not going to be scoring the second that they're in that and capturing that hill. And you can see they've been using that to great effect, stopping from C2X from gaining huge swaths of time. And well, yeah, this should be the end of the game. That fight at C going in Eco's favor, and I mean, believe Stellar's favor. And now trip cap and game over, as Eco will find that last kill.
Ended it on a perfect, it wasn't a perfect game, but it was a job well done. Cloud9 showing you their strongholds recharge hasn't weakened at all since the last time we've seen them, and they're going to take game 1 of this series and now looking to an Aquarius Slayer to advance throughout this open series Esports Arena tournament. And I mean, Cloud9, you say they don't really bring their A game until they're forced to. They kind of play to their competition, but I feel like they like to dominate their competition a lot, and that was a very dominant performance yet again by Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some life at the end from C2X, but it's just too much. And yeah, talk about an unlucky draw of the straws when it comes to your best of 3 right here. I mean, you start on Strongholds on Recharge, which is arguably Cloud9's best map, and now you're moving over to Slayer on Aquarius, and this is the map that probably feels the most H5, you know, the Halo 5 style gameplay out of all of them. You got the 2 thrusts on the map. It's very close quarters. You're gonna have a tough time going up against Cloud9 and their raw individual skill that they're gonna show on this map.
This is saying when it rains, it pours, and when control gets into the hands of players and a team like Cloud9 on Aquarius Slayer, with how small that map plays, it can get real ugly real quick. So what can C2X do to alleviate some of the pressure that Cloud9 is going to try to apply? You got to control those sandbox items like you were talking about. The thrusts become pivotal in your 1v1s, because every time you play against Stellar or Renegade in a 1v1 and they have thrust, you can bet you're going to be on respawn shortly. Yeah. You need to figure out ways to control the dynamo grenades, the heat wave, most importantly, the camo to pair with it. And if you can do a good job of that, you may be able to do enough to stay in this game, make it a close one, and clutch up at the end. But it's easier said than done. And Cloud9, I mean, we can continue to praise how good they are at just about every map and mode combo at this point because of how strong of a team they've been throughout all of them.
Yeah, but like you said, it's going to come down to the story of scavenging. And if you want an opportunity versus Cloud9, that's how you're going to do it, right? Keep those weapons in your possession. Make sure that they don't go into the hands of Cloud9. Try to keep that thrust in yours. You know, maybe you use the thrust like Halo 5. Maybe try to get some more movement with it. You know, make sure that if you are going to die, you're giving 1 thrust away instead of 2. I don't know, man. It's going to be tough, but C2X... They can find their opportunities, you know. They can maybe make it a little bit closer than expected or create an upset, because if there's a map to find an upset on, it's Slayer, right? Slayers are your easiest ones to go toe for toe with your tier 1 players, with those world championship caliber players. Slayers where you're going to find the most weakness or the most opportunity to find advantages in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably the less when you don't have to focus on an objective and Cloud9 can't out-rotate you or outplay you in the objective department. When you just get to focus on slaying, the game is much more simplified. The strategy is much more simplified for C2X. And that's something that they can rely on going into this game too, to try and talk themselves into a winning strategy here. Because unfortunately, they know who Cloud9 is better than anybody, right? Like these guys... as players, they watch Cloud9 play. They try to replicate Cloud9 gameplay, in fact. It's very, very difficult to do, and unfortunately, you can't just replicate Cloud9 gameplay. You got to figure out a way to play better than them if you want to try and upset them here. And there's only 50 kills that's going to be able to separate yourselves from them, and unfortunately, the first game, the slays didn't go in your favor. The control of the camos, the shock rifles, every bit of the sandbox was just about all of Cloud9's throughout the entire game, so... it's all about the small different elements that you try to focus on, and I believe the opening break for this camo is going to be one of those opportunities that C2X need to capitalize.
And it's this player, Ixchana, who had a terrible start to game 1, but he ended with a stat line that was representable, right? He did what was necessary towards the back end of the game, so I want to see him come out a lot stronger this time as well, and maybe start to rely a little bit more on Nebula with this camo and heat wave. He's going to come in for the first fight, not going to take any damage at all, and find that kill easy enough, and maybe try to make it the second. Be able to get that, but you can see Cloud9 just resting at the bottom of the map, but not getting punished for it. As you can see, they're already taking the advantage. 2 kills for them, and the third in the back of the base as Renegade's going to fall to that pistol.
Yeah, so far not a bad start for C2X, but unfortunately Eco picking up a double kill in the kill feed extends it to a 2-kill lead now, and Eco picking up right where he left off. Heat wave in the hands of Penguin. He finds 1, stays alive for a little bit longer than he probably should, and we'll see if Cloud9 are there to swarm. Typically they are, but 2 kills go in favor of both teams, and that's good shots by both Nebula and Shockeye to get a few kills back in their favor. Now only down 1.
See, pressure starting to mount towards B side. C2X putting a ton of resources into that side of the map, and old Penguin's going to be able to find the first, but Pac Mandela coming back with 2 of his own. And now Renegade going to eventually trade that kill out, but the map possession still up in the air on who can have the control to start to maybe put on a lead. But so far, C2X been able to go blow for blow, and it's Nebula leading the charge at 5-2.
12-12, 14-12 now. All of a sudden, 3 kills in the favor of Cloud9. Last guy alive is Nebula. He finds 1 to answer it back, but Renegade somehow sticks him on the way out. And with that, C2X are going to now have to fight from a deficit in regards of map control, power weapons, sandbox items in general, and we'll see if they're able to weather this storm, because this is a big moment in game 2.
It's just about keeping this game close, going trade for trade, and making sure that you have an opportunity towards the end game. And so far, Cloud9 has been loose and reckless with it. They do not care whatsoever. They constantly push whenever they think there's any advantage to be gained. And that camo going to run out right in the reticle of Ixchana. Well, now that player is going to reposition. And you don't have much time to take this fight because the flank is coming. So you better be aware. And the flank is what eventually is going to come to your halt. And this is tough. I mean, it was 12-12 and 24-16. I mean, when it starts going in Cloud9's favor, they just keep pushing it on, and that's a reason why Renegade comes away a victor of that fight.
Not great shots by either one, but Renegade, of course, comes out on top, thrust in hand, and that's something we touched on before the game started, was how important that thrust becomes in those fights. Renegade putting it to use to acquire that kill. All of a sudden on board with Stellar, he's got the sidearm in hand. He finds one, spots a second, quickly snaps onto the back of his head, able to take him down as well. And all of a sudden, Cloud9, now you blink, and they go up 8, make it 9. Renegade scavenging for these thrusts right now as he picks up both sets. Uses it to perfection as he gets the melee thrust back so the damage can't be traded. And with it, Cloud9 up 11.
Oh, this Renegade just, patience is rewarded. Able to find that player running in front of him, and
Jeez.
Now to complete control of the map. And this is where it becomes almost impossible to come back against a team like Cloud9. They're not going to let you have any freebies. And, oh my, I said not any freebies, but Renegade made it hard. But that was an aggressive and reckless play into that top base. You can just tell how confident he's feeling. No regard for his opponents in this game.
Yeah, no regard. Cloud9 look very comfortable right now. Up 15 kills. Complete map control. Camo in the hands of Eco. And almost playing this to a perfection in the sense of control of everything they want to control. Maybe the slays aren't every single time going in their favor, but exactly the execution you wanted to see from the boys in blue. Cloud9 giving you a masterclass of Aquarius Slayer right now.
You can feel like this. I feel like they just have so much more freedom on this map, and just having those tools to work in the one-on-one fights with the thrust and the heat wave. It makes all the difference. Eco eventually gonna fall, taking that challenge maybe a little bit too preemptively. And oh wow, ooh, yeah, you can see what play that thrust has, man. It's almost like an auto win in those one-on-one fights.
Yep, another one goes in their hands, and a couple kills get swung back, but the lead remains to be 15. So Cloud9 still somehow able to trade throughout. The impact kills from C2X coming in their favor, and unfortunately, Renegade left for dust as that grenade's going to trap him in the corner. And C2X, for what feels like the first time, I'm sure, here in game 2, feel like they can breathe a little bit. What kind of pressure can they apply now? Nebula finds a double. I like this play by Ixchana. Unfortunately, he goes down too, and I mean, it's too little too late. Trades come through, and Cloud9 do what they do best.
Yeah, and it's like you're in the eye of the hurricane, right? You had to take those wind storms and feel the beating in the beginning of the game, and now you alleviate some of that pressure. But on the other side, when that eye passes, it's just going to be a whirlwind once again towards the end of this game. It's just too little, too late to come back, and, well, only 2 kills necessary. And see Penguin. Ooh, he's still playing smart, not giving away any free kills. Taking some more damage, Penguin. Putting out as much as he could in that situation. Not going to be able to survive, but the last kill goes into the favor of Renegade and that pistol. He'll finish the game with 15 of his own.
Eco with 15 to match. Cloud9 2-0. C2X here in the open series. They'll advance in the bracket. And if you forgot who Cloud9 was, I believe that was just a quick reminder that the best team in the world, yeah, they've entered this tournament. They have every bit of an intention on taking this whole thing, and they look very strong in their first opportunity to showcase their skills here on the broadcast.
Yeah, hey, what a better way on Monday, right? You come in, you get a little bit of practice, win some free cash. That's how you're feeling if you're Cloud9 right now, because so far there really hasn't been anyone that put up any pressure, but we do have some of the better teams waiting in the back half of the bracket. And, with a couple weeks left to KC, taking one over on the World Championship roster, on the potential dynastic roster at Halo Infinite, it's a great way to get yourself a momentum boost coming into KC. So I'd be eyeing that Cloud9 matchup if I'm Pioneers or E United on the other side of the bracket.
All right. That's going to do it from us. We're going to go to Yeso in the arena, and he's going to break down how that series went, maybe showcase a little bit of what we got in store in the future for us as well.
Couple of sets in the books, folks, as we continue in tonight's open night bracket. Of course, we just saw Cloud9 take care of C2X. So credit to C2X if you go back, especially to that first game on Strongholds. Pretty tight matchup there, honestly. And coming into Slayer, of course, Cloud9 with that just fragging power, that kind of raw talent that they bring to the table, pretty easily able to take care of the 2-0, and they move on. Of course, we also started off the night with PK versus Total Control, And you should probably recognize some of the names on that Total Control roster. Of course, Eli Elite, formerly of Esports Arena Blue. Avenue, a player that we've seen quite a bit in the Esports Arena Halo tournaments, whether it was Series E Halo Infinite or even going back to the Microsoft Sundays with Halo 5, one of those great young talents that a lot of people have their eyes on. And Total Control, bit of an up and down series there. They came out really, really hot against PK, pretty dominant, honestly, in that first map on Strongholds, and then it flipped in game 2. PK came out, took early control on Slayer, ran it all the way through and took the win and carried a lot of momentum into that third map. And we go to Oddball and pretty strong first round there. So then, you know, we get to see the comeback, and really it was kind of a roller coaster series for both teams, and ultimately PK was able to get the reverse sweep. They take games 2 and 3 and move on. And of course, it's important to note that we have adjusted the format a little bit here for open nights to where there is not double elimination until you get to top 8. So now, of course, the matches we have been watching, these teams are now in double elim. So both Total Control and C2X still alive in the tournament. They just dropped down to the loser side of the bracket as C9 and PK move on. So their days are not done, but a little adjustment there though to you know, keep track of for those teams. But C9, you know, and I think Clutch made a perfect point there, talking about, you know, if you guys forgot exactly who C9 was, the C9 era is still in effect unless somebody, you know, can prove otherwise on LAN, and somebody has not been able to do so as of yet. C9 has been the definitive team in the Halo Infinite era since it started, and of course, with Kansas City quickly approaching, they'll be looking to keep that rolling as they have dominated the lands so far on North American soil. So looking forward to that event very soon, and looking forward to seeing Cloud9 continue to perform. Of course, we'll get to see more of them here today. I think a lot of people will be betting on them to go the distance, so we shouldn't be surprised when we see them in winners and or grand finals here tonight. Still some matches though left to be played there. I'm excited to see what comes up next, and I would love for production to let me know when they have it what our next matchup is in the bracket, what we're going to see next. They will let me know. But I do want to remind you folks, of course, I was talking at the top of the show about PvE, that new awesome event we're doing at our arenas, but we do all kinds of great things at Esports Arena locations all around the country, and we would love for you to join us and come and game with us today. If you use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now, you can find your local esports arena and come out and play, so you can compete in PvE, come and play in our other tournaments. If you're just looking for hourly play, or even if you want to celebrate a birthday party, you can do it at Esports Arena today. So again, exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now will get you the link that you need, and if you need any further information, just head over to esportsarena.com. Now, C9 moves on. PK moves on. We're starting to narrow the field a little bit, and of course those losers matchups will start to drop teams out of the top 8 here today. So stakes just get higher with every single match as we continue the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing how things continue to play out. Of course, we've had our eyes on, you know, Pioneers and other squads competing here today, and we'll have to see if the likes of a C2X or Total Control can get some momentum going and have a bit of a run down in the loser side of the bracket. Of course, their backs against the wall with one tournament life already out the door. They have to play clean Halo and not make the mistakes that cost them in these series. Of course, you know, difficult to deal with the teams, you know, the likes of a PK or a C9. They're incredibly talented and well known for a reason, but they have to keep things rolling if they want to get into the money tonight and have that top placing that they are looking for. So looking forward to seeing how things pan out on that front. We are going to go to a break right now, but when we come back, we will have more Series E Halo Infinite action, so don't go far. We'll be back in a few.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true sign trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars to the brakes. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Welcome back, guys. We have an incredible matchup for you guys right away. Cloud9 versus PK. I'm Tools, and I'm joined with Clutch. And we're going to see more of that dominating Cloud9 roster once again.
Yeah, they look good. And PK didn't really look like they were clicking on all cylinders as of yet. But they seem to have that inconsistent level in them. But we'll see if they bring their A game in this series. They're going to need their A game in this series because we know how well Cloud9 looked in their first one. And PK with an opportunity to create an upset, but it won't be on the back of a subpar play, right? You got to almost play perfect to beat Cloud9. And very quickly we'll learn if they're capable of that, because Street Stronghold's another, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, another game type that Cloud9 feels like they're the best at.
An unforgiving game type too, right? It's going to have huge runs for either team if they can get possession of the map and be able to play their game. And my biggest worry for PK is we've always seen that inconsistency from them when it comes up to playing against the top North American teams, or I should say these United States teams, because whenever we see them play against, the AMs or some of those Mexico region teams, they always play extremely well. They look so promising. But when they go up against these top 6, top 8 rosters, that's where we start to see PK sometimes fade away and not play to their top level. I'd like to see that change today. And I mean, hey, taking some games off Cloud9, that's the best way to get it done, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're able to do that, what a momentum opportunity that would be with confidence. These guys, the swagger that they would have going to the dinner table tonight would be something else to see. But you got to do it before you start to talk about it. And unfortunately, it's going to have to be in a best of 3 format. So if PK is going to do it, maybe they can grab a hold of the Street Strongholds game, get some momentum going to a game 2. But if you get to game 3, recharge Oddball, we know how dominant of a team Cloud9 are at recharge. I'd be shocked to see them let that one slip through their hands. So PK, I'd have to say it's either a quick series or it's going to be an elimination bracket.
Yeah, I agree with you. You brought up something, Clutch. You said, it'll be nice at the dinner table. I want to go back to your career a little bit. When you've got those big upsets versus some of the better teams, did you treat yourself at night where you're like,
oh yeah, I was eating steak, mashed potatoes, you name it. I was ordering that waiter, bring the nice bottle out because we're partying tonight. We just be straight ripping.
Oh man, that has to be a blast, man. It's just, and then when you lose something that you didn't want to,
you're at McDonald's that night.
You didn't make McDonald's.
You're ordering McDonald's today.
You're not even getting McDonald's, man. You're getting KFC or something. You know what I'm saying?
It's
you don't
Domino's.
Even get that. Oh yeah, that's.
And we're sharing a pizza.
Oh my, but I can't even. That would be devastating. On the other side, though, I mean, Cloud9, this should be business as usual. I mean, they shouldn't feel any need to play any differently. It just started to hone their skills. Strongholds has always been one of their stronger game types in Halo 5 and in Halo Infinite. So I'm excited to see how they approach Streets, and maybe you can just see, maybe you can get some more of the meta insights that we'd like to see coming into KC about how some of these teams are going to be playing. Because I'm really interested to see how the meta has evolved from Anaheim towards Kansas City, and I think this tournament's where we're going to start to see some of those more finalized strats that these top teams are going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, for me, it's all about what Cloud9 tries to do as far as total control, and they try to force split spawns. They try to apply pressure quick enough to where you and a buddy may spawn somewhere, but the other 2 are spawning across the map. So they take 4-on-2s on 4-on-2s on 4-on-2s, and they just trade out efficiently enough to keep their control in their favor. When they're able to rotate so quickly with the awareness level that they have, I mean, they're dominant to say the least, and there's very little that other teams can do about it. It's all about trying to avoid that from happening, because once you're in that trap, once you're in that situation, it is so difficult to get out of.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Cloud9 springs those traps in this game type, right? Because Strongholds on Streets, it's one of those game types that can be a bit punishing if you overextend too far, right? The spawns are a little bit more finicky with a heavy weight towards PD and towards A. So trying to figure out how to keep that manipulation in your favor, that's what I really want to see from Cloud9. If they can establish the trip cap and keep their dominating control, which I mean, hey, that's what we're used to seeing, but it'll be nice to to see how they try to respond versus PK. On the other side, I mean, we saw Drift perform incredibly well in the last round. Seeing him come out to the table once again and play at his highest level is really what I want to see. We know what tapping buttons is capable of, so if that duo can start getting their engine a bit hot and main slaying for their squads, maybe we can see a bit of a closer game here. And you know, in best of threes, anything can happen, right? So if PK can come out with a strong game one, stealing away a Slayer, all of a sudden becomes more of a reality.
Yeah, the difficult piece is you need more than just two players playing well to beat Cloud9. Everybody's got to be on their S-tier game in order to create this kind of an upset. And we saw highlights from Drift. We saw a little bit of flashy plays from Tapping in the earlier series, but it's going to have to be Bullet that really picks it up and plays at the tier that they're going to need him to play at in order to create this upset. And Atso, he's going to have to be asked to be a little bit more consistent in his gameplay for that to happen as well, because Cloud9, it feels like none of those players really have those bad games, right? It's like all four of these guys never appear to be off, and that's what makes them the consistent dominant force they are.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain for like the last important match that I've seen Renegade like just not play well, and it's I mean, my memory doesn't go that far, you know what I'm saying? They are always consistent, and that's why they are so dominant for such a long time. And so far, you know, there was a lot of question marks coming into Halo Infinite when they picked up Penguin. You know, he was replacing Shotzzy, who some would consider one of the best FPS players, period, especially on the controller, how he was going to come in and fit in. And so far, Penguin has stepped up to the plate time and time again, you know, stepping away from his role in previous rosters where he'd have to be that main slayer, controlling those power weapons, and kind of going into that more objective-oriented teammate sort of player. And I've really been impressed with how Penguin has taken up his roster spot in Halo Infinite, and I think he's really been a pivotal part of their success early on in this game.
Absolutely. I don't think you can ever credit Penguin with enough of that success, because I mean, it's obvious that this roster was dominant with Shotzzy, but they haven't skipped a beat. So when you want to start comparing Shotzzy to players or Penguin to players, I think you have to start with the elite of the elite. Penguin's got so many different skill sets, and his style of Halo is like he can do anything that this Splice or this Cloud9 roster asks of him to do. He can play the objective, he can main slay, he can dominate the power weapon story, he can be the support player when needed, he can get the entry frags, he can post up an anchor for his team. It's that kind of flexibility that allows the Renegades, the Stellars, the Ecos of the world to run around and do what they do on the map. I mean, it's all one working system, right? This Cloud9 team does not go the distance they have gone to have the success that they have had without everybody putting in their crucial pieces.
Okay. And you know, for the longest time, the question mark for him was he didn't have a chip. You know, he's not going to come in. Well, now there's no question about it. Penguin was clearly the correct answer. And I mean, when you pair him with players like Stellar and Eco, that duo in particular that have been just dominating for so long now, and there was so much potential with them in early Halo 5, and we saw it actualized towards the end of Halo 5. I'd bargain to say that they could potentially end their Halo career as one of the best duos to ever get it done if they keep at the rate that they're going. And I'm always impressed with the smarts of Eco and Stellar and how they just continually play the game at their highest level. It feels like they rarely ever make mistakes.
Yeah, they're always calm and patient, which is the big thing for me. Like we talk about Cloud9's aggressiveness, and everyone confuses that with constant W king or like holding forward. It's not necessarily that. They figure out ways to apply pressure, and they do it in the smart manner of staying alive, valuing their lives as a team, understanding what the right angles and decisions are that need to be made. And because of it, Cloud9 and Stellar have had so much success, right? I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head when you talk about the historic duos of the past, the Ogres, the Roys and the Lunches, the Hines and the Pistolas, you go down the list and how incredible all those guys are. I think you have to put Stellar and Eco up there at this point. They've just had too much success to deny that from even being an argument. And already Renegade into the game. He's found himself a kill, so we can talk about everybody on the roster, but Renegade going to be the loudest of the players here on Cloud9. And with that spark he's awarded his team, a potential trip cap here to start this one off.
I mean, sometimes you have a player on that roster that's the peacock. You gotta let them fly. They are the flashy, the showy player, and that's gonna be Renegade. You're always gonna see him in the kill feed. Whenever he's in that one-on-one fight, it feels like he just can't lose it, and he has his commando in hand. And right when we say it, it's gonna be tapping buttons. The superstar from PK that's gonna be able to shut Renegade down early on. The score going towards Renegade and crew, but PK starting to find their answer as they push into B, and it looks like they will start scoring some points of their own.
Yeah, they are going to deny that trip cap, and so often we see the trip cap get immediately reversed. That's going to be what happens here as PK gets A and B control, gets some slays in their favor, and already you're seeing Drift how aggressive he knows he needs to be. Immediately gets his way into the commander rifle hall. Takes down Eco from a great angle there. Eco doesn't expect him to be there, and because of it, they keep numbers in their advantage, but unfortunately it looks to be an overstep from Drift that's costed him his life. But 3 were down momentarily for Cloud9. C's being captured, and Cloud9 gonna have to come off respawn and defend the trip cap opportunity that PK may jump out to.
Look at this tapping buttons going back into the business of Eco, able to find that kill. And so far, a very impressive start from PK. You can tell that they're ready to take this fight. And then look at it, it's Drift who's leading the charge. 6 kills for him, triple positive at the moment, and it's been a dominating performance. I mean, look at this. You're able to get yourself a 50-second lead versus Cloud9 early on, and able to keep the trip cap with the last-second pick. Nasty Bullet gets the reset. This is everything that you could want for PK.
And Rockets just came up too, so they find themselves a kill, and they're able to reset B, able to get them out of A with that set of Rockets, and all of a sudden, Cloud9 showing that they can bleed as well. Here in game 1, down almost 100 points. Hatso able to get the reset as well, so control remains in the hands of PK momentarily, and I mean, this is exactly what you wanted to see if you're a PK fan.
And now this map is a map that lends itself to huge swings of the pendulum. So keeping this aggression up and taking it as long as you can is what's going to be vital. That trip cap still in effect. And you can see Drift, he's still trying to put pressure towards C. Not going to be able to stall it out, but does get the pick on Penguin. You can see PK getting awfully aggressive towards the C. Looks like they gave up a PD spawn, and now B's in trouble. Renegade and the crew starting to find their answer back, as B should change hands right here.
Yeah, B is going to change hands. Unfortunately, Renegade, he slides forward. He's taken down. All of a sudden, PK now with numbers. What can they do? Atso finds the second. Now Cloud9 switching over to Penguin. He's able to find one, but as he's no shield, you have to think somebody from PK is going to look at him. Takes a little bit, but Penguin actually gets taken down as well, and PK tried to push the trip cap again. Unfortunately, they do get killed out of A, and should be able to transfer out C a little bit later, but A transferred over by Stellar. A great job by him to deny the trip cap, but I mean, still Cloud9 on the ropes early on in this one. Bodes well for a great series ahead.
Yeah, and Cloud9, I mean, the more time that you waste, the harder it is to make this comeback. You're sitting at 166 for PK, more than halfway there. And now finally getting to the 40s. If you're Cloud9, there's going to be a steep hill to climb. But Streets, it's one of those maps where the pendulum swings, and it swings far. You know, when you get your control, it's very easy to maintain it on this map. And it looks like Cloud9 having their first opportunity to get their trip cap. No, Stellar not able to get the lunge, and that's going to be so unfortunate. That could have been a devastating trip cap. Instead, Drift's the hero that PK needed, stops the action of Stellar in the back base.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder what happened with Rockets in the meantime, though. They did come up, and it looks like Renegade in the kill feed has found himself a rocket kill. So Renegade doing a good job with that, but Drift even better to stay alive, to find that crucial kill, to keep C in his team's control. Although Cloud9 do have control, they have so much work to come back, and Drift with 17 kills to his name is making Cloud9 look so much easier than the previous team, than the total control when they played earlier today. And Drift having a field day, making a name for himself continuously. And
that stat line doesn't lie. 17 and 5 as he just falls one more time. I mean, that's a stat line that you would expect to see at the end of a game, and we're only approaching the mid game right now. And you can see Drift has an opportunity to drop some major numbers this game, but Cloud9 doing their best to take control of B once again. It can be tough to gain the position to get that stronghold, but Cloud9 gets the job done. And now with them getting A at the same time, C is going to fall under heavy contention. You can see Cloud9 finally going to be able to put their own trip cap on board.
I've seen this movie before. In Cloud9, when they get this trip cap, it is so difficult to break. 4 dead for PK once again. The trip cap in effect, and all of a sudden the bleed down to 60. Starting to climb. Cloud9 with all the momentum in their favor with spawn traps. Split spawns come through. They get information that more players are on C, and don't be surprised when you see teammates start to flood this C base. Unfortunately, a little bit of a slow push, as you saw Penguin expect teammates to be there. And unfortunately, a little bit of off timing for Cloud9 is going to cost them this trip cap, and we'll see what PK can do with it now.
Yeah, and I love this from PK, right? They would rather have those A spawns. They doubled up through the ATMs to try to find those kills. Unfortunately, not able to execute on the back half of the deal. Atso finding the perfect kill, and now Rockets still under contention, but PK has a great opportunity here because of plays like that from Atso.
Sometimes it pays off to be skillful with the perfect shot. Sometimes it pays to be lucky with the great positioning for the assassination that makes it the easiest kill. Atso, with those 2 kills, has now awarded his team Rockets. They regain control of B, the most important stronghold in my opinion. Now they need to figure out a way to get A, and if they can do so, they may be able to start scoring and potentially put a lot of pressure on Cloud9, but they got a lot of work to do in order to get that done, because the Rocket, it does not come through, and Renegade immediately makes slight work of 2 players on PK over at A.
Oh, that's a tough one, right? When you have those Rockets, you have to expect that you come out on top of the fight versus a shotgun. But Renegade made it so tough, using that shield to block the angle, pushing him in closer, and being able to execute with that shotgun. And now, well, Cloud9 back into the fray of it all, pushing for another trip cap. It's Eco who gets into C, and I love that, using the thrust to get right into that fight. Not going to be able to secure that kill, but already PK feeling the pressure at the back base.
They're just a 20-point game now. What was once 150 points in the favor of PK immediately erased. Now we have ourselves a game as we approach the 200 mark. PK Drift finds himself a big double kill to potentially regain B, and with 10 seconds before Rockets come up, these next set of kills will be vital to trying to punch this one into either team's favor.
You see, I remember PK had an incredible start to this game at 17-4. Well, Renegade answering back the call. He has 22 kills and a Rocket to work with now, and the trip cap once again in effect. And for the first time in the game, we could be talking about how Cloud9 is going to start taking a dominating lead. The Rocket from Renegade gets the first. He knows there's a second. Is he going to use the roof? No. Trying to get into that action. The Rocket will find a second, and the third was in his face, but he's going to get the reset instead. Renegade making play after play as he finds his quarter-century kill.
Didn't take long for him to wake up, and since he's woken up, he has changed the outcome of this game. The double kill on the flank comes through. He can't quite deny B from being transferred, but he's going to put it back in their favor. Now 14 points is all Cloud9 need.
And we talked about how you have to play all 4 players at their top level. We saw Drift absolutely dominate in the early game, but that can only get you so far. We need to see the more complete PK squad. We know that the potential is there, but not quite able to reach the finish line in game 1. We'll have to find the response in the Slayer.
Yeah, Bullet, unfortunately having a tough game 1 statistically, but I mean, it was really the Renegade show from the halfway mark on, and he started to run a rampant on the members of PK. You got to find a way to slow him down, and as you go into game 2, talked about that S7 showing its head on live fire, and we know how much damage Renegade is capable of when he gets that weapon in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, that's mission number 1, right? Keep that sniper rifle out of Renegade's hands. One of the best snipers in the game. He's dangerous whenever you see him on the map, and well, this is an oddball, right? You're not going to have the round-based structure to maybe trying to find your reset in round 2. If you start to slip, it's going to be tough to find your way back into the Slayer.
Yet again, another small map in Infinite, right? You're able to rotate so quickly, especially Cloud9, the way they use the mechanics of the sandbox with the the ramp slides and everything that goes into that, they're able to just apply so much pressure consistently onto you. So you have to make sure that at some point in time, you're never losing the complete control of the map. You never find yourself 4 dead. Unfortunately, not something they were able to say in game 1. We saw how big of a lead that they were able to build when they were in control, but the second they lost it, the second you give Cloud9 the reins to the horse starts to run away with the carriage, and that was all she wrote. So in game 2, you need to make sure when you start to lose members, you do not go all 4 dead. But I say this every time, it's easier said than done, because Cloud9 players like Renegade, they're going to be hunting you down the second they smell blood in the water.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm curious whether we're going to see the fight of Renegade versus Drift again, and how does Drift respond, right? Drift absolutely dominated the early game. I mean, quadruple positive at one point at 17-4. Now, he doesn't end the game with an incredible, like that same incredible quadruple positive. I think he was like 20-10 to finish the game. But if he can somehow win the individual fight versus Renegade and be that main slayer and just dominate the feed, that's what's necessary for PK. And then also seeing the supporting players on the team step up to their role. Keep an eye out on Nasty Bullet. If he can just keep himself grounded and be able to be that supporting piece that's necessary for success, we could see a potential upset in the Slayer. But every time you play against Cloud9, it's never a for sure thing, as Eco uses that repulse to find an easy kill.
Eco picking up one bottom middle. A good trade from Bullet, but unfortunately, I didn't think Renegade for sure gets that kill, but a nice kill traded out, and back and forth these two teams go early on, and it looks like PK may win the battle in house, and that would be big. A nice nade from Drift once again will award PK with some control. I think the snipe was down there too, so they should have a power weapon in hand and a 1-kill lead to play around.
Yeah, and with all that, with all the power weapons in their possession, it's their time to make the charge. But you can see Atso, he had that heat wave, he falls, and that means it's going to move into the hands of Cloud9. And you can start to see the push starting to happen towards River and Nest as Drift gets into the action. I mean, that's just the difference that the world champ makes. Renegade takes on the 1v2 and wins both of them, finally taken down by Nasty Bullet. But, I mean, the damage is done. You have to finish out those kills.
A big double kill from Drift bottom middle, as both those Cloud9 players were trying to get away with their lives. And step one to beating Cloud9 is making sure they do not get away. They do not get their shields back. And taking down Renegade's another positive remark there, as PK continuing to find a little bit of success here in game 2. A much different story than how game 1 was ended. And with a 3-kill lead and power up coming up, I believe PK have done just enough to be in an advantageous position here, but it does look like the power up, I believe, is already scooped up in the hands somewhere, potentially of a PK member.
Yeah, this is great from PK, right? You have the early lead once again. It's about maintaining it, and that's a tough one. Renegade with that camouflage is going to be able to find that pick and tighten up this score line. And he's already hunting for the next, checking his position. That camo's going to run out, but the damage is there. Eco doesn't even need the help, but Renegade will continue on his crusade to find more kills with this heat wave. And now you can start to see the position of PK has become suspect as they are starting to fall one by one. Renegade will eventually get taken down, and PK able to stave off the comeback for now, maintaining that 4-kill lead, as Cloud9 will have to readjust.
Still down 3. Cloud9 looks to try to climb back into this one. PK doing such a good job to trade kills out efficiently so far throughout this game. Tapping buttons, looks to be aggressive, finds himself a penguin, removes him from the map, but now that he's stuck back green, needs to figure out a way to relocate quickly and impact the rest of the fights that are going down, because camo is coming up. Unfortunately, though, PK are going to lose a member here in the lobby, and with that, a little bit of the momentum they had built almost halfway through that game 2 with a lead, I'm not sure that that's going to benefit them, even though they will get the benefit of that reset.
Yeah, they'll have the differential to work with, but That's tough. I mean, when you have a lead versus a team like Cloud9 and a Slayer, like lagging out is the last thing you want to see happen. It's going to let Cloud9 mentally reset, play their starts once again. And if they're able to win those opening gunfights and find map control early on, it's so tough to wrestle them out of that position, especially if the power weapons move to their hands. So a devastating lag out for the side of the Pittsburgh Knights. But hey, you have to deal with these shortcomings. You have to deal with the hand that you're dealt, and being able to overcome the tough things is the sign of a team that can last and go far in those tournaments, in those majors. So being able to handle the adversity is what we need to see from PK. Can they still come out strong and play that early game that we saw before the reset?
Yeah, they're gonna have to earn this one, because it's not going to be easy to gain control on the map against Cloud9. 2 games in a row. It's hardly ever to do it 1 game in a row, and they were getting the better of Cloud9 as they entered the halfway mark of that game. But we all know that there was a lot of game left to be played, and we've seen Cloud9 come back. I mean, even game 1, PK jumped out to a very, very large early lead, but Cloud9 made slight work of that, ended it in their favor. So as we get the lobby back together, as we get things back underway, PK, like you said, needing a little bit of mental fortitude in order to stay in this one, to try and push this to a game 3, to get this to a recharge Oddball, to make it a winnable outcome in their hands.
And well, I just got word from the admin team, we are going to see a differential. So the Pittsburgh Knights going to need 47 kills to win. Cloud9 still needing to get to that 50 kill mark. So a 3 kill benefit in the side of PK, and that can definitely be a difference maker in this game reset. But at the end of the day, you should just be playing as if it's to 50. You got to be playing a straight game. Make sure that you don't give up any free kills, and that you're just playing to 50 like normal. And I mean, I've been very impressed with how PK has competed against this Cloud9 roster thus far. I think where we've seen the biggest struggles is towards that end game and breaking the control of Cloud9 when everything starts to go their way. What sort of advice would you give to this new up and coming team right here on how to handle the aggression of these top tier teams, Clutch?
I think you just got to be ready for it, and the players coming off spawn have such a responsibility to stay alive. They have such a responsibility to live as long as possible, to give the teammates that are coming up after you a better chance of coming off spawn. So often as at 4 dead and the first guy, I mean, he's probably not long for this world, but what his job is to make himself as difficult to kill as he can be, in order to buy time for his teammates to feel a little bit less pressure coming off their spawn potentially, right? You can only hope in that case to get a trade to release some of the pressure in that manner that Cloud9's going to try and put on you. But that's kind of once you dug that grave and you went 4 dead, that's the kind of hole you have to climb out of.
I love that. It's like when you're first alive, staying alive, not necessarily being slower, but being more methodical with your approach, not rushing out and dying, and keeping that cycle going is so critical. And that's where teams, I think, get in trouble with Cloud9 in particular, is that they want to keep up with that pace. They have something going right for them in the start of the game. They keep trying to keep it going, but situations change and you have to adapt to the game. And that's where Cloud9 is at their best, is they're one of the more adaptable teams. They'll play to the situation, and I think it's because of the captains, in my opinion, of the roster, Eco and Stellar. They know when to turn on the switch and when to turn it off, and they're never going to be putting their team in a situation where they're going to give up any free or easy deaths. And overcoming, this solid roster of Cloud9, it's just, there's no weaknesses to really exploit. So playing strong and methodical Halo is really the only option for PK. But we're into this reset. We can already see the damage coming through for PK. They're able to get Stellar one shot. Eco's taking down some grenade damage, but none of these kills going into the favor of PK quite yet. And it's finally going to be Atso who draws that blood at top mid, but not able to get away with that sniper, as it's going to be Penguin who stops him short. And look at that. He's got the heat wave and sniper combination.
All right, what do you have for us? Unfortunately, he gets the Observer Curse and taken down before much can be done from that point. But Overshield actually slight work for the boys on PK to make of. Unfortunately, they have found themselves now down 2 kills, and Remember, folks, there's a 3-kill lead for PK here in this game, but will it be the difference here as you see Cloud9 jumping off to early map control snipe in the hands of Penguin, and this could be where it gets ugly.
This is what's so hard about this Cloud9 team is, you know, we have the Stellars and the Renegades, who we know are so great with the sniper rifle, are your main slayers. But then you go to your support players, and when your support player is Penguin, and you know what he's capable to do with power weapons as well, there really is no player on the Cloud9 roster you can feel safe when they have this rifle in their hands. But PK able to find a couple picks. Eco and Renegade gonna fall without the support of Penguin and the sniper to get those trades, and now all of a sudden you're starting to see the push from PK materialize. Can they find these opening kills? Tapping and Nasty get 2. Penguin gonna be able to find that first kill, but the repulse, Penguin survives it, but not able to survive the bullets of the BR coming out of Atso. The sniper will find itself on the map once again.
It's a good job to get the snipe out of the hands of Penguin. Oh no, unfortunately the repulsor doesn't work in his favor. He actually gets repulsed off the map. It's a double repulsor. You don't often see it, but unfortunately it doesn't work out in PK's favor. And just like that, Cloud9 keep their 2-kill lead. A good job by PK to eliminate that, make it a 1-kill game, but unfortunately it looks like the overshield is in their hands, and we'll see what they're able to do with it. A couple of kills as well. So making this one, keeping this one close to where those 3 kills that they earned from the last time around could make the difference at the end.
A tough spot for there from Renegade. Thought he had the frag, ends up throwing the spike at his feet, and it comes to his demise as he will see the respawn screen. And you can see all of PK rotating out of that tower, starting to get back towards A, feeling as if they didn't have the map presence to be there. Fortunately, I think that's where Cloud9 wants them, as they have position to start pushing into the sandbag area and maybe start finding some of these picks. And this weapon does not get enough love or the talk of the town. The Commando, I think, is quickly becoming possibly the strongest rifle in the game. If you can control the spray pattern and the bloom on that weapon, it has a gross time to kill, and you will see outplays from this Cloud9 roster in particular, as they like to favor that rifle. So keep an eye out for the Commando and the kill feed. I'm curious as to who's going to be picking it up for the squad.
Yeah, it's such a difficult weapon to master, but once you do, it's such a lethal high DPS rifle, like you're saying, and you're seeing some of the best in the world start to take advantage of that. The Lucids, the Renegades, everybody on Cloud9, just some of them just frying with it. And already Cloud9 up 4, now officially up 1 kill in this game. And will they look back from this point? Because Penguin with the snipe in hand doesn't look to be too aggressive, doesn't want to give any free deaths away and lose control for his team. And in the meantime, he's going to hit some shots to match with it.
Well, we can see the overshield's popping up, and Cloud9's in the better position for it, but Renegade's going to take some heavy damages. Tapping will find that kill. Penguin has the angle, right? If you go for it, you're going to take some heavy damages, but not quite able to find that pick, and the feed starts to light up blue. Penguin going to have to leave the overshield for PK to get away with, and that's a huge swing in the favor of the Pittsburgh Knights. Now that overshield going to lead the charge with the noob combo quickly to neutralize it off Drift's body. Talk about answer back from Cloud9. We're still seeing, what, a 1 kill make a 2 kill lead for Cloud9. Remember, we do have that 3 kill differential. The Pittsburgh Knights only needing 47 to win this game.
Yeah, can they do it is the big question. Cloud9 still in control. You can tell how big Penguin likes to prioritize this top tower position. Unfortunately, that player repulses up to him. That's a good trade by Atso in that situation. Looked to be in a disadvantageous trajectory as he skied up towards the tower. Able to take down Penguin with him. That's a big kill, but what can the rest of the team do to keep this one close? 3 kills still separate this 2, but it's a tie game in reality as we get narrowly closer to 50. This one could go down to the wires, and it's looking every bit of so as kills being traded in PK's favor, benefit them momentarily, but they lose 3, and unfortunately that's going to be all 4 dead for just a brief moment for PK.
Yeah, this is huge. Keeping that heat wave in your hands. Stellar. He's been leading the charge thus far this game. 13, making 14 kills for him as he's trying to stack them up. Double, and I mean, you're in desperate need of getting away. Nasty Bullet not going to be able to do so, and that's where this game gets blown on open. The play from Stellar getting behind the soft defense of PK, and he dissects them one by one. The lead is blown out of proportions. Now, essentially a 10-kill lead, even with the differential, and it's only 2 kills away for this Cloud9 roster to advance to our grand finals.
I mean, it was moments after I said 4 dead for PK momentarily that Cloud9 went from like a 1-kill lead to a 10-kill lead, and that's just how they do it. Seems to be clockwork for these guys as they take this series 2-0 in our winter semis of our Series E Open over PK. And Cloud9 showing you that they may just want to collect another title to their championship belt here today and claim this one, because they show no signs of weakness, no openings for an opportunity to create the upset yet.
No, I mean, that's exactly what we expected to see from Cloud9. That's what we're used to seeing, right? And we will see them in winners final. PK putting up a great fight. We saw a lot more potential from them than I think a lot had going for them early on. And we do have some of our losers bracket starting to fill out. So this tournament starting to proceed. I believe Pioneers are waiting in the other semifinal, and we have Oxygen Esports going up against Final thus far. I think most people are going to have Oxygen going forward over there. So I believe our next matchup is probably going to be that Pioneers Oxygen matchup, but we'll get word. Cloud9 going to have a little bit of wait time in that winners final, but I'm sure they're feeling so confident anyway.
Yeah, they're going to be confident, especially after those performances today. They look ready. They look on. And I guess if you were hoping for Cloud9 not to show up on, you got the wrong day. Your hopes didn't come true. And if KCP wants anything to say about it, they're going to have to be playing at a very high level, which they are capable of, but still it's a matter of 1, being there, and 2, getting it done, which is very difficult to achieve.
Yeah, there we go. I see it. So the Pioneers did win against Oxygen Esports. So we have our winners final ready to go. Cloud9 versus Pioneers. They are our top 2 seeded teams today in the bracket. And well, you know, I love the Pioneers to death. I love those guys. They truly are the epitome of grinding it out and getting better over time and sticking as a squad. They're going to have a huge task ahead of them of taking down Cloud9, but it's been a matchup that we've seen time and time again. Renegade versus the KCP boys on Esports Arena.
Yeah, and time after time, I feel like Renegade ends up on top there. No disrespect to the KCP boys, not always. Yeah, which is the important thing to caveat here with this cast. It's very, very important to understand that KCP has a dog in the fight and has an opportunity here to win. Cloud9, as strong as they've looked, as dominant as they look, there is still a chance. Cloud9 are one of those 6 teams I think that can beat, or I'm sorry, KCP is one of those teams that I think can beat Cloud9. It doesn't have to be on an off day for Cloud9, but they have to be on fire in order to get the job done. We'll see if they're on fire very shortly.
Yeah, and you know, KCP essentially having a home tournament coming up in a couple weeks. You know, going to Kansas City for the major, they should have the home crowd. You know, they're going back to their org's grassroots. They're going to have so much support in the back of them, and if there is a major for them to make the upset and, you know, turn some heads, why not do it in your organization's hometown? The Pioneers, originally from Kansas City. I mean, Cloud9 going to try to keep their reign of terror, and we're going to see CTF for the first time on broadcast going over to Bazaar. And Clutch, what would you like to see out of these teams on Bazaar CTF? One of the more odd maps that we've had. It always feels like it's going to time.
Yeah, I think it probably goes to time with how highly skilled a lot of these players are. The defense is always what seems to stand strong on Bazaar CTS, at least as of now in the meta. We'll see if that starts to change, but the big thing for me is when teams have control of the base, when they get 4 dead, how consistently are they able to cap? So often I feel like the flags make it to the halfway mark, but they don't end up getting the cap because how the setup around the flag run goes, as far as where are we accounting for overextenders? Are we able to trap them where we want? Are we executing on our post flag grab flag runs in order to get this punched in and to play efficient objective? Typically the team that does that better wins, because there's a lot of opportunities at the flag runs, but a lot of opportunities get stopped. Cloud9 is one of the best to do it, but KCP has showed a lot of promise in this as well, so it'll be very interesting to see how these two styles clash, and when teams have that kind of control, which team takes advantage of that control and what team lets it slip.
Yeah, and my player to watch over here for Pioneers, I've been a huge fan of him since day one. Talik for the side of Pioneers. I think he's really made a name for himself in Halo Infinite, and he's one of the better IGLs for any of the pro teams. He is out there making the play calls for his squad, slaying at their top level, and if they're gonna win, I think we're gonna have to see him stand up in particular, and I think he's ready for the task. He's been waiting for an opportunity. This is the opportunity to show it, start to get some of your momentum going for you before you come to your home stand. On the other side of Cloud9, I mean, you take your choice of the litter, right? Every single player over there can pick it up and put it down. Obviously, I keep my eye out for Stellar, though, on their side. I think Stellar is, I mean, so often we hear the conversation, who is the best player in all of Halo? And it's always the same three. It's like, oh, it's Renegade, Frosty, or Lucid. I always feel like it's those three. I think Stellar never gets put in that conversation, Clutch, and I think it's about time that people start putting him as the best player in Halo Infinite, because he truly is a difference maker to whatever squad he's on.
Yeah, absolutely. And no disrespect to Stellar, but I'm going to go with Renegade. I think when you're talking about stats and you're talking about just gameplay, I prefer Renegade style. But, I mean, Stellar's top 5 in the game, hands down. And if you wanted to put him at 1, I would not take anything away from you. I think that they all play their role. They all have their play style. It's just a matter of preference and what you're trying to build around. And sometimes I take the flashier players, and then Renegade being one of those is going to probably deliver as well. But I mean, the fact that those two are on the same team just feels unfair at times, with the amount of firepower that both of them can bring and the amount of just slaying prowess they overall have, and they bring to Cloud9, and it's a key piece to their victory.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it feels like this Cloud9 roster is just this, like, a superstar roster, you know, one of those dynastic teams that you see in the NBA. You know, you have all these superstars starting to conglomerate over towards one roster, and so far Cloud9, it looks like they're the Warriors from 2016, or you know, I can't put them in the MJ cycle yet, but you know, if they keep going the way that they are, I think we have to make the argument. You have to make some of those parallels of arguing whether this is the best team to ever do it. Now, Clutch, I'm not gonna say, you know, we're getting a little too early with it. I'm not gonna say now, but give it another year or two. If these guys are still dominant like that, I put them in the argument.
Give it another 2.
2 years. Now, that's insane to think about, right? Now, Halo's history is so crazy to be like, yeah, you have to be dominant for like 3-4 years at a time in order to be having an argument for GOATs, but hey, man, it's we have some incredible dynasties in the history of Halo.
The train's headed on the right tracks for these guys. That's what you'll say, is everything's looking great for these guys. I personally think a lot of them have slipped into the top 25 of all time, and I think that they will continue to make a name for themselves, lead their legacies, and each of them will have their own Hall of Fame jackets by the time that they're done.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know what? It's gonna be spicy when we get that next top 25 Clutch.
I'm not doing the list.
You're not doing the list. Hey man, you got a lot of unnecessary flag. You know, hey, but if you ever want to send me the list, you know, in DMs or whatever, I'll take a list.
My list had me at 1. That's all you need to know.
You had who at 1?
Me.
Yeah, you got 1. Hey, I put you at 1 too.
I'm messing with you.
America's sweetheart is Clutch over there. I mean, how do you not put him at number 1? No, but can you give the insight for? I think you already said it on Twitter, but who did you have at number 1, Clutch?
I don't think I was publicly supposed to say, but I mean, I'll just go ahead and tell you I had Tuger. So
yeah, I mean, Tuger's right?
Problem solved.
Oh man, it feels like forever since we were talking about the top 25 list. Ever since Halo Infinite came out, it's been a storm of great competition, and well, it's continuing on today. Guys, we have our winners final coming up. Cloud9 looking so dominant thus far, but we've seen some weaknesses exploited by PK. We saw an incredibly strong game for the Pittsburgh Knights in game 1 on strongholds, and maybe Pioneers can replicate some of that success and take an early lead. I think the problem against every squad that we've seen ever go up against Cloud9 is finishing out games, because you can get an early draw on Cloud9, but being able to win the end game, it really feels like you're going up against like Magnus Carlsen or something. It's impossible to win.
Yeah, I feel like Cloud9 just needs that one moment in every game that they just break it open in, right? You can almost look back on each of the games we've seen today and say, yep, this was the pivotal moment where Cloud9 gained control. And it's a matter of, does that moment happen, or do you let that moment happen, and how do you recover from that moment? And teams do not have answers for that, and stopping that level of control and momentum that Cloud9 seem to gain consistently in a game, there isn't an answer for yet. And whatever team beats them probably will be able to hand deliver you that answer paired with that victory. So still searching. Are these teams in North America, are these teams on the world stage to try and figure out the best way to take down Cloud9? I'm sorry, I don't have the answer for you. But I'm enjoying the show, and when I see it happen, I'll be able to hopefully help you break it down a little bit and into the why of where Cloud9 lost this game.
Well, now I guess let's take a step back and let's talk about this Pioneers roster a little bit, because I think a lot of people had these guys underrated coming into Halo Infinite, right? Like, we're seeing a lot of talk about like, oh, they're gonna flash out, like they're not gonna stay as successful as they were towards like the end of Halo 5 in the 2020-2021 range, and they've come out. I think they've established themselves in the conversation as a top 8 team. Now, Clutch, we're going to Kansas City. I want to hear your hot take. Where do you have this Pioneers roster finishing out in their hometown?
You know, I haven't really broken it down, and I still probably need to see a lot of Halo in between now and then to be able to tell you where I think teams will place, because I will probably favor teams that are going in a little bit hotter rather than, 3 weeks out? So there's a lot of work to be done by a lot of teams in order to determine that. I think KCP is a top 6 team in the world, and I think that they can beat anybody in the top 6. So I think that they consistently can go a weekend and beat everybody. I mean, that's going to be one of those bleed the hype runs that you're talking about, one of those infamous runs that you're talking about, where a team that you don't expect to win but you know has what it takes to beat anybody can do. They're capable of it. They know that they're capable of it. They've done it in several tournaments. It's a matter of putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and we'll see if they're capable of that. It'd be something special to do that in Kansas City, but now they got to focus on the task at hand, and this could be just what people wanted to see. If they can create this upset, that would build a lot of confidence for them the next time they play Kansas or Cloud9 in Kansas City. So we'll see how they're able to play here and now. Soul Snipe with the overshield in hand is going to be a great start for KCP fans as he tries to make his way into the bar, but Cloud9 fans seem to be, or Cloud9 players seem to be all around him, and he's losing teammates left and right. So a kill and forced back through the shotgun tunnel he is, and pays for it with his life as well, because Renegade's already got 3 to his name and a Bulldog shotgun to pair with it.
That's such a tough position for KCP, because it almost felt like everything went right. You got the power weapons off the start, you get the overshield, and then little mistakes start to cost you. You see the kill feed light up for Renegade. You start to see some mistakes come through, and all of that work was for nothing, because Renegade starts off hot. 5-0 for him. He has single-handedly controlled this rocket alley, and these spike grenades are probably going to find him number 6, because they are so deadly. Tom Brady, because they're pitch perfect on the other side. Talik falls, and look at this flag going out for Cloud9. It's just like, it's so easy for them sometimes, man. Like butter, they move this thing through, and it looks like they're going to have an early 1-0 lead.
How perfect was Renegade's positioning there? He's able to impact the map from those brute grenades into the corner, but more importantly, he denies shotgun spawns by standing where he was. He denies anybody that potentially spawned their side of their brute grenades, because he would have cut off that angle with that Bulldog. And because of it, he knows that he's able to relay the information that everyone from Pioneers is spawning in the back of their base, and that they're able to contain the Pioneers to secure that first flag cap. That was textbook bizarre CTF, and Cloud9, I mean, you talk about master classes on just about every map mode combo. They're showing you they have this one in store as well.
Well, it's a little reminiscent, though. Pioneers able to get that overshield once again. Druck being weary of the overextension from Rockside. That's what broke it last time, and, well, the overextension doesn't come, so maybe just out of the fight for a little bit too long. Druck uses that grapple shot to get himself back into the fray, and he's looking to take down some more. I love this movement from Druck, just getting himself into this action. He's going to find another kill. It looks like KCP's answer could be quick.
Flag on the move. Unfortunately, it gets delayed for a little bit. Soulsnipe may be able to stay alive here. He does, and unfortunately, this flag just seems to be stalled a little bit too much to where Pioneers now forced to re-sway the members of Cloud9. They've got a couple more kills to their names, but you want to see this flag continuing to move. 2 dead again, and they already know there's a player of their pillars they have to deal with before it continues to be brought. And unfortunately, look at that. The members of Cloud9 that have come off respawn have been able to get a few kills, and now it's up to Manny to keep this flag alive.
And Manny really has been the unsung hero of this roster time and time again, really making a name for himself in Halo Infinite. Originally not on the roster, a player with them in Halo 5. They ended up dropping him for Super CC. The recipe wasn't working out. They called Manny back up to the roster, and it's been the story since. He's really been a lifeline for his Pioneers roster, and it was him who was able to kill that Renegade who was getting forward and trying to stop that flag, and he continues the run and gets it in for that roster. Love Manny taking more of a leading position in Halo Infinite, straying away from that supporting role that he played in Halo 5.
Yeah, absolutely. What a pickup Manny was for these guys. If you didn't know the Pioneers story before they came into Infinite, Manny was an instant pickup when Infinite launched. He played a little bit with them in Halo 5. They had some success, but it wasn't a set forth until Infinite's release, and Manny stepped up, started to make a name for himself, and he's become one of the pillars on this Pioneers roster now. But they're going to need more than just pillars to hold this house up, because 2 flags on the board now for Cloud9 as they punch that one in. And so far, I'm loving what I'm seeing from both teams from the objective efficiency. Already, Pioneers grab this flag, they get it into the tree, and this is a real opportunity now to get the flag on the move and potentially tie this one up. And consistent flags being capped is everything I like to see as an objective player.
I mean, it feels like we're back on Coliseum in Halo 5 or something, man. Like, the flags don't move like this on Bizarre Flag. This is unusual to see, to say the least. But Druck not going to be able to stop that flag from returning, but gets the double kill and map possession for the squad. And he's already trying to get right back into the action. He's going to be taking this fight over at the tree. He needs to win it, though, and that's going to be unfortunate. And milking their way, Penguin finally able to get that kill, and Manny answers straight back. KCP has done a fabulous job of gaining mid-map control, but they just haven't been able to execute on the back end yet and keep Cloud9 down. Cloud9 having successful overextensions time and time again, and you wouldn't really expect, with how we've seen this gameplay play out, you wouldn't really expect a 2 flag captures from Cloud9. It seems like they're being highly efficient with their kills thus far.
Yeah, and that just makes them so much more dangerous than they already are, right? When they start to master the objective efficiency to pair with their gameplay, with their slang power, you can only imagine the possibilities for this team. You know, when looking at the HCS season and looking at the year as a whole, the first year of Infinite will not be complete if Cloud9 do not take home that World Championship at the end. So they are continuing to perfect their craft, and in doing so, making it so difficult for the other teams to pave the way as far as the meta is concerned, because Cloud9 look to be so efficient now, as your point. Flag on the move, Eco with overshield, makes himself a grapple. Can he get the rockets? He says, get over here. And now what can he do with rockets? Overshield grapple is the big question. That flag stalls and will be returned momentarily, but Eco has other things in mind as far as this flag staying stagnant for long.
Yeah, you know, that fight might have been lost, but the war still continues as Eco gets right back into that den, finds a couple more kills, and although he wasn't able to survive, all it did was alleviate some of the pressure and allow Cloud9 to take these power positions. And I mean, take a look at the duo of Renegade and Eco right now. 15 and 16 kills respectively as Renegade tries to keep up in the slaying column, and he'll surpass 17 for him. He's been absolutely unreal this tournament, going after slay, and he just doesn't stop. My God, you would never count him out in any gunfight. Surprising when he loses at all. And well, Renegade falls, and now you have to deal with Eco as he's still putting down his damage. Looks like the Pioneers are able to prevent the push of Cloud9 for now, but having to play a very defensive style of game for probably the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's almost a bend, don't break mentality right now for Pioneers. You do not want to go down 2 flag caps on a map like Bizarre CTF, because hardly ever do you see comebacks of 2 or more flags on this map mode combo. It's a very, very difficult one when the team plays with a defensive mindset to try and get out of. And perfect shots from Eco. He has no defense intended at this point. Those kills are going to open up the entire map as 3 go down for Pioneers. And if Eco can get back here quick enough, he can force the split spawns, win a one-on-one, and get that flag on the move. But massive shots from Manny keep that story delayed for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and although he falls, I mean, they were able to secure the overshield and stay aggressive. Now, on the other side, there is a player from the Pioneers that have leaked through Cloud9's defense, so they will have to deal with someone who's waiting in that back flag, and I'm curious as to whether they expose themselves to that fight. And Manny's able to find 2. And here we go. The fight's starting to come down. Stellar trying to get this flag up and away. He'll get around the corner, and that's going to be flag number 3 for Cloud9.
3 dead, though. Eco, last guy alive, flag on the move, so a counter cap opportunity could be exactly what Pioneers need to keep this just a 1-kill game. But unfortunately, Eco somehow, as the last guy alive, just seems to be such a massive problem to try and deal with. He's able to get a first kill, just delays the amount of pressure that the respawners of Cloud9 are going to now have to deal with as they try to stop this one from going in. Solstein picks up a nice kill at his base, and if he can find a second, he can potentially help Manny get this flag through the doors. Manny doing such a good job to dodge these grenades, but unfortunately the rocket, you're not going to dodge that one. He loses his life. 2 go down for the Pioneers, and now all of a sudden with that flag stuck in double doors, I don't see it moving much further.
No, and I love this from Eco, right? He could have went straight for that flag. Instead, he gets up high and keeps the pressure forward. Although they get that touch on the flag, it's going to come at a cost of 2 lives, and Eco's well-positioned to get both of them. It's just about playing the situation and being in the best possible spot. Eco never makes mistakes, and that's why he's at 23 kills right now. This man is absolutely popping off in game 1 of our winners final.
He's so good. It's disgusting how patient he is, how perfect he reads the game at all times. Eco has such good awareness of what is going on in the game, and because of it, just such a perfect piece to this Cloud9 success as he picks up another one, stays alive. His teammates got overshield now, and Eco, he'll get back into combat when he gets his shield back, and just like that, should be able to pick up another one. But, I mean, even if he doesn't, 25 to his name, 1:41 on the clock, and with a lot of work for Pioneers to do, it doesn't look like they have much opportunity as the pressure continues from Eco and the boys.
Eco looking like Luka Doncic over here, man. He's throwing up the triple-double over here, and he's not going to be stopping anytime soon as he's able to find another one, getting to 26.
Another one.
Oh, my God. He's going to be dropping 30 anytime soon. He just is truly unstoppable on the map right now, and he's been on top of the power weapons and utility usage as well. And the Pioneers are spawning towards rockets, but you have Eco to go through, and he's basically a Hulk on the map.
Yeah, you're not getting through that doorway, Talik. Eco shuts you down. Unfortunately, I do believe this flag is going to be stopped and returned, so Eco didn't understand that overextenders they'd already gotten through, at least one had, and because of it, they keep this a 2-flag game, but 50 seconds remaining, and look how defensive-minded Renegade is. He clears out his base, rotates into bar, and now all he wants to do is control his side of the map. Unfortunately, a little bit of an overextension there gives maybe some hope to Pioneer fans, but 2 flags in 35 seconds is a lot to ask of anybody, especially against Cloud9.
Yeah, and on Bazaar on top of that, a map where you traditionally have to slay multiple times to get a flag through, but man, he's trying to send this one on express, but unfortunately missing that flag, and it costs his life.
You can't do that.
Yeah, it's not Halo 5. You're not able to use that thrust and keep the flag going at the same time. The timing is just absolutely brutal when you try using those thrust runs. And, well, it looks like the run could be cut short right here. With the overtime rules, they will not activate if you don't have a differential less than 2. And That'll be the end of the game. Eco not quite able to get to 30 kills, but 28, 12, and 16 is one hell of a stat line.
Yeah, Eco popping off in game 1, but all Cloud9 showing dominance, right? And they didn't control the middle of the map for, what was it, like the first 2 or 3 minutes, and we were like, okay, KCP, I see you got it in you. You're just playing with some swagger, but Cloud9 woke up, some dominance started, and those flat caps looked easy when they were getting the pulls. There was a clear strategy I started to see formulate from Cloud9 that you want to see from other teams, and that they designated a player to watch their end of the brute grenade doorway to shotgun, and they literally stood there and were like, you shall not pass, kind of Gandalf style, right? And with that, they get so much information. If you don't see anything, you know exactly where the other team spawn. There's not a lot of places on Bazaar CTF that the other team's going to spawn. They're going to spawn in the back of their flag, just for anyone in the chat that didn't know. But if you do see people, they can't come through that doorway, especially if you picked up those brute grenades or had the Bulldog shotgun we continuously saw being paired in that situation. That is such a lethal combo. That is such a staple. And the reason why they capped the 3 flags that they capped, don't be surprised when you see the best teams in the world start to execute that strategy as well, similar to what we saw from Aquarius, where teams started bringing it into the closet every single time. Those kind of things are going to become staples as the meta continues to develop. That is a must-do from someone on your team. Cloud9 creating the meta once again.
Yeah, and I think those spike grenades in particular get some unsung love because, we know how strong the Dynamos are.
Unsung? Have you seen that clip from Frosty?
Yeah, their projectile targeting from miles away, apparently.
They could have 58,000 views.
Yeah, jeez, man, that thing is insane. But the Dynamo grenades are usually the grenade that everyone talks about how strong it is. But, I mean, especially on a map like Bazaar, there's so many of the power positions on the map are these closed-off rooms, and those spike grenades are critical to pushing people out, and if you're able to keep that control, well, you control the pace of the game. That being said, we're back into our map, and it's going to be on Slayer on recharge this time. And, well, we're going to see that charge rifle putting in so much work. That shock rifle is going to be so critical towards any team's success. And we're talking about the player that's probably arguably the best in the game with it right now, Renegade. Top priority for the Pioneers is to keep that shock rifle out of his hands.
They do a good job to get that curl early onto him. Unfortunately, he somehow comes off respawn immediately, gets it into his hands, puts it to work, and Talik's like, didn't I just kill you with this thing not too long ago? But Renegade's so quick off respawn, so aware that he's able to get away with it. You got to be careful if you're Pioneers, because challenging this angle is something Renegade wants you to do. He wants you to put yourself in that narrow hall, come into a doorway where he has his shock rifle, lines up an easy headshot, but he decides to relocate for now. Immediately pays off as Manny gets ripped off top glass, and because of that, the map now open up for Cloud9 to apply some pressure.
I love this rotation from Renegade, right? He's never trying to stay in one spot too long. He wants them to always be guessing his position. It allows them to get easy picks with the shock rifle. Patient play from him as he's trying to get the cleanup. Not going to be able to find the final shot, but the damage is in, and he's keeping that shock rifle in their possession. And somehow Renegade's in all this action, but has not found the death screen yet. He just takes one with them. You just can never get a free kill on Renegade.
That's disgusting. What he was able to do, switch his weapons, has the wherewithal to have the patience to line up the shot. That was not easy. That was one of the best shots with a shock rifle I've seen in Halo Infinite, and Renegade, like you said, showing us what he's got in his bag of tricks.
Truck was able to get the sword in his hands, and the Pioneers able to grow themselves a lead. We're seeing the flashy plays from Renegade as he has 5 kills of his own, but Pioneers have been playing as a unit thus far, collapsing with each other, able to control the camouflage and the sword at the moment. And this is their opportunity to build themselves a lead that is sustainable. But Manny having to go through every nade in the book and finally finds his opportunity. And the question is, how much camo does he have left to make a play? He's going to be able to get the opening shots on the first, gets the kill, but can he get away? The slide comes in. Eco gets the immediate trade. Talik will get the answer back, but camo is neutralized for the time being.
Okay, a 2-for-1 trade, not too bad. Camo is about to run out, so things going well for the Pioneers so far in game 2. They find themselves up 6. Sword in the hands of Druck. He makes his way to Pipes. You know how lethal of a combination in this location the Sword and Pipes can be. And we'll see if anybody from Cloud9 gets caught off guard here. You see how aggressive Druck wants to be in this situation. And yes, he finds that first player. Can't hit the... Oh, that could have gotten ugly real quick. Doesn't decide to get out of dodge, and a questionable reach out double back with that grapple cost him his life. And now all of a sudden Cloud9 get 3 dead. Now they're gonna have Sword, grapple, and Pipes with the shock rifle with all the information we just got from the screen. And unfortunately, this could have been a decision that Pioneers look back on and want to remake, because this could get ugly. Eco with shock in hand. You see he's got the grapple sword in his back pocket, and this is going to be a major problem for the Pioneers to deal with now.
Yeah, the slice and shock, and he has the grapple to go with it. It's going to be a tough spot to get him out of this power position. You can see he's waiting for it. Just waiting around that corner. And then I mean, just
timing.
Talik gets it, man. Switches the gun at the opportune moment. Sword's going to switch hands. Druck gets the shock rifle. Talik will have 1 slice left in the energy sword. And one of the Pioneers able to survive the exchanging of power weapons, and they're still in a great position to take this game. Renegade just got a new sword. We have 2 swords on the map.
Yep, we got 2 swords. Renegade's got 1 in hand. We're about to see a lightsaber off. Unfortunately, for Pioneers fans, that's not actually going to be the case, as the rest of Cloud9 able to swarm Pipes successfully, and now they may have 2 swords, a shock rifle, and a whole lot of map control to play around.
You always said it's Cloud9. It's all about that one moment in the game, and so far this looks like the moment. You had the lead from the Pioneers. Yeah. It quickly disappears. The power weapons are switching hands. This is where Cloud9 makes their
Stellar's
stands.
Picking up a double. Renegade's picking up the grapple. He's got shock in hand. We've seen this movie 100 times. The rest of Cloud9 continuing to swarm. Renegade deciding which weapon to use. It really doesn't matter at this case. The sword finds true, and a successful push gives Cloud9 the 2-kill lead.
Yeah, now if the Pioneers, for the first time in this game, you're going to have to play catch up. And the question is, how do you do it? Renegade has all of the utility on the map. He is essentially a walking yard sale right now. 2 grapples, plenty of shock rifle, and a sword to work with as well. And this is the thing, he has the distance to work with the shock rifle, but if he ever wants to get close, he has the utility to get right in your face, and that's a dangerous combination to deal with.
Yeah, if you thought Renegade wasn't going to push this guy, you thought wrong, because he loves to be aggressive. He loves to get numbers in his team's advantages, and he loves to put on a highlight reel for the fans. Look at this, the grapple. Can he get the triple? No, the jump back. Can't hit the headshot, and that's a great play by SoulSnipe to slow down the momentum of Cloud9, but there's still work to do, because the rest of them, they're here, and they still have that second sword to play with. Stellar putting it to use, extends the lead to 5, and what was once a great performance from Pioneers is now on the back of being eliminated from the winners bracket finals here, with a few more kills going in Cloud9's favor, and they don't expect Stellar to still be here.
It feels like Stellar and Renegade have just been this tandem that have been unstoppable for the last few minutes, and it's just going to continue on. And there we go, the final shots used. And this is what's interesting though, is I wonder how Cloud9's going to respond after these kills. How quick are they going to rotate back towards those pipes? Because your shock rifle's out, it's on the respawn now, and if the Pioneers are going to come back in this game, somehow miraculously come back, it's going to be off the shock rifle. But I just don't believe the position. I mean, look, Cloud9's already retaken the pipes room, and the shock rifle is going to be right back into the hands of Renegade.
Yeah, he gets caught over challenging. Just 2 kills needed. You can tell Renegade and the boys have executed the strategy perfectly. There was the moment in the game that we're able to recall where this game was flipped on its head. A 6-kill lead for the Pioneers immediately removed, erased, and then doubled up on their foreheads as Cloud9 once again with so much control. You see how dominant they are. Druck silencing the haters for a moment, but only just a moment and a moment's time, as 1 more kill needed for Cloud9.
Yeah, the question is who gets it, right? Looks like Stellar will secure the top crown for this round. He gets 16. Renegade could make it 14. Guess maybe a race between Penguin and Eco to see who finishes out. Nope, it's going to be Penguin. I mean, it's going to be Renegade who gets that final 1. And, well, Cloud9 does it 2-0 versus the Pioneers. That will submit their ticket, waiting for that loser's bracket to finish up. But a dominating performance throughout this entire bracket. And, we saw some great fight out of the Pioneers, but clearly not enough to take on the champions.
Not enough today. Not enough today. And when Cloud9's playing this good, it's almost reckless to talk about teams that could potentially upset them. And it's also refreshing to see such high level of Halos. So no disrespect to the boys in blue. I love everything that they've been able to do with the dynasty that they are starting to create. I just like good competition. I like upsets. I like underdog stories. And although when Cloud9 was an underdog back in the day, I like to root for them. I like to predict them to win. Now that they're the favorite, it's not nearly as fun to drum that beat and to predict these guys to win as much. But they look good. And the level of consistency that they play with is by far their best quality.
Well, Clutch, I'm a Cowboys fan, right? So you know where I say, it's whoever's on top. You know what I'm saying? Whoever's number one.
A Tom Brady reference and a Cowboys fan statement in the same broadcast.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? How about them boys? But I always root for the guy who's on top. You know what I'm saying? I got that Jerry Jones.
You guys ain't seen the top in a long time.
Hey, we got rings on rings. That's all that matters. They were all before I was born, but we got rings.
Your grandfather had rings.
yeah, right. Oh, but no, I mean this Cloud9 roster, it's so hard not to see them winning every tournament for the foreseeable future right now. I think Optic got close, like in Anaheim.
Optic looks good. Optic with Formal looks good. I'll say that.
And
we'll talk about connections and LAN and things will be settled. The dust will settle at Kansas City. But Optic looked to upset that storyline.
Hey, yeah, Formal could be the difference maker. In the meantime, we're going to go back to Yasso, and he can break down what's happened thus far and what's to see in the future.
Tools and Clutch keeping it rolling there as we close out the winners finals. Cloud9 keeping the 2-0 train rolling as they take out the Pioneers there, and they will move on. They will wait in grand finals. Meanwhile, Pioneers got to hang out down in those losers finals and wait for the results of a few more matches before they play again. A couple of great teams there, but you hear Clutch and Tools talking about it, the amount of consistency that Cloud9 brings to the table. You really never, it's so difficult to catch them on a bad day, and that means you just always have to be playing at such a high level to deal with that team and to take games off of them, and it is incredibly difficult, and it shows in a match like that. Really clean front to back there from Cloud9, and they move on here. And again, waiting in grand finals for the results of a few more matches, and Pioneers still have a shot to get that rematch, but even if they are able to do so, they're going to be tough, or they're going to be hard pressed to be able to get a series over on Cloud9, let alone 2 in a row. So we'll see how that plays out when we get back into the matches here in a little bit. Before we go to break, do want to remind you folks, talked about it at the top of the show, new thing that we are doing at our esports arena locations all across the country, and it's called PvE. Now, maybe you don't always have 3 or 4 hours to dedicate to an entire tournament like Halo Infinite here tonight. Maybe you want to play and compete a little bit more bite-sized pieces, but still have some cash and prizes to compete for. Well, PvE offers just that. We run 4 different leaderboards every single week across different game titles, and they run from Wednesday to Sunday. Each leaderboard has its own $500 cash pot, as well as other prizes you can win. All you have to do, go to your local esports arena, purchase some tokens, and use those to enter in the different leaderboards. Put up your best scores all throughout the week, and you can win. So, also, the nice thing is you can check out our leaderboard stream running 24/7 on our YouTube channel to keep track of all of the different leaderboards. So maybe you come in on a Wednesday or Thursday, put up your best score, and then head home. Maybe you check out that stream on a Friday night and see that your score has fallen down the leaderboard. Well, you can come back in on the weekend and compete once again. Remember, those leaderboards run from Wednesday to Sunday, each with their own $500 cash pot, and there are even more prizes for you to win. So come into your local esports arena today. You can use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now to find one near you and compete in PvE. Now, we're going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, of course, teams competing to try and get another shot here at Cloud9 while they wait in grand finals. Some stuff to take care of in the losers bracket. We'll have all that action for you when we return.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2,
2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone. Winner's bracket is done. Now it's time to determine who comes up through the loser side. I'm Tools, and I'm joined with Clutch, and we have a doozy of a matchup coming up. The Pittsburgh Knights versus Oxygen Esports. Going to be the match to watch.
All right, here we go. Haven't seen Oxygen here today, but PK didn't look to be on their A game, but we know how that team can go. We know that that team can play better than what they showed throughout some of their series, but Oxygen is the team that we haven't seen on broadcast today, that I haven't seen much of since the team changes come through. With the cherished addition and the removal of Swish from their team, a choice that, in all honesty, I questioned at first when I saw that they made the change. Swish, a very strong player it seemed, but sometimes people don't gel. Sometimes the play style doesn't gel, and a change must be made to try and find some more success. So we'll see how that plays out through Oxygen's time here in Infinite. And right now against PK, a team that you would hope to beat, but you probably go into the series as an underdog, I would think of Oxygen. But like in my head, I think that these two teams probably view each other as pretty even, top 12 in the world, somewhere in that category, and it's just a matter of who's on their A game. So we're gonna hop into this one, and we got a bizarre CTF to kick this one off.
Yeah, and Oxygen, they're a team that just needs to prove that they can do it again. They had a very strong start to Halo Infinite, but ever since the drop of Swish, they've been suspect at best. Really haven't seen them compete to their best of ability, and well, times need to change in this PK roster. I mean, they've always been a solid foundation in the Latin American region, have been dominating the MX scene, and now these Rockets going to be moving into the hands of Oxygen. Well, Oxygen needs to get past this boss that they want to get through, and PK, I'd favor PK in this matchup all day if I was a betting man.
I like where your head's at, but we'll see how the gameplay plays out. Oxygen still trying to make them names for themselves, still trying to establish themselves as one of North America's up-and-coming teams. Common with 4 of his own, Cherish with 3 as well, as they kick this one off with the 7 kills of Oxygen. Trades across the board for now, and it's up to what appears to be Common to play some defense here. He's got a little bit of help from his friends, but just like that, Haynes is also there to try and help out. And Haynes is one of those players that's been in the scene for a long time. Very looking forward to him getting his feet off on the ground. Maybe not the showing that they've had or that they've wanted to on lands so far in Infinite, but that story can be rewritten. It's a long year. There's a lot to play for, and this is a massive opportunity once again for them to build off of what they've already achieved so far in their careers.
Yeah, I mean, when you've been grinding for what it's been like, what, a decade for Haynes, you know, 6 months doesn't feel like that long of a time to try to find that improvement. You know, you are more than capable of getting at your opportunities here. It's time to execute. That being said, PK, it looks like they're going to be the ones that draw first blood, as they're going to be able to put that first one in. And who else but Drift to get the job done. He has been a rock star today for this Pittsburgh Knights roster, and so far all the kills heading in their favor. Overshield not going to get put onto the body of Drift in time, and Common's trying to find the answer back. Atso gonna fall, and it looks like that overshield does go into the hands of Oxygen.
Yeah, Oxygen able to get that overshield, but unfortunately that flag being run from PK is going to put them on behind the 8 ball here early in game 1 of our losers semifinals. And PK showing us some strong openings here in the losers bracket. Tapping Button seems to have woken up. 8 kills to his name already. Drift's going to do his thing. It's a matter of Atso and Nasty. How well are they playing? It seems like they've matched themselves with 4 each, as they defend the push from Oxygen so that overshield does not allow an opening for Oxygen to take advantage of. And because of that, we'll see a battle for mid control now.
I'll be taking some heavy damages, looking for his opportunity. Gonna be able to put in the work, and well, that's gonna alleviate the pressure. So Atso gets that grapple shot, and although it's not this huge piece of weapon utility, it is give you an opportunity. But Cherished comes out on top with that shotgun, and well, his team is also able to secure rockets. So if you're looking for an opportunity to get a flag out and back to your base, you have all the weapons to get the job done. Now it's time to execute.
You got to get up top. Both players stuck down bottom shotgun. They both find kills, so step one could be a little bit easier, or step two, I'm sorry, is repositioning to a point where you get to play from an advantageous position. The flag, however, is on the move, and they're gonna have to come back to their base, and that's not something you want to see from Common. Is when you add rocket control, you want to be aggressive with those, but forced to play defense, and it looks like the defense stands true, and 3 go down for PK, but you got to get a flag on the move to tie this one up quickly, because the longer that this game goes on, 1-0 in PK's favor, the more the clock starts to become a factor.
Yeah, and it's felt as if Oxygen have had this opportunity to push into the base for the last
nice
couple minutes, and now finally it's coming to fruition as Haynes will pull out the flag. A well-placed grenade from Cherished did the first step, and looks like this flag is quickly on its way, going straight down the middle. No cover as they throw it up the signs. It's always a tough decision right there if you thought you had the timing.
Wait a minute.
Double doors always seems to be the better play. Flag
it's here
in contention, and it's going to be Cherished. Comes out on top. That shotgun making all the difference.
A great job. It looked dicey from my point of view when you saw 2 overextenders in the base. You wondered if Oxygen was going to know that they were there, if they were going to read this situation correctly. They do so because of it. Cherished and the boys in blue here punch that one in, tie this one up, and a great job by Oxygen. That's something I started to talk about, Tools, throughout the broadcast so far, is I want to see executed flag caps. So when given the correct opportunities, that was a massive opportunity for Oxygen to tie this one up, and they do it with a punctuation at the end. It wasn't perfect. Cherished had to make the last play in order to get it done, but Oxygen showing you that they have what it takes to have that kind of objective efficiency shows promise in order to not only keep in this game, but stay in it to win it.
Yeah, you know, it's all about finishing that sentence. You know, there can be a run-on, some grammatical errors in the middle of it, but as long as that period gets put down, it's a score on the line, and they'll take it, although we have seen some scrappy middle play, and I think that's where the weakness of this Oxygen roster has come through, and we'd like to see them just have a cleanly executed run, just be able to get their position, just show that they have the ability to be dominant in this game, as Common will watch that overshield go into the hands of PK, and it's time for them to deal with the push. Common listening for the jump up and not able to win that fight, and all of a sudden the rock side's starting to weaken up for Oxygen.
Yeah, Rockets are still up, though. So although PK was able to get that overshot, the Rockets still being contested. A good job by Oxygen to fight from these disadvantageous positions to try and deny Rockets from going in the hands of PK, but it's only a matter of time until Tapping Buttons has made his way to those Rockets, and now with Tapping, Rockets in hand, we know how devastating this push can be. He's going to decide to trade with his teammate there. Rust forward, finds himself a double. 4 dead for Oxygen, and PK, with 3 members alive, should be able to be in a very good spot to get this flag on the move successfully.
That's a Tapping Buttons took heavy damages, but that means they didn't get the overextension spawn, still spawning in that back base where those players from Oxygen, and they win the fights. This is an opportunity to get the reset. Haynes is in a great position. They all go down.
Sir.
All of PK down, and look at this. Haynes immediately trying to get into this base. I love that. Get them 4 down and keep the pressure forward.
What a great job by Oxygen to come off spawn there and get those kills. Because of it, they stopped that flag that was on the move. It was looking promising for PK, but not enough to get the job done. This map stays tied 1-1 now. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Kills do get traded back in PK's favor as they look to be a little aggressive on the Oxygen base, but they're going to have to do a lot more work to get a second flag on the board.
Tab getting some heavy damage in, but not going to be able to get those finishes, valuing his life overall. Oxygen just trapped in their back base. They need to find some picks, but Tapping, he just gets a couple bullets in, goes back. Gets a couple bullets in, goes back. He's just making himself a tough kill and working with his team, and that's how he gets rewarded. The double kill, cleaning up the easy ones. And now overshield's up, but no one from Oxygen's in a position to get it. It should be a clean overshield for PK, and now this flag is out, and all of a sudden this looks like a potential flag cap. They just need to find the Slays.
The blue dots are on the move, though, so Slays are still gonna have to come through from PK. The first one goes in the hands of Drift, but the flag is delayed for a moment. Make it 2 in order to give them a numbers advantage once again, but there's still a member in the base, and he's got brew grenades to play around, so these things are devastating to players in these hallways, in these close corridors. And although Drift able to play his life, unfortunately, he's lost every one of his teammates, and now he's forced to try and make a play. And look at that. He's got multiple members of Oxygen to try and deal with here. Backs him up, though.
That's a smart play from Drift right there, through and through. He didn't have the information directly of where exactly the player was, and he knew they didn't either. Played his life, played the long game. It can be tempting just to grab that flag and try to get it through. He does what's necessary, and they're able to gain the lead. And now the timer playing against Oxygen. Only 2 minutes and 45 seconds to work with, and PK really feeling no need to overextend themselves. And it's almost impossible to just get an easy flag cap when a team is just playing straight defense on a map like Bazaar.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And Oxygen had rockets, but unfortunately, I believe the kills were traded. And that's not something you want to see when the rocket player is on the map. You want to be able to extend the numbers into your favor. And unfortunately, that's exactly what Drift has now done for the members of PK. That's a big kill from Drift as he relocates, and he's gotten his shield back. Unfortunately, he's taken down as well. Bulldog shotgun removed from his hands, and Oxygen, with only 2 minutes left, need to capitalize on some of the power that they're about to pick up, because they're in a perfect position for this overshield, but they haven't necessarily put an overshield to great use yet.
No, and it's going to be a tough spot because Cherish, as he gets that overshield, all his teammates fall. And he's trying to take the most out of this overshield, but it's quickly melted, just making himself a prime target in that top mid position. No cover to block any of those bullets, and well, PK immediately take advantage, and the timer now sitting at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Only 90 seconds for Oxygen to find this flag and at least get it out of base to cause overtime.
Great shots from Drift, a little bit of help from his friends, and he's able to make the Oxygen numbers one less. He does lose his life, but every kill is just another opportunity squandered from Oxygen at this point. So PK doing such a good job to get their kills. Look at that, 3 dead for Oxygen, and although Haynes is the last guy alive, he's got a lot of work to do to move across the map. 1 minute left. He's spotted out, knocked to no shields. A great job by him to play his life to where he gets a kill, but unfortunately, you're just seeing teamwork from PK stand true throughout any opportunity Oxygen try to create.
There we go. Drift finally going to be the first one to get through Den, trying to find someone off their spawn. This is the thing about PK, though. You know, they're getting aggressive. They're getting into the base of Oxygen, but they're never pushing too far. They're not trying to force a split spawn quite yet, because they know that if the split spawns come in, it's an easy overextend, and they're just trying to play defense. They really have no need to go for this flag, and you can see them all pushing straight back to their base. Yeah. Yes, that flag was open for them to grab, but what's more important is just letting that flag stay in their point, and well, Drift will be able to find that kill, and with 15 seconds left, this looks impossible for Oxygen to get this flag grab.
Look at Drift just trying to be a hard kill, trying to make sure he doesn't go down so easily that it gives an opening for Oxygen, and just like that, that's going to do it. The flag's not pulled, and PK will take game 1 of our losers bracket semifinals. They'll jump onto Oxygen, take the lead here now, and Oxygen, with their tournament lives on the line, will have one more game to decide it.
Yeah, and PK, I mean, the 2 Slayers coming out strong for them. Drift and Tapping, 26 and 25 kills respectively. You're going to have to stop that duo. Cherish did a great job in the beginning of the game to rack up some kills. He finishes with 25 of his own for Oxygen, but they clearly got outslayed. Obviously, part of that comes from them not having to play as aggressive as Oxygen and giving up free deaths, but I think PK just winning the slaying fight.
Yeah, I mean, Drift has been on one all day. I mean, in all honesty, he really has been making the game-changing plays for this team, and Oxygen allowed that to happen once again. You cannot continue to allow Drift to impact the game the way he's been able to. He's just such a crucial piece to PK's success, and Drift doing everything right, it seems, at times where his team needs it in order to get across that finish line. I mean, it was a close game. These two teams are going to be very highly contested as we go forward throughout the series. It's always expected, but PK having enough in the tank to get the job done will always separate Oxygen's opportunity as far as advancing throughout their careers. Like, this is the teams that they need to beat in order to take the next step, and they have to continuously beat them in order to prove to like the world that they are potentially a top 8 team, right? Because PK, they believe that they are a top 8 team in the world on the back end of it, but they still believe that they are in that top 8. Oxygen want that, like, to take that next step, and in order to do that, this might just be the matchup we see at Kansas City.
Yeah, and it's important for a team like PK to not only win versus Oxygen, but do it in a somewhat dominating fashion. You know, win in a 2-0 where it's not necessarily close. If you want to be that top 8 team, especially in the world, you have other teams like Ascend and that are coming for that throne
Na'Vi
as well. Na'Vi, yeah, another great team. I would even say Quantum. You got to look out for all these teams in the EU, and so far MX hasn't been able to put their statement on the Halo scene. This is their opportunity, and I love that the Esports Arena is giving them opportunities to come out on top. But Chris Common trying to stop that narrative short, coming out with a hot kill. He's got 3 of them to open up this game, and he's still making it 4. It could be an early killing spree for him, as he's been all over this map.
No better way to start off game 2 than a killing spree for Common, and that's just 1 kill away from being a reality. Gets the first shot on this player, makes it an easy, perfect shot. Jumps off the map to get that sword off, and although he was on a killing spree, it's shortly lived, but a great job by him to play a lot of the power that would have gone into the hands of PK shortly after. Still, though, 7-7, these two teams find themselves notched up here early, even on the back of Common's success.
So trying to get that shock rifle out of their hands, but that's just a tough spot. Not going to be able to survive the cross. And it's Chris Common once again just getting right back into this action. He's found number 6, and he's going to get another assist. And I mean, this has just been an incredible job by Common to dissect the position of PK and to find, you know, not necessarily easy kills, but he makes the kills easy for him because of the position that he's been playing on the map. And he's going to be able to find number 7 quickly, taking the torch for his team.
Yeah, he is traded out eventually. Bullet finding the first of the game for himself. That's a big one to get Common taken care of. Picks up a camo as he rewarded himself with. And let's see what Bullet can do now. He's had a fairly quiet day. I saw a lot of promise out of Bullet in the MX Super. He actually wasn't on PK, and this was a recent pickup for PK to continue their dominance. They thought that a team change was going to be needed, that Bullet was going to make the difference. Bullet not making much of a difference today so far statistically, but that story is still yet to be written completely, because this losers bracket finals run, or this losers bracket run, could be exactly what Bullet needed to do to make a statement for this pickup, for his opportunity on PK.
Yeah, I like to see Nasty Bullet really come into his own. You know, when you make those changes, you always expect that player to, you know, kind of step up to the to that responsibility. And so far, Nasty, I mean, he hasn't played bad by any means, but he hasn't been this standout player that you would expect from a hot pickup. And well, he can change that narrative on LAN. You know, some players are just built different. They're ready to go get it done on LAN, and he has a ticket already purchased for Kansas City. So far, just getting some great practice in right now. PK down early on in this game because of the effort that Common has put in. He finally reaches that double-digit threshold. 10 kills before we even get to the halfway point. He's on pace to drop 22, 23 kills this game.
Still just a 5-kill game, though. Haynes picks up another one. That's a big one. You know Oxygen want to push this to a game 3, and they are halfway through game 2 in order to get there, but they're gonna have to keep up this pace because at any moment PK could take this lead. Nasty Bullet finds one across the map, and all of a sudden Haynes is going to start to feel a little bit of the pressure that he's got to deal with this player in pipes. And unfortunately, this route onto batteries doesn't seem to be a promising one as he's knocked to no shield. He is forced to stay alive, but out of the combat loop right now, he finds himself, and will his team be able to hold the rest of the map is the big question.
He's not able to stay alive, gets taken off on the cross, and Chris Common, he's going to be last alive, but he has the tools that you'd love to see at your disposal. Camouflage and sword. You could have an easy double. Not going to be able to slice.
No.
A little bit of a bull true. Stopping Chris Common in his tracks, and it's moments like that that start to turn the tides of a game. PK with a real opportunity to start to take a lead.
Unbelievable job from Tapping to get that kill, to deny that player from getting any kind of control and to get the sword removed from his hands to make this just a 1-kill game. All of a sudden, what was looking like an Oxygen lead is now immediately removed. Kills do go in their favor momentarily, but Tapping with sword in hand has so much promise, so much opportunity here to keep his team in this one, to change the outcome of this game. And he's going to find an easy kill on the top catwalk as Joey Cherish tries to get away with his life for now, but it's denied. And let's see what Tapping can do now that he's relocated towards the elevator.
Tapping, looking for this reposition. He doesn't really have the help, but he could be an isolated player over at this tower to make some plays with this sword. Don't necessarily need any support. And now he's going to be able to find an easy slice on one. Killing spree for him, taking down the new pickup of Cherished. And now this game is all tied up. And for the first time, looks like PK have an opportunity to gain the lead. And they'll do just that with this double kill. No!
Yeah, you can count those shots.
Ah, that's a tough one. Oh, my. That's a heartbreaker for Tapping. You're right there, ready to change the pace of the game. And you just can't quite get the finish. And
oh, my.
That's a tough.
That could be momentum switching into Oxygen's hands. Unfortunately, Common not able to stay alive with that shock rifle. Drift just applying too much pressure to keep it neutralized for the moment. The Needler player does get the kill. The camo gets burned, and now all of a sudden, PK giving up a lot of deaths here as they try to combat for camo. Maybe not the best position to try and fight from him. With that, Oxygen jump back out to a lead.
Yeah, you can see how punishing each mistake is. You know, that was an easy kill for Tapping buttons. It doesn't go in his favor. And since then, it's been a run from Oxygen. They took that momentum, and they've been able to grow their lead. Once again, only 6 kills away from pushing us to a game 3. And Haynes is looking to get right in between 2. Gets the damage on the first and tries to grapple in for the second. He's going to get caught out. And now PK trying to activate their trap instead. Tapping buttons is ready to take the push. All of Oxygen starting to spawn towards that C platform. And with the shock rifle in hands, it's going to be up to Drift to make the play. But it's the one player that spawned out, Haynes, that stops the push in its tracks.
They don't expect the split spawn to come through, and Haynes with the perfect awareness to find the jump on the Drift. Could be the game-changing kill that solidified the win for his team. 48-42. Now 2 kills is all Oxygen need. The kill does come through for Drift, but unfortunately immediately traded out. And it's going to be one more for the boys in blue, but Tapping.
Jesus.
He's not long for this world. Name puts a punctuation on this one. We're going to a game 3 here in the losers bracket semis. It's PK versus Oxygen, all tied up. Going to game 3 of our Series E losers semifinals.
I mean, we saw that commando at the end, right? It's just so devastating when you get absolutely shredded with that weapon. And this is where PK's always fallen short, right? They finish out the job versus these teams, but it's never like the 2-0, 3-0, and like 3-0, 3-1 that you'd expect from them. Oxygen pushing them, but you know, Oxygen, a great team in their own right, and it's like it truly is a 50-50 coming into this oddball on live fire. One thing we did know is, you know, Chris Common had an incredibly hot start to that second game. Only finishes 13-9. At one point, I think he was 10-3. So not having the hottest finish to that game, but Oxygen pull it out nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm no surprise this series is going the distance. I think these two teams are fairly close in skill. I expect PK to close this one out, but Oxygen, like, they are more than capable of winning this series, and I think that they showed you that in the Slayer. It is going to be a different story when you're trying to take him down in an objective, though, so we'll see if Oxygen have done enough work to get this job done. Cherish having a very good game, too, showing you why he was the player that this team sought out for when making a team change like they did after the previous event. And Oddball Live Fire is a very structured game type that you want to see a team gain control and how long they can keep control. We'll learn a lot about both these two teams and where they stand as far as their successful setups as we get this one underway.
Yeah, and one thing that could be a little bit concerning from both sides is we didn't really see a lot of shock rifle playing much of an impact on recharge, and that's something that you don't see that often. And now we're moving on to live fire, and we have arguably a harder weapon to use in the sniper rifle. I want to see one of these guys come up, rise to the challenge, and start to make an impact with the power weapons on the map. On Recharge, it was really the sword and camo show. The shock rifle made an appearance, a splash here and there. On Live Fire, you know, you have the heat wave, you have your overshield to work with, but that sniper rifle, if it can be put into the right hands, it can truly transform the game and let you, finish a game with an exclamation point. That being said, we're right into the action in the fight for the sniper starting. Haynes trying to get right into this action. He's going to be able to get the opening pick and the sniper rifle in his pocket.
3 kills go in their favor as well. Bullet, last one alive, and this is a big opportunity for Oxygen now with Overshield coming up. Ball at tower already. Snipe in the hands as well, so everything going in Oxygen's favor early on, and that was much different than when we saw PK play this match, or this mode map combo earlier today. They had a very strong start to their games, and they were able to come out victorious in round 3, but this is a different story, and we'll see what kind of an impact this now has on the rest of this first round.
And Haynes, I mean, he's doing the objective work, but he has a sniper rifle. Probably wants to hand this off at some point, so he has a little bit more of a freedom to work with to use this sniper. So 5 bullets left in it. Gets it towards B, and when you're at B, it's usually a sign that you're going to try to play that ball as soon as the pressure comes through, but I think they have a clear rotation to A if they want it. No, it's going to be Tapping who takes down Haynes. That ball gets off the map, and, well, Sniper going to be rotating its way unless that sniper was thrown off. I believe PK should be able to have that in their hands.
See how this one plays out. The ball moves in the house, not without a little bit of pressure from behind, though, and how long will this setup last? It doesn't feel like it's going to be very long with the ball guys peeking top mid like that. Players already across the top middle. Haynes doing tons of damage, finding an assist, a kill, and another assist as well. So love the push from top mid. It was quicker than what PK expected to be, and because of that, Oxygen immediately break the setup of PK for the first time around.
Haynes will fall. Overshield coming on up, and it's going to be Drift who's leading the charge. That sniper gonna miss the shot, but Drift is taking heavy damages, and the flank is coming through. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it comes to his demise. PK all seeing the kill feed as they are on their respawn. Overshield did go into the hands of Oxygen, and now that ball, it looks like they're just gonna let that thing reset for now if possible, and there we go, back to bottom middle, and Oxygen ready for the fight to the retake.
The power-up is actually going to be camo this time around, and in this game it's randomized. It's not your fault, it's a bug. But either way. Camo was in the hands of Oxygen, 48 points and climbing now. Over halfway to winning round 1, and that's a beautiful pick for Name to find as he gets numbers in his team's advantage. Again, a double kill for Name. Essentially, as it's a 2v2 situation, the ball rotating to back tower, and with respawners coming back here, that's exactly what Oxygen fans want to see. And now they spot information that PK spawning over at green, so this is going to be a very difficult setup for PK to break, and if they don't do it, they're going to have maybe one last time to break this setup after this push.
Haynes doing the work. He's trying to get the trip. It's going to get stolen from Common, but they'll take it any day of the week. They're going to get that ball away. And now the clock is ticking for PK, and it's going to be a tough one to break with Haynes with this sniper rifle in hands, missing some quick shots, but can he find the finish? No, getting backed out of position, but every second PK takes to get to this ball, it's more in the favor of Oxygen, just about to that 80-point threshold. And the Haynes, I mean, wonderful job of just staying alive, repositioning, and throwing the sniper off map early. I like the plays.
I'm disgusted. I would have loved to see the attempt at the quick scope, the no scope on the pillar. That would have been my play. But yeah, maybe I hand the snipe over to Drift and the entire round goes in the opposite favor. So a good play, especially when you're up 83 points. I think to your point, you want to play conservative Halo. It's a massive mess up that will cause you to lose this round right now, because it has been all Oxygen here as far as the ball is concerned. 88-6. And not just 12 points away from taking round 1 here in game 3.
You know, if we're talking Halo 5 or maybe like a Halo 2 anniversary, you're taking that no scope all day, right? You're flying out that corner. It's Halo Infinite. It's a different story.
For better or worse, for better or worse, I'm going down with the shift.
That's hilarious. There we go. Haynes able to find the opening pick, and this looks like it's all Oxygen in round 1. The ball does get played, but it's too quickly down for PK. And this is interesting. Oxygen opening up multiple spawns. I don't think it's going to matter at the end of the day. B and A spawns coming through. That ball getting towards back tower as the time ticks away. 2-1, and round 2, here we come. A dominating start from Oxygen Esports, though.
You got to call out name stats. 12-4-5, 14 points to match it. Just absolutely dominating the first round. We'll see what kind of a performance he's able to put on here. I love the idea of getting a nice little drop slide towards the big door, but it's probably good he didn't get the drop slide as impactful as you could have, because there were grenades to predict that from happening. A much different start here, however, to round 2 as PK jump out to the first 2 kills. And now, although Cherish finds one of his own and a melee into his second, nobody quite there to finish the kill immediately. But Name, the player in round 1, makes his name known again as he hesitates and stalls that ball from being awarding PK any time. And they keep this one neutralized as they secure camo as well. So although it looks grim at the break for Oxygen, they've done a good job to weather the storm, and PK struggling to get any ball time because of it.
Did he punch him and not get a back smack, and then Nasty? That's a tough one, man. That's nothing, you know, not much you can do about that. You thought you were going to get the back smack. It doesn't go in your favor, and now all of a sudden you give Nasty Bullet the weapon to work with, and they're going to try to take it as far as they can. Nasty Bullet, I mean, has just the affinity of staying alive right now. I just don't know how you take out the man. Made one shot once again, but his support's coming through. And while all the action goes down, it looks like that ball is thrown off the map once again. 2 go down for Oxygen. The trade's starting to materialize. Nasty Bullet gave up that A-spawn for just a second, and it comes to bite him as they immediately push out that garage. And finally an opportunity for Oxygen to get this ball back towards C. And what an interesting play, right? Because they spawn at A, immediately push forward, and it looks like the setup favors towards C. Instead, they try to push that ball back towards A, and well, once again, it's going to come down to these slays.
I mean, we saw Bullet really hesitate to go for that play ball right away, and because he had to double back and tried to relocate to go for it. It was a little bit sloppy. The timing was off, and he wasn't able to make it to the door because of that. PK not able to capitalize on really any ball time here, although they've dominated the Slay story here so far in round 2. Not much of a score differential to work with, and that starts to worry you if you're a PK fan, because you need to play efficient objective to get the job done here. You have to push this to a round 3 somehow, and it should be off the back of some efficient game, some objective play. But just like that, 4 dead, and now Oxygen gonna probably jump off to a significant lead, at least early on here. Plenty of time left, but this ball is gonna make its way to tower, and PK gonna have to play from a deficit once again here in round 2.
Yeah, Cherish had to give up his life for this, but it's all worth it, getting some of this much needed ball time. Round 1 was the story of long extended periods of time where that ball was in your possession. This time it's all been scrap and scrap only. No one really trying to get an established hold thus far. It seems like both teams are quick to find the breaks on the setups. The ball has been quickly played each and every time, and so far no one really getting a strong foothold on this map to gain themselves a nice cushion of a lead to work with.
Yeah, much different round 2 than in round 1. Round 1, we saw Oxygen jump off to a very early lead, some solid time, a good setup, and they were able to play it. So far it's been pure chaos, pure slays in round 2. Joey Cherish, though, pairs a couple of slays with the oddball back tower, and he's going to award himself some ball time here. And it's Oxygen jumping off to this lead now as he rotates it right towards a respawner, but fortunately the pressure is on that player to where he's taken down. And now with ball back green, Oxygen have the opportunity once again to rack up some time, play it when necessary, but as kills come through, Cherish is not going to feel any of the pressure to play this ball, and we could be looking at a 2-0 round sweep if PK can't break this setup quick.
Yeah, you see they spawn. Oh, I like this rotation from Cherish. Well aware of the spawns, and he's going to get the correct timing on this if he can get past this bridge, and he'll be able to just to do that. And now trying to get back to the safety of back tower.
That's a dangerous angle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, but it works out for the young man. Gets the ball off the map, eventually playing loose and dangerous over there, and looks like Haynes will be the last alive with this camouflage to work with, but PK not in a position to immediately grab ball.
Yeah, and Haynes actually in a position to deny this one from going too far. Can he get this kill? Oh no, the door used perfectly. That little key area you can jump on. So perfect by PK to keep him alive. They get the back smack in hand, but unfortunately for PK fans, the slays still come through for Oxygen. So although we saw a kill go against them, it was all Oxygen after that first initial point of contact, and now 75 points and climbing. Only 20 points will be needed for Oxygen to end this in a 2-0 favor and take our losers bracket semifinals.
Yeah, now time's starting to come in play as well for PK. You're probably gonna have to start playing a bit faster. Obviously, you know, a minute and 30 can feel like a long time with the new oddball rules, but only 20 seconds need for Oxygen to win the game, and they don't necessarily have to feel the pressure to pick up the ball right away either. They're just in a great spot to try to finish this one on out. Drift doing his best to get behind lines and find some damage as they're trying to get in. 2 players towards this tower, able to find the first. Drift trying to get the second. The assist will come in. The third is there as well, and it's going to be a clean couple kills for Drift, and now ball time for the Knights as they get this towards back tower. But the question is, how long can they hold? Because each time we've seen the Pittsburgh Knights grab this ball, it's always been a quick break for Auction Esports.
Yeah, we'll see, because they need to hold this setup for at least an extended period of time to get this to a manageable comeback. A minute 5 on the clock, so you don't want to have that ball neutralized to where that clock begins to roll. And unfortunately, they gave up Camo in order to have this setup and Name. He's got himself a double and an assist to match it. So Name, it's such a large impact in the first round, having just as large of an impact here towards the end of round 2. And they've got the ball back to tower after the play, and with just 10 points remaining, Name and the boys look to close the door on this one.
Yeah, and it's just been a completely different Oxygen roster that we saw from the first 2 games. They just look dominant. They look like the old Auction that we saw at the early start of Halo Infinite, where it looked like they could upset some of the best teams. But it's not over until the final seconds tick, and PK know that best as they get this into the back A. The first time we're really seeing a hold over here for the Knights, and when they're going to need to hold it for about another 30 seconds to take this lead. More than capable of doing it, but they have to win these gunfights.
Yeah, they got to expect this push from top middle. Name getting so far ahead without receiving damage before now, and he's taken down, so that's a big kill. Turns it into a 3-on-3. The rotation trying to come through Brutes, and it's predicted with the nade. Can't quite shut the ball guy down. And the nade, actually, the second one does come through and get the kill. And just like that, 3 dead for PK.
Yeah, and that should do it. PK falls. Oxygen gonna move on in our our losers bracket. I believe they will be going up against the Pioneers next, but an impressive performance from them in Game 3, something that we wanted to see from them for probably the last month or so, and that's the Auction Esports that we came to love, that got signed by Oxygen, right, when they were that loose free agent squad. A very strong performance versus PK.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first real time I feel like I've had the experience to watch them in a tournament atmosphere. I've watched them scrim a little bit, but Cherish having a major impact on the outcome of that series. That's a big one for this Oxygen team that wants to compete for those top 8 spots, that wants to get into the top 6 by the end of the year, I'm sure. And you're gonna have to beat teams like PK along the way, like we said, so job well done. If you're PK, you want to come back a little bit stronger. We know they're capable of much, much more. It seemed like an off day from the start. They never really got the train on the right tracks as far as the level of Halo we know that they're capable of, but sometimes days like that happen, so no reason to hang your hat. These guys have been through a lot, but for Oxygen, this is a big momentum opportunity now as they go up against KCP, a team that they will be all too familiar with.
Yeah, KCP, this is their chance, right, to establish a tier maker, right? You have your tier 1 teams and you have your tier 2 teams, and this is they're kind of the gatekeepers to getting into that tier 1, that top 6, top 8 echelon. And Auction, they've been trying to knock on that door time and time again. and this is their opportunity to get the job done. We're gonna be getting into this next series as soon as we can, folks, because I'm hyped for it. Pioneers, I thought they had strong moments versus Cloud9. They're going to use this opportunity to rebound, reposition themselves, and get ready to take that action once again.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 waiting in the winner's side, you can't really worry about. You need to focus on taking this thing. And when you get Cloud9 in front of you, you handle them then. Because if you start to linger and think about trying to beat Cloud9 in 2 best-of-3s or 5s or whatever it may be, you're probably not going to have too much success in the series that's in front of you, because this Oxygen team, they looked fairly strong against PK. A great showing from them. And KCP, I don't think that they're going to underestimate Oxygen, right? I think that they know who Oxygen are as a team, as players. I'm sure that they practice against each other a lot coming into this, and they'll be very familiar with their play style. So I expect KCP to make slight work to get back to that opportunity at Cloud9. Not quite sure what they'll do with it this time around, if that story will change, but I do like KCP's odds here in this series. If you're Oxygen and you can somehow create this upset, that would be massive as far as what this team wants to accomplish going forward.
Yeah, I want to see Cherish come out strong once again. I feel like he's the lifeblood that this team needs to energize with. He's been the new player on the block. He has the potential to absolutely pop off and find those slays. He's still, is an unknown and unproven on LAN, and finding this momentum, being able to win some big series before you head out to KC and make your big debut in the pro scene. This is your chance to get it done. Strongholds on Recharge, going to be our first game, and it's going to be a tough one. When we watched the PK auction matchup, we didn't see a lot of that shock rifle come into play for the boys over at Oxygen. On the other side, I can't imagine the Pioneers are going to let that storyline remain the same.
No, I expect this to be a completely different style, right? I think it was kind of surprising to not see that shock rifle in play. I think PK actually used that shock rifle fairly successfully, and maybe that's something that was just an off chance. I don't think that will consistently take place. I played against a few of the guys on Oxygen. They can use the shock rifle, trust me. Name actually went off in like a game that I played him in, and I was like, whoa, like, where in the hell is this kid? Like, where is this when I'm watching and him on broadcast? So an opportunity for him to showcase it now that he's in a tournament format. And on the side of Pioneers, I mean, talking Soul Snipe, you're talking Druck, anybody on that team can really pop off with that thing. So very excited to see how its impact on this first game, and how the winner of this first game kind of gets to dictate the pace of this series, because you're looking at the shock rifle in game 1, the S7 in game 2. The snipes are going to play a very large story, you would think, in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a dynamic best of 3 as well, right? We have the snipers to start, and then once you get past the snipers, it's if you go to game 3, you're getting to the complete opposite side of the spectrum. Close quarters battles, thrust and heat waves going to be in your face, along with that side kick that's going to be making its appearance as well. Hopefully we get to a 3-game series right here. I'd love to see CTF on Aquarius. I don't think we've been able to watch it quite yet. Hopefully we'll get a little dose of it in our grand finals. But Strongholds on Recharge is the first thing that's on these guys' minds. And I want to see, Clutch, what your opinion is on Strongholds for Recharge in particular. What's your ideal setup? I'm a big fan of, you always push the trip cap. If you have the opportunity, you get the trip cap, especially on a map like Recharge. But I'm curious, if you're coming into this map for either of these teams, what's your ideal hold? I
think it's AC. I mean, obviously I want the trip cap if it's possible, and I want to spawn them in pipes, and I want them to be forced through like the small doorways that pipes kind of contains. And I feel like it's very easy to contain players once they're trapped in there. But if you're gonna ask me just to hold 2 and I give up B, I hold AC, and then once we get the slays, we'll go transfer over B and we'll flip the map. But I think like in Halo Infinite, there's no like ideal setup. I think you should always be striving to flip the map and gain the opportunity for a trip cap if your pressure is fast enough. That's the big story for me. There's never like a we have to, so we're trying to sit still. It's more of like sometimes there's going to be moments in games where that's the case, but as soon as the slays come through, you want to flip the map, because the spawns are going to flip on you anyways. So you better be ready to flip the objective with them.
I really like that concept, because like you said, like the spawns in this game are very, I don't want to say unpredictable, but you will constantly see the split spawns happen in this game. You will get spawned behind on, and just trying to keep a step ahead of that. I like that sort of mentality and trying to keep a fast rotation, and it kind of like harkens back to our Halo 5 days, where it was just like you're sprinting, you're thrusting, you're trying to rotate time and time again. I think we're starting to see the meta shift towards that style of gameplay as well once again. And then, I mean, obviously we always have to talk about the shock rifle and the impact it's going to make, right? Making sure that you are able to get it into the power positions. Where would you like to maybe see that shock rifle player playing on this map today?
Yeah, I think you talk about my ideal setup. It's got that shock rifle in hand. You put it over in like a tower, in the control tower, the BR tower, whatever you want to call it, area, and you're able to ADS on one of those doorways, either as top red or like on the bat ledge, and you're able to get those easy picks the second that those players pick out. And like, depending on where you relocate to, either bottom angler or to the bottom door or on the blue plat, like there's so many different ways to get those picks, and because they are forced to come through small doorways, that shot is just so much easier and so much lined up for you. And those players are also denied the information that you're there up until they turn the corner in that doorway, right? Like, it's almost too little too late. It's a you peek, I teach moment, where like I'm teaching you where I am. And because of that, I think you see so many players like put it to work efficiently in those moments or in those specific areas. So I'd love to be able to like draw picture perfect paint a setup for you as far as A and C are controlled, and there's a shock rifle player somewhere in control just wreaking havoc on anybody that's spawning in pipes and trying to get out through either one of those doors.
Right. And then I guess the other benefit of being at AC, right, is that you have the better position for the camouflage, which plays an impact all the time, right? When you're spawning back towards B, you have no angle to see the immediate player picking up camouflage, and we're sure to see that playing an impact in this game time and time again. Camo plays can absolutely transform games on strongholds in particular.
We'll see how it plays out as we get into game 2. Kills straight across the board, but it is Oxygen that look like they've gotten the better of them, and Cherished with the big one-on-one on Talik, able to get that kill, jump into the B stronghold, and more information onto a second player into C. And it's going to be an early lead for Oxygen as A and B are transferred over, and already he's got his mind set on that shock rifle.
I love to see it. I mean, you get the trip cap right away. He's hitting the pad. He's trying to get as much damage in, and I mean, job done, right? You got him out of C, and you still have the ability to hit it if he sees that thing tick. And look at that. They got the disruptor pistol going in as well, just trying to deny C for as long as possible. And I mean, hey, essentially they've done their job. C still not captured. It finally is going to switch hands, but you milked a good 10, 15 seconds of hill time just by keeping off C, by using the sandbox and keeping those chain reactions to damage those players inside C and forcing them to play away.
Yeah, but look at this. The Pioneers have that AC setup I was talking about. They have control of BR, and unfortunately, they don't have the shock rifle, but it's so difficult for the shock rifle to do anything when he's forced to poke out of those doorways. He makes his way over to A. They're going to flip the map when they get the kills, exactly like I was talking about, right? You get the kills, you flip the map, you give up A, but you take B, you continue to score points. And what was once an early lead for Oxygen, now the Pioneers are looking to build a lead of their own.
Although Cherish wasn't in that action, really, his teammates were feeling the brunt of it, and eventually the collapse comes in, and like you said, they flip the spawns, and now trip caps are on the mind. It's like you know what you're talking about, Clutch. You drew it up just for everyone at home, and look at that. The Pioneers execute just like you foretold, and well, it's about how far they can take it. B eventually moves into the hands of Oxygen, but the job is done, right? Even if you lose control here, you've gained the camouflage, you have position on the map. Now it's about finding some easy picks.
It's always good to see a nice prediction come to life, right? A nice picture that I try to paint come to life, and just like that, the Pioneers execute perfectly. It's almost like they listened to me before the game started. We're like, hey, this is what we're going to do, right? But anyways, back into the game. We got the nice stronghold being captured by A. Talik doesn't want to overstep this boundary, though. He's got A and B controlled, and they know these players are stuck over at C. I love to be I love the opportunity to deny these players from pushing top glass, but Talk needs to be careful because there's going to be multiple players in BR, and unfortunately, one of them has the sword, finds an easy kill, and that push may be an overstep from Talk that rewards Oxygen with an opportunity to take some control of a few strongholds here.
Well, Cherish, he took a little bit of grenade damage, and it kept him weak for just the time being, not able to move with the freedom that he liked, and now waiting for an opportunity. And well, they have the sword. He's going to find the easy pick, but they've lost control of C and B, and Cherish is trying his best to stay alive, having to move down into the pit. This is where it can get dangerous. Easy to find yourself exposed. The grenades just keeping away. Cherish just not quite able to find the freedom on the map that he's wanted, constantly trying just to stay alive and keep this angle for his team, and eventually that sword will be hand-delivered to Soul Snipe as he pushes into A to find the AC hold once again.
Yeah, we'll see how long they keep this. They have a couple players pressuring over in pipes, it looks, so maybe a trip cap opportunity if Pioneers can defend C as well, but they flip the map for A and B, it appears, and with Camo coming up, I like this opportunity now that the Pioneers will have to deny a little bit of space towards this Camo and potentially get a nice grab and push this lead a little bit further.
You see Druck finds...
Wait,
still...
yeah.
No, you got it. No. Oh, you know, it's a swing and a miss, man. He struck out. You got 3 strikes right there, and Druck's trying to do his best. But I mean, you gotta love the repulse. I think that was my favorite addition to Halo in the last few years, man. It's been so fun to watch the creative plays and just the outplays that we've seen from the new equipment.
The damage from the Commando worth its money right there. Soul Snipe gets 2 assists. Hops in a stronghold. His teammates are there to capitalize on this, and they can't quite get C transferred over, but in the meantime, A and B still controlled, and the pressure to defend C on Oxygen is just exactly what Pioneers fans want to see here, because when you're pressured to try and hold on to the only stronghold you have, it's impossible to try and advance on the map for a potential second to be in your favor.
Yeah, it's like you're already playing defense on the trip cap before the trip cap's even there, and you can see Pioneers have just dissected them time and time again. Finally, it looks like B will move. You thought the sword was going to get you. Nope, it's going to be the repulse. Save a couple of those percentage points to be used on someone else. And I mean, the Pioneers, you can see this game has completely flipped on its head since the last 30 or so seconds. Truly making a difference in this game.
Yeah, you're seeing Pioneers opt to flip A for C there as they decide to give A away, and it's Soul Snipe's job, or Tog's job, I'm sorry, here to try and stay alive in pipes. He's got a teammate with him. Unfortunately, he goes down, but enough damage gets done to where Tog finds a nice kill on the name. Druck finds another one, and that was 3 dead. The last guy alive's on the Needler. An overstep from Tog, but you can tell how much confidence he's able to play with as they continue to score with this BC setup. Camo's coming up as well, and Pioneers with Slays in their advantage are going to have every opportunity to collect a little bit more power on the map, and with it, it's going to be so much more difficult for Oxygen to try and get control.
Soul Snipe able to find the first, and now he's somehow able to survive those nades. I thought they were going to take him out, but no, he's able to reposition, and you can see the pressure that they're applying towards A is so severe, and now it's almost been it's allowed Soul Snipe just to keep C, and they're trapped over. How did that player get through? Did he have kill? I know.
He spawned
there. Okay, I missed that. I was like, holy, player came out of nowhere for me, but so far, I mean, the Pioneers just maintain the trip cap. B never switching hands, and Oxygen, they're in a true trap right here. You don't see this very often. It's just almost impossible to break into a hill.
Yeah, Soul Snipe leaves blue for just a moment. It allows them to spawn BR, and the trip cap, it's going to be broken, but the damage is done. Just 10 points is going to be needed for Pioneers. Oxygen trying to desperate themselves into the B stronghold have got there for now, but they need to transfer it over. The sword actually not being the greatest addition to the sandbox for Druck to find success with there, and last player alive is able to hop into B for a moment, but it gets reset. Talik makes slight work of him, and 3 kills for 2 players on Oxygen make this a very easy win for the Pioneers.
Yeah, it's a game to forget for Haynes and Common, but more dominating in the side of KCP, I would say, rather than throwing the shade over to Oxygen. I thought they played almost a perfect game.
Near perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we see it time and time again. They had that incredible comeback a while back on this map, and they just seem to have figured out what their style of gameplay on that map is.
Yeah, I think that they kind of have seen that blueprint of we rotate accordingly, we give up accordingly to our rotates, right? When you control A and B, you get the slays, you jump into C, you know that they're going to spawn, depending on where you are, you know that they're going to spawn A or B. You give up whatever when they're spawning at, you hold to at all times, and when the timing is right, it makes sense to get the trip cap and see how long you can keep it without overstepping your boundaries. I mean, it was textbook. I mean, I tried to like paint that picture, and they did it even better with their gameplay.
Next week, Clash. Next time you're on, bro, we're gonna have to have the production give you like an MS Paint or something. You know, let you draw down and
drawing a little John Gruden stuff going on.
Yeah. Have you be
He's
like
gonna
John
go
Madden.
long. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Give you the Telecaster.
A telestrator.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, that would be actually.
Yeah, don't give me that. I'm bound to make a vulgar bad mistake on that if
Hey man, if
I'm not paying too much
happy
attention.
mistakes. It's happy mistakes. You know what I'm saying? We're Bob Ross with everything. You know, you can paint whatever picture you want, just like how Talik is painting the walls with his opponent's blood. This sniper rifle has been absolutely popping in the start. Not quite able to find that shot, but Talik has been an incredible standout player for this roster, and having him with this sniper rifle early on is what you want to see, and that's the reason why. Oh my God, they're all lining up.
Pull the trigger. Oh, he can't miss. Talik's feeling himself, and that's a great thing for Pioneers fans to see as they try to get their way back to the finals. It's one more game now. Losers finals 1-0. Pioneers get 2, and you get to find yourselves with a date with Cloud9 in the championship finals. Pioneers look to start heating up, but Oxygen, they've done a good job to weather the storm. As much damage as we saw. Talik able to do with that sniper early on. They've been able to answer back, even take the lead at a 10-9 score. And we'll see if Oxygen can try to push this to a game 3, even though game 1 wasn't very favorable for their point of view.
Oh, I like this play from Oxygen. They're starting to push in, trying to collapse on these final players. And well, it's going to be up to Name to finish the fight. He's not going to be able to get both, but does get the trade at least. And now it's up to Common to win. It's a crucial fight at bottom mid. This truly is the fight for the power up, essentially, as he's going to be leading that charge. But he'll fall, and the key door going to be moving over towards the Pioneers. Druck trying to reposition. Going to be camouflage to work with, and it's going to be the fight that we're waiting for. Druck going to be the first one here. He has to deal with 2, but he has the sticky. That player going to get into his face, eventually causing him to fall. And well, the Pioneers are winning the fight towards A, but I believe the camouflage should have fallen into the hands of Oxygen.
A nice double kill from both Cherish and Talik. Traded out as Camo was coming up. Another kill for Name as Camo gets neutralized onto the ground, and Haynes is going to pick that one up. I love the play to drop the heat wave for the Camo player, making his sneakiness even more effective as he's able to get up close and personal with that heat wave. And Name immediately finds himself all the way to tower, trying to play as fast as possible, apply so much pressure. I love this route by him as well. It's not suspected by the members of Pioneers. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out with the timing, but a kill comes through in the meantime, and Oxygen now all of a sudden up 4.
Here he comes through. Name able to stay alive. That flank not going to be successful, and all the lead continues to grow. That's exactly what you need for Oxygen, right? Get yourself as much of a cushion as possible, because when you're playing against these top 6 teams in the world, that's where they can turn up at any moment and come back into the game. And well, this is the moment they've probably been waiting for. Able to kill that sniper player, find position on the map, and now that sniper going to be exchanging hands. I believe it's Mr. Soul Snipe who was able to pick up that sniper, and well, maybe you're going to be able to put his namesake to use. You can't name yourself after the weapon if you aren't gross with it, right?
Oh, he's gross with it. Don't you worry. That kid can snipe. I've seen it in Halo 5. I've seen glimpses of it in Infinite, and looking forward to seeing more of the show that he can put on. A nice no-scope as Talik's taken down their top tower. It's going to be traded out. Oxygen members still continuing to trade. It's a 4-kill game. Still in favor of Oxygen for now. Cherish has found himself the snipe and the quick scope to match, and that's a beautiful way to extend the lead to 6.
Yeah, it's a perfect kill because it's going to open up the lane for the camouflage, and they'll get rewarded. Going to pop it right away. He feels the pressure He exchanges that this BR for that heat wave, but only one bullet left in that heat wave, and that could be a little bit concerning, right? You're not going to have a lot of utility to use with it, as you do need two to at least get one kill. Oh, yeah, that's tough. It's tough when you don't have the follow-up, right? You get repulsed away, and all of a sudden you start to see all these players from KCP move forward, and at least Name was able to take one to the grave with him, but that lead getting chopped down quickly on the side of Pioneers as they are starting to pop off. Look at Talik in particular, 15 and 7, double positive for the young man.
Yeah, 15 kills already to his name, 34-31 Oxygen. Still with the 3-kill lead, however. So although Talik's able to do so much work, have so much success, it's the rest of the boys on the Pioneers roster that need to step up to try and end this series in 2-0 fashion. But Oxygen doing a phenomenal job to weather the storm that Talik has been able to throw at them. Until now, it's a 1-kill game in Pioneers' favor. All of a sudden, Oxygen has been playing with the lead throughout the entire game, basically, but it's now slipped. With 14 kills remaining, it's all tied up.
Talik's literally unstoppable. Like, you cannot stop this man. Killing spree, 20 kills for him, and they still have to get 12 to win the game. This is incredible what we're seeing from this man right here, and he's trying to find more, working with his team. He gets the last shot. He's stealing him, man.
That's unnecessary. -1.
Hey, no. At the end of the day, stats are stats, bro. We see Russell Westbrook throwing out some wild stuff at the end of games. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the stat line at the end of the day.
All I'm saying is if you have 22 and I have 5, you let me get that one. Jesus, the commander rifle from Druck rips Cherish right off the top tower position, and Pioneers tie this one up again. Camo is up. It's been all Oxygen as far as the power-up story is concerned. Will they be able to secure this one? Nobody on Pioneers really able to compete for it. Talik a second too late. Pays for it with his life, and now all of a sudden a 1-kill lead. So even though Talik having a phenomenal game, Oxygen still in the driver's seat as this one starts to rear its end.
Yeah, well, the only kill that matters is the last one, and Name has the camo and the sniper to work with, but he has to hit the shot. Able to get the body and the finish on Manny, trying to get the second. Heavy damage is being sustained. Name trying his best to stay alive. Oh my God, Talik, you're gone. 3 more kills for Oxygen to win this game.
It's one way to take him out. Someone had to do it. Name, 3 more bullets. Very confident, you can tell. He's feeling himself. Big moment, big shot. Big kill from Name, but unfortunately can't find the double. Kills do get traded out. Now 49 for Oxygen. Make it 50. They tie this one up 50-46. Our losers finals will go the distance. Let's go into game 3 as Pioneers and Oxygen have decided to take this series as far as it can go. It's going to be an Aquarius CTF that will decide who gets to play Cloud9 in that grand finals.
That game, the sniper made all the difference. And it was that last play by Name to get that camouflage and the sniper in hands, and that was what secured the win. This time, though, no sniper rifle to work with. It's all BRs, it's all teamwork, and it's going to be impressive to see how these teams work with each other. And it's going to be paramount that Oxygen are able to out teamwork Pioneers, and that's a tall ask. You know, the Pioneers roster, they've built a name for themselves by being a team, right? They don't really make team changes. They're really great friends. They work with each other time and time again, and now you're on the map that matters most to get yourself to grand finals, beat the Pioneers at their best game. Oxygen trying to make the upset work.
Yeah, Oxygen gets by in game 2.
Yeah.
With a little help from Name at the end there, they get the job done. Talik had a very strong performance, but this is for all the marbles, like you're saying. I would say it benefits the play style of Pioneers with the teamwork and the collaboration and the cohesiveness that they typically bring, but Oxygen on the verge of creating a massive upset here in a best-of-3 could potentially gain a lot of confidence here from this series. This would be a big one for them to win. Let's see if they have what it takes.
Well, Common going to be able to strike first with Name, and well, this is their opportunity to start to get right into the base of Pioneers as they're coming up off that respawn. Common finds the next, Name finds his own, and they have just been a duo trying to work through and get towards this base. and they have just dominated the kill feed early on, and this is their first opportunity to grab this flag as Common leads the charge.
Common forced to trade with that thrust. A good job by him in the situation that he was given, but unfortunately Oxygen, what looked like a promising push, is shut down. Soul Snipe himself another one, resets. Gonna scavenge for these dynamo grenades, and let's see what he's able to do with these, because we know how strong these can be. They get burned immediately, but the rest of Pioneers pushing across the map have created the opening to take closet control, and with that, Pioneers now on the verge of potentially getting an opportunity for a flag run.
Fortunately shut down early in that back base. The Sheriff tries to continue forward. Oh, that's a tough one. Talik able to get that kill, and a flag is out. Haynes trying to find his own response as he could pull out this flag, but he doesn't really have a clear running route. Just gonna have to get the damage down and use that flag as bait, getting shot from his own base across the map, and the kill feed lights red. The Pioneers starting to make their push through, and oh my, the thrust makes all the difference, man. It's absolutely devastating to get into those one-on-one fights with a thrust player. It often feels impossible, like a cheat code in the game when you have to go up against a thrust, and it's going to return to the first flag in the game for the KCP boys.
Yeah, Haynes had such a big responsibility when he found himself by himself at the enemy base. He had to figure out a way to get a pick, but unfortunately, grabbing that flag, giving away your location when you have that much of a flank going on, such a dangerous decision to try and make. The flag is on the move, however, for Oxygen, so a counter cap opportunity is a realistic possibility, and it is going to be a truth of the matter. His name is going to punch that one in, but now he's surrounded by Pioneers players, and he needs to pick up a double, and a double he does. And that's a big 2 kills from Name as he continues the spree that he was on from the last game to tie this one up and also deny any opportunity from a counter cap we would have seen from Pioneers.
And doing your job with the odds stacked against you, right? Taking on both those players while one shot and coming out on top without the trade. Exactly what you want to see from Name. And interestingly enough, Oxygen, they ran that first flag through the P side, and looks like maybe, no, they're going to go down the middle, more traditional route this time, but that was the rare P side run that we saw for their first flag cap, and it looks like they're trying to get their second on the way.
I love the idea of not settling for what the meta is currently at, for determining a way to figure out how to be flexible. Unfortunately, the melee somehow gets lost, and Cherish loses his life because of it, and that flag run, it gets shut down. Pioneers get the reset, and now all of a sudden 3 dead for Oxygen. Last guy alive's top pink. He's shortly lived as Soul Snipe takes him down, and the push into the closet is an attempt from Talik that's shut down momentarily, but the rest of Pioneers still up, creating chaos. Could get another flag on the move here shortly.
And Manny just missing that throw out. Gonna have to keep it in the top base for now. And that's going to mean that Pioneers will have to do another round of slays, but it's going to be kills going into the favor of Oxygen as Haynes works to get into this base once again. So the Oxygen able to survive the onslaught of the players from Pioneers, and now trying to make lemonade out of lemons as they are in the base with an opportunity to run, and that flag is out and into the closets already. Util run on its way.
Look at this.
And that's impressive from Oxygen thus far.
Yeah, Haynes able to stay alive in that combat back base, and now he's impacted the game a little bit farther than he should have. Because of it, he's done just enough to give the opening to Name to punch that one in. Unfortunately, that was 4 dead for Oxygen, and with everybody spawning pink, and it looks to have Pioneers set up for a successful counter cap opportunity here. They get good damage on the Soul Snipe, but 3 more kills go in the Pioneers' favor, and that's going to be the flag being punched in here shortly, with Pioneers keeping map control. So this could be a very dangerous situation for a double cap opportunity from Oxygen on the counter cap.
Now both teams just finding their answer time and time again, and now Name trying to find the overextend, but he's going to get taken out quickly as Struck gets him from his own base, and now Manny trying to take this lead once again as he gets this into the util closet. Last step of the way, but they're going to have to find one round of slay. One player in that back base, I believe Druck might have taken care of it, and there they go. 3-2. The Pioneers have the lead once again.
Yeah, 2 kills coming through, but it's not going to be enough to get a counter cap from Oxygen, I don't think. Too good of a job by Manny to get out of dodge, to try and get out of his base, but Common somehow makes slight work of Manny, even though he had no idea Manny was going to be there, and because of it, now Oxygen with some map control. Trying to play his life. Common doing a ton of damage with the battle rifle, the shock grenades. Another killing spree for Common. He's picked it up here in game 3, just when his team needs him the most. And Name, once again, the guy in the back of the base of Pioneers, able to get this flag on the move, and that's a big kill to get numbers in their advantage as they get this one all the way to their base. And that's going to be Name punching, or Haynes punching this one in. And so it's all tied up 3-3.
You know, that's a great run by Haynes to get that through. That was a flag that was created by Chris Common. The way that he played his position was just about perfect, where that 45-second span was all over the map, put damage down left and right, was exactly what you want to see out of a middle player on the map, putting down as much damage as possible and earning his team another flag cap, tying this one up. And what's so impressive is that normally when you cap a flag, you're giving up your position, you're gonna fight once again for map control. But Auction was able to cap that flag and stay forward and keep the Pioneers in their back base.
Talik having a fight in front of his base with the guy pushing into his closet. Needs to find a way to get up top. He does just that. Still looking for this player, however. Finally turns around, spots a player jumping on him top middle, but they're going to have to get the few slays. Gets into the closet, but there's going to be players around him. He's searching everywhere, but can't seem to quite find his footing here in the closet, knowing that Oxygen of Light to overextend, looks back to his flag, and that's a big few shots of damage that allow this flag carrier to be killed before he gets it too far, because if he doesn't get that damage in, this flag gets a little bit further and it's much more difficult to try and return once it's front the enemy team's base. But a good job nonetheless from Talik to get all of this damage, help to get the return, reset the map, as we're tied up with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, we're tied up with 4 minutes left, but look at that killing column. I mean, if you take a look at the stats, you'd think that this would be a dominating game from the Pioneers. All the players on their team positive or even at the moment. And Auction's still going blow for blow thus far, just being more efficient with the objective. But the question is, how long is that sustainable for Auction? At some point, you're going to have to start lighting up the kill feed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've had counter caps in their opportunities where Pioneers get the flag cap, but at what cost, right? They've given up the whole map, and Oxygen have been able to capitalize at that. That being said, they're going to have to figure out a way to get map control, and it's going to be even more difficult to do that when Manny's fronts your base with camo. He finds himself a double, has every intention of getting this flag on the move, and the last 2 players of Oxygen are back their base. Nobody on Pioneers quite there yet, but so much information for the rest of the members of Pioneers to try and collapse on this.
Yeah, Drake was able to take one and keep his life. Common trying to still find that pick, and while he will be able to find Soul Snipe, Druck eventually found on the map as well, so Auction able to stop that push. And look at this, Cherish immediately getting into the flag of the Pioneers as well. This is an opportunity for a cap for Auction, but they have to find these picks, and old Cherish will find the first, Name finds the other, and now Common's trying to push through. Unfortunately, a stray nade will spell his demise, but Auction in a great position to potentially put in a game-winning flag.
Still tied up 3-3. Highly contested, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. You can almost bet the next cap on the board. If it's not met with a counter cap, it's going to be potentially the last one. Oxygen finds the first 2. We're looking at all 4 being dead for the real opening sign of an opportunity to run the flag. Nothing just yet for either team. Camo in 10 seconds as well, but Oxygen, they're going to be coming off respawn as that's 3 dead. Nobody quite able to pull the flag to capitalize on these slays as of yet, but Talik across the map could be just the guy to get this one on the run.
And this all comes from an overextension that Auction played into. Haynes got a little bit too ahead of himself, and it comes at a premature death, which has allowed Talik to throw that flag out. Had no real opposition in the back base, although the Pioneers are going to have to slay out still. Once again, you can see the kill feed going in favor of Auction, but Soul Snipe has this camouflage and an opportunity to find an easy pick. He knows there's a player towards P side, and he's going to be the first line of defense. Once again, another P side run, but this one looks to be stopped short. Druck getting in position towards the P side. I can't imagine that flag finishing its route, as it will get returned back into the Pioneers base.
Yeah, great attempt from Name to get that flag as far as he did. Unfortunately, the sway is just not coming through for Oxygen, and that means the Pioneers now, with an opportunity to counter cap, have the flag across the map, and are going to be punching this one in very shortly. As you're seeing everybody on Pioneers come back to their base, they don't give any opportunity for a counter cap, and now with just a minute left, the Pioneers have taken the lead here in Game 3 to punch their ticket to a Grand Finals. They have a minute of defense to play. They could choose to be aggressive, but I don't see that being the case. I see them fighting for map control and slays alone.
Now, you can still play the time to your advantage for Oxygen. You don't have to freak out just yet. As long as that flag is out before the timer reaches 0, and with the new times, the new rule for overtime and flag, you're more than capable of finding that last flag in post time. But it comes down to finding the slays, and that's where Pioneers have outworked you all game long. You're gonna have to change the narrative in the last 15 seconds of game time. And while Druck, he's coming back to defend the flag, you can see all these players from Pioneers are in the back. The heat wave is going to stop Common before he can do any more damage, and I don't think anyone's in position. They're trying to fly in. Can they get the touch on the flag? No, they will not be able to do so, and the Pioneers find themselves back on the upper side. Grand Finals, here they come.
There's a well-fought battle from Oxygen, but it wasn't enough. The Pioneers have done it. They have punched their ticket to the Grand Finals with a rematch against Cloud9. Like you said, a player, a team they are all too familiar with, and they'll get another stab at creating the upset. But Oxygen, they had a strong performance today, and they got us about as far through the tournament, maybe even a little farther than I would have projected based off their stint with PK. That was a great opportunity for them, but they're going to be kicking themselves for not having a little bit stronger of a performance in Game 3 there. Game 1 was pretty much a wipe. They did a great job in Game 2. But still work to be done on their end. But they weren't completely out of the series. And if you're KCP, the fact that Oxygen gave you so much trouble there in Games 2 and 3 does not bode well for your future against Cloud9 here in the Grand Finals. But we know this KCP team can step up and make noise when asked to. So it's a matter of, will they have that left in the tank for today?
Yeah, and KCP always having that sort of consistency issue, right? Playing down to their competition sometimes. We'd like to see them, execute on the highest level time and time again. Although I was impressed with how Oxygen played today. I think they've been on a downward trend for the last couple months, ever since they dropped Swish, and this bodes well for them. I think they played extremely well. I think they are probably kicking themselves about a couple opportunities there. The slaying looks to be getting a little bit better. Obviously, in Game 3, we need to see a little bit more of that slaying prowess come in.
Yeah.
But I've been impressed with Cherish and how he's been working inside this roster. He consistently is finding himself on the top frag for his team. It's just getting that teamwork down and executing the minute plays that really make a difference in the long run.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of the cohesiveness, right, that needs to take place. There's got to be very interested in hearing the communication for the team and seeing what that sounds like compared to some of our best teams, right? Because times where there's a lot of individual battles, there's a lot of less execution in some opportunities that they had, and those are fixable things. So that's an exciting time for Oxygen fans and the players as well to continue to build on what they've got, but still time before KC to perfect that, and a strong showing, but not the greatest showing. And I still think they have more left to show.
More left to show. Let's go back to Yeso as we get ready for our Grand Finals.
Pioneers able to get it done there in losers finals. They take out Oxygen, and they have earned their rematch here against Cloud9 in the Grand Finals. Of course, Oxygen, they take that tightly contested series against PK in losers semifinals, but they didn't come out on the winner's end of this tight series as they fall 1-2 to Pioneers. And now the question is, has Pioneers, have they found something between that winners finals loss and now to change their fate, right? We talked earlier about how Cloud9 pretty handily took that series. They won it 2-0 in winners finals. And of course, they've been able to chill, relax, watch these sets, and get ready for grands. And, you know, that consistency that we hit on earlier does not change here for Cloud9, and it's whether, you know, KCP has been able to find that next level here. Certainly, we've watched a lot of series from KCP over, you know, the last year plus of them competing against top squads like Cloud9 and kind of the old super team rosters we used to see with the mix-ups between Optic, Cloud9, Sentinels, and the like. And, you know, the Pioneers have been able to play really tight series with those squads, but Cloud9 has seemingly been at a different level since we've jumped into the Halo Infinite era, and already having that win under their belt from today pretty handily over the Pioneers. It's going to be a tough test for Pioneers to change their fate, especially when you consider the fact that not only do they have to beat Cloud9, but they have to beat them twice in a row, which is certainly going to be a tough test that they're going to have to step up to here in these grand finals. I'm certainly leading the way of Cloud9, but I'm a big Pioneers fan and would love to see them take this series the length and really challenge Cloud9 here. So we'll have to find out when we do go to that set. So Tools and Clutch will have that action for you when we go back to them. Right now, we're going to go to a quick break, though, so everybody take the opportunity to grab a drink, hit the bathroom, do whatever you got to do, but don't go far, because when we come back, we have the grand finals of our Series E Halo Infinite tournament, so don't go far. We'll be back in a few.
Welcome back. It's time. Grand finals. Cloud9 versus Pioneers. I'm Tools. That's Clutch. Let's get this thing ready to go. Clutch, who do you got winning your grand finals today, baby?
I had 7K channel points built up throughout my entire time with Esports Arena. I'm looking to double that now. I got Cloud9. I put all 7K on them. I feel pretty confident here in the grand finals. I got Aquarius CTF to kick this one off, and although we just saw the Pioneers have a very strong showing on this map mode combo, I think Cloud9's going to take this one. They've looked so good today. They looked so good in the winners finals against the same team in Pioneers, and I think that they'll continue that. I have a lot of confidence in the boys, and I'll be sending some rude DMs that they let me down, and all my channel points go away. So, well,
I took the value bet. You know what I'm saying? I saw 8%. I saw massive returns. You know what I'm saying? It's like the way I play the stock market. I put it all in.
Points don't work like that. There aren't odds. It's just 1-to-1.
Absolutely no. It's not 1-to-1. Are you kidding me, Clutch?
Is it not?
No.
Oh, I've never bet on this.
You can bet 80K to get back 100 points, and only 100 points are bet on the other way. That being said,
I'll take my 100 points in that manner because Renegade, he started off hot. Give me a double. Thank you, Renegade. Make it a triple. Where are my channel points at?
Oh my god.
Thank you, sir. Already, Renegade making it guaranteed money when you're betting on Cloud9.
Oh my, yeah, it's I'm feeling nervous already. Truck trying his best to stay alive. Got that sidekick in his hands, and he'll find the finish. Although it's looking like Cloud9 is trying to run through, speed run this final game. Colic will be the last alive Penguin, stocking himself up with the pink mist in the back pocket. Oh, just gonna miss that punch. But quick to get the cleanup is stellar. And I mean, you can just see how aggressive this Cloud9 roster has been to get into that utility and to try to get this run on its way.
You know, I was thinking of what I was going to predict, and is Cloud9 going to lose KC? But they just look so strong. Flag on the move. Stellar gets across halfway. Nades do come through. Manny and the boys are going to be able to stop this one, it appears for now. Looks like Pioneers have done just that, but everything just seemed to be going so well for Cloud9, but we'll see. The Pioneers, like I've always said, they have the potential to create this upset. With this double kill, they may just open up the map for a potential flag run to gain the lead here in game one. And all of a sudden, a little bit of momentum goes a long way for the boys in blue here as Pioneers get this flag in the closet.
Oh my god, that's about 3 grenades all landing at once. Gonna stop him short. Talik trying to get right back into this action. He has the one-on-one fight. He'll take it on Penguin. Renegade finding his own kill, but the Pioneer still getting this flag on its way. Soul Snipe falls, and who else but Renegade to take the fights? Triple kill for him as he's looking for the over. Doesn't even want to get near that flag. Keep it going. The camouflage is gonna fall at top mid, and it's gonna be Penguin who secures it for the squad. Pioneers trying desperately to get that flag back, but it comes at the cost of all their lives and the stat padding for Renegade as he was able to clean all of them up.
Yeah, big kills coming through once again for Cloud9. It's going to be momentary. 4 dead. Soul Snipe and Talik are coming off spawn here, and they got a lot of responsibility to keep control of their base, and unfortunately, that's going to rely just on Talik as Unfortunately, too much pressure is going to cost Soul Snipe his life. It's a killing spree for Penguin with this camo, and he's played this to perfection. Now the camo's out, he's able to get this flag on the move, and if he can hit this slide, it would have been great, but unfortunately, he gets kind of stuck there and forced to run it the normal, old-fashioned way. At least for now, but Pioneers coming off spawn pink side of the map are going to have to be dealt with before Penguin can advance his map, but he's got Eco to say something about that. Finds one of his own, and with Talik, the last guy alive left, he's going to be able to get this one, you would think, to home base.
Just barely missing in the angle.
3 dev? And 3 dev for Cloud9, though.
Yeah, Talik's still in a great position. He needs to get these kills, though. The nades are coming through. That flag is going to get touched at the last second. Return coming in. 2 players from Pioneers are there, and it's going to be a return.
Wow.
The last second, Penguin just not able to get around that corner, and it comes at the cost of a flag cap, as Manny is now sitting in the back base trying to deal with the pressure, trying to finish the first. He's able to do so. Can he get the second as well? No. Stellar finds the kill, but not before heavy damages are sustained. The Pioneers starting to get scrappy and come back into this game as a flag is out, as Talik hits right back into position off respawn. Not quite able to find those kills as the flag will get reset, but loving the scrappy nature of Pioneers, making Cloud9 earn every inch of the map.
Absolutely, a highly contested first bit of our grand final so far. Talik with 15 kills, 0 assists, but doesn't even leave opportunity for assists when he's getting the kills all by himself like this. Able to find another one, make it 17 as Pioneers with the flag on the move. Talik finding some slays, and you can bet that this one's probably going to go in as Talik now decides to make his way towards this flag. Still receiving a little bit of pressure, still has a player to deal with, and a beautiful job by him to almost get that kill in the closet. And unfortunately, because he goes down and stalls this run, and Renegade has found himself in the bottom middle, has denied this flag. And what unbelievable defense we are seeing from both teams so far throughout this game.
Yeah, this has been an absolute performance. Both these teams just fighting for every inch of land, and well, this flag is very close to coming back for the Pioneers, but all 4 players from Cloud9 are up, and Soul Snipe's trying to alleviate some pressure. But you can already see Renegade getting back into this position, top mid, where he loves to be. A well-placed grenade.
How is this flag still live? This is the longest flag run I've ever seen in my life.
Through sheer tenacity from both teams. I mean, look, Cloud9 is just making it so tough to get that final flag in, and they pulled out a flag of their own. Manny's going to be able to get the touch. Talik's there. That flag not dropping out into the yard will be the final nail in the coffin, I believe. That flag should come in, and Pioneers are the ones who strike first. Talik leading the charge. 19 kills from him. He's truly been the main slayer for Pioneers tonight.
And they needed every single one of them to get that flag punched in. Let me tell you, that was one of the hardest flags I've ever seen a team cap, but the job got done. And now all of a sudden, the Pioneers have a lead for what feels like the first time against Cloud9, and what a better chance to do it than in the first game of the grand finals here. They're gonna have to, I believe, reset the bracket and win 2 best-of-3s, but they're very capable of doing that, especially if they can get off to a 2-0 lead, and that's exactly what Talik has in store. As he runs this one up, he's gonna punch this one in, and all of a sudden, to pair with 19 kills, he's gonna give his team a 2-cap lead with 5 minutes and 43 seconds remaining.
No, but it's in moments like this is where we see Renegade come to life. Expect him to start lighting up the feed as Cloud9 is already trying to get the counter cap on its way. Halfway through 50-yard line that flag is, and Renegade gets 2, and he's looking for the 3rd. This is where this man comes to life, not able to get the trip, but that flag should get secured. Stellar is going to get stopped, so they are going to have to get one more round to slays. Penguin goes down, not able to kill Soul Snipe. And now Soul Snipe's getting dangerously close to getting towards that flag and getting the return. But he's going to have to find the click. And look, the return's in. Cloud9 not able to secure that flag. And a missed opportunity from them, to be sure. As all of a sudden, looks like the Pioneers are eyeing flag number 3.
Yeah, to break it down on how Pioneers are successfully stopping these flag runs from happening, would look to be apparent guaranteed caps from Cloud9 are not the case at all, as Pioneers somehow always continuing to stagger the runs. And now look at this, a run of their own, a little bit of help from Talik. Who else? 22 to his name, another flag in his hand. Looks to take a 3-0 lead, and I mean, my channel points might be gone after this one, but gladly so. I love to see the Pioneers succeeding at this level, especially against the world's best, and this would be an upset for the H's as Pioneers try to get this one into the board. Unfortunately, there's a player that snuck into the base, and with that, he's got a touch on the flag. It's going to delay this one from going in a little bit longer.
You can see the Cloud9 just still trying to make this flag impossible to maintain. And there is a player that snuck into that back base, I believe. Yep, and it's going to come at a cost. He's able to get the kill and the return as well. Actually, no, that flag got capped. Right. Druck was able to get it in. Oh, wow. Druck getting the last second pick and able to keep that flag alive for the squad. And now a 3-0 lead. And Cloud9 suddenly in trouble. Renegade doing his best for surpassing that 20 kill threshold. Gets the double, make it a triple. No, Soul Snipe. Gonna shut him down before that kill can come through. And that really feels like that's been the game for Pioneers thus far. Right when you think Cloud9's gonna do something, they somehow come to life and find the pick.
Why is this flag taking so long to move? The kills have come through. Get your rear end on that thing and get it moving across the board. You got 3 minutes to cap 3 flags. The job got done on the first one, but you want to see a little bit more efficiency, a little bit more haste in the objective play. Renegade finding a double could be a double cap opportunity in the kill feed, and they catch the overextender as Penguin spots out Talik top pink. And this flag, if it's continued to move, making this a 1 flag cap game with 2 minutes and 50 seconds is a completely different story than we were just having.
Oh man, oh my god, the nade's perfect as well. Second flag, how about that for some haste? 2 flags back to back in a matter of a minute. Stellar trying to keep the action coming in, using the sidekick effectively. Wins the fight versus Druck, even though the thrust was used. Something you don't see every day. And now Renegade coming in to replace that position. And well, I mean, he's using the commando. All of a sudden, Cloud9 has come to life, and the comeback looking more and more like a reality as the 4 go down for Pioneers.
Nobody on Cloud9 across the map to move this flag, but Cloud9, all of a sudden, with all the momentum in their favor, have map control to pair with it. Pioneers, they've done such a good job defending the flag runs of Cloud9 throughout this entire game up until about the last minute or so, but they go 3 dead once again off spawn, and once again, nobody from Cloud9 in a position to move the flag, but you can feel the control shift into Cloud9's favor, and with 1 minute and 40 seconds, there's plenty of time to get this flag on the move.
The only score that matters is the one where the time runs out, and Cloud9, they're trying to get their 3rd and game tying flag in. Penguin gonna shortly lose his camouflage, but he already did the work of getting that flag to the halfway point. Now it's just up to Cloud9 to find the slice. Eco, he finds the first. Another player from the Pioneers in the util closet. Stellar, he's able to get that trade. So this flag's still alive, and Penguin, he's going to be the one that's going to try to take this for the run. Talik finds Renegade. Manny gets Eco. Penguin's now all of a sudden in trouble, trying to stay alive. The cross shots come through. Manny able to find that pick, and once again, the Pioneers letting that flag get all the way, but making their final stand, trying to get back into this return position. Talik finds another kill, lighting up the feed once again, as it's really been the fight between him and Renegade for that top slaying spot, and all 4 go down for Cloud9. Flag is returned, and all of a sudden, counter caps on the mind of Pioneers.
A big kill from Renegade could change everything, though. 40 seconds is still plenty of time. Pioneers need to be careful. They don't need a flag run. They need to figure out a way to deny flags from being run for the next 30 seconds, and they'll take game 1. Druck, knowing that, finds a kill of his own. Soul Snipe finds as well, and as Druck knows that his flag is pulled, it is his job to focus on the respawners because they're going to be able to impact this flag. He finds one. Can he get the kill is the big question. No! Renegade takes him down, and now Heat Wave down. Numbers in favor of Cloud9. The flag is returned, but with 10 seconds left, Renegade has his eyes set on getting that touch.
He's got it. We're going to be seeing some overtime rules right here, and this could be devastating for Pioneers. You did all this to get to this point, but Renegade's trying to put the dagger in. He gets this all the way back to his util. Talik wins the fight on Stellar. Can they get there in time? Renegade's one shot. He's right next to the flag. The shot comes in. Soulside gets the kill, but the flag capped in time. Cloud9 take us to overtime.
Not so fast, says Cloud9. It was a 3-0 lead for the Pioneers with about 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. Cloud9 did everything they needed to do to tie this one up with 0 on the clock to get it to overtime. Now let's see who's going to take game 1. It's the first to the first flag cap. Already Cloud9. A little bit of map control goes a long way, and Renegade somehow is already behind you in your closet. You're asking yourself, how did he get there? Unfortunately, you're in the death cam when you're asking those kind of questions typically. And now Renegade stops for a second, assesses the situation, spots a player top. Dinos takes him down, and all of a sudden he's created the opening. Cloud9 may need to end this one.
You can already see Penguin getting in position to pull that flag. Renegade coming to support. That player will fall, and the flag is out and away, and Renegade's not stopping. You let him loose in the base. He finds another flag quickly moving its way through the halfway point. You can see all the Pioneers trying to overextend from the Peace side. Renegade gets the assist. Penguin's almost there. He takes heavy damages from a nade, but this should be enough. The kill feed lighting red. The comeback of reality, but Penguin drops it in the base. What?
I have never seen the flag jump out front. They're going to have to get it up top. Renegade forced to try and slay. His flag carrier gets taken down. Soulsnite finds the double. Nobody there to continue the flag run for now. You can tell Cloud9 semi-panicking, trying to find these players, and Renegade picks up one, stays alive, gets a touch. Heavy under pressure. A guy's no shield in front of him, can't finish the kill, and Druck gets the first. But Eco trades it out. They take their time. One player sneaks in, gets the touch, throws it out, but 3 dead for Pioneers, and multiple players for Cloud9 are going to be able to deal with him. Hop the return, and that's going to do it. The boys have done it in overtime. They proved that their ice still continues to this day, and they clutch up to find themselves in the lead now of our grand finals, up 1-0.
And that's the difference between great and good teams. Am I right? I mean, you just see what the difference is between the best team in the world and a top 6 team. That is exactly what Cloud9 needed to do. A little shot in the arm saying, hey, we got to take this a bit serious. And, you know, you're able to get the win and demoralize your opponents at the same time. I mean, what a comeback from Cloud9. Up 3-0 were the Pioneers. Did not matter. 4-3 going to be your finish scoreline.
So often do I say, hardly ever, if ever, do I remember massive comebacks in CTF scores where a team is up 3 or 4 flag caps. Like typically in Halo Infinite, when a team is up 2, you don't ever see a comeback of a magnitude. It's like too consistent of a game type, as in a sense of like a team is able to play defensive minded enough to stop that from happening. But Cloud9, of course, they're the team to rewrite that story in my head, and I will remember that game for a long time because I thought for sure the Pioneers were doing everything they needed to do to win at least game 1 in this series. But now Cloud9 seem to have grasped that momentum and run with it. And I mean, they never seem to amaze you at that point.
That's a heartbreaker. And I mean, Clutch, you've been in these moments before where you lose a game that was in your grasp and you have to come back and continue your series on. What piece of advice would you give to this Pioneers roster?
Fortunately, I think all my massive blunders were at the end of series to where I didn't have to continue playing. But take a deep breath. Understand that it's just one game and reanalyze. I mean, you can take a lot of good things you did in game 1. A lot of control. For a majority of the game, we dominated game 1. We just didn't win. That's a tough pill to swallow, but at the same time, you're like, we can compete with these guys. We just went to overtime with them, right? And what felt like a game that we should have won, just make sure we close the door on the game is basically the conversation you're having. You have to put you have to step on the neck of Cloud9 if you want to kill them, right? Like if you want to knock them out, you have to do it. You can't leave them with any hope of an opportunity because they seem to always seize that opportunity and clutch up when it matters most.
Well, this is their opportunity. Streets Slayer gonna be the game type to get it done. We have seen Talik lead the slaying column time and time again for the Pioneers. It sounds like he's gonna be the one that's gonna step up once again. But really, it was a fight between Talik and Renegade that game. And remember, we saw Talik go off to a hot start. But he still got outslayed by Renegade in that game, even though he was up by so much. And it just really shows how Renegade turns it on at the end of games. When he's down, that man doesn't like losing at all. Like he will do whatever's necessary to come out with that W. He is a natural board. Are you kidding me? Renegades, personalized service. Here's your rockets to work with. They're not going to last long. But, oh, I love seeing that. Throw in your rockets to your teammates. Oh, my God. Cloud9 playing on another level.
Yeah, Cloud9 just so well defined right now in the meta and how they set the tone. Even at the start of games, Renegade showing you he's got the entire package to work around, and already off to a good start. 3 kills to his name. Unfortunately, gets caught off guard here. Can he stay alive somehow? Even when he's no shield, he still finds a way to get a kill. Get a guy no shield and trades even. Even when he's going down, he goes down swinging. And that's 5 to his name already as it's tied 6-6. So the Pioneers have done a good job to stay in this one, even with the onslaught that Renegade throws at them.
Cloud9 maintaining this lead early on, and Pioneers, that's exactly what you need to stop, right? Get yourself a lead early and try to maintain, because you know how Cloud9 plays this end game. They are one of the iciest, if not the iciest team in Halo Infinite. And, well, you have to be in control of the game because they are never going to let you create the upset in the last moments. Eco with this red gun, the Stalker rifle, so powerful. With that 3-shot kill, will get the trade out. You can see just a power weapon, the scavenging on the map clearly going into the favor of Cloud9 early on.
Thrust, Bulldog, Stalker. What else do you want, Renegade? Show us. Decides to drop the Stalker, you know. Just making decisions on the fly here. Sees that it was low ammo, says that's not enough for an overkill. I don't really want it.
Yeah.
Rockets are coming up. Ooh. Tries to position himself, and Druck hits the movement to gain a little bit of an advantage there, and because of it, Druck just created an opening for the Pioneer boys to secure these rockets, tied this one up, and all of a sudden that could be the biggest kill of the series if the Pioneers push this to a second best of 3. A massive win from Druck. It doesn't look like Rockets have really worked out in their favor since, but another big kill onto Renegade, and if it's Druck that has to shut him down, maybe Druck is just the player to do it, as the last 2 kills have gone in Druck's favor.
Yeah, I mean, I love that play from Druck, right? Come out, but he even talks about, you know, having that movement is one thing, but having perfect reticle placement and shots to take him out is the other. I mean, he hit perfect shots on that play. But quickly, Cloud9 respond, retake their lead once again, and Renegade, he has a Stalker rifle, and this is probably one of the more not talked about weapons when we talk about the sandbox on this map. You know, the shotgun plays its impact. The rockets are there. They're the hype ones, but the Stalker with a 3-shot kill is truly devastating when you have a team that constantly controls.
You play against a player like Renegade, like Stellar, like Soul Snipe, and you get 3 by those guys before you can blink or say, like, whatever start to the call out you're finishing. You understand how difficult of a weapon that is to try and compete against in the most and some of the best precision based players' hands. It can do so much damage so quick and create the numbers advantage that your team needs. We're going to see more of that Stalker rifle as Infinite continues to grow. I can guarantee you that, because that weapon is a ton of pain in the right player's hands. Give it to a Royal 2, for example. But Druck with the Bulldog making a name for himself. 10 kills to his name in the Slayer. It's a 1-kill advantage now for the Pioneers as they look to sandwich these players. Bottom tower, they successfully do so. And every kill matters right now as Rockets are coming up here in 2 seconds. And just 1 kill separates these two as Druck and Renegade lead each retrospective teams, and it looks like Cloud9 have got the Rockets for now.
You see, I mean, that's how much resource you have to put in. You have to stop the Stalker player. He went out for that ego child. It didn't work out in his favor, but you just can't allow that Stalker player to continue wreaking havoc on the map. Talk gonna try to find someone with a well-placed shot. They're coming down, and he gets it. Oh wow. Top-level gameplay from Talk, shooting the pad and getting the assist. And now they've been able to clean up the map a little bit, but it all doesn't matter at the end of the day because you got Renegade right here, and he still has the rocket to work with. And after that rocket's spent, well, he has a Stalker rifle to work with as well. He's going to be a pain to get out of this position. He's just waiting for his opportunity.
He's going to relocate all the way across the map, and he's going to run into a player here, makes him pay for it with his life, and Nice job with that rocket. Will Cloud9 look to push off that kill is the big question. The right side of the map that they're focused on, and unfortunately Renegade finds himself in a one-on-one very close range combat with that shotgun player, and that shotgun player probably going to pick up a second kill here, and it's going to be Manny picking up 2 very important kills to subside the push. Not only that though, but to push the lead to 5.
There we go, a clean 4 down. Pioneers now have an opportunity to control the map and a 6-kill lead to work with. It's exactly the position you want to be as you approach 40 kills. If you can have a 2-wipe kill, you know, like an 8-kill lead, it's the perfect spot to be in when you hit that 40 kill threshold. A 2 clean wipes, you know, like a team wipe. You know, you get 2 wipes. I mean, you can give up some easy deaths. You're gonna be okay. And well, they're building that lead, right? It's 7 now, drop down to 6, but they have Cloud9 trapped in this back subway entrance, and Drux coming in with the heater, but oh no, he gets melted, and all of a sudden Pioneer's position starts to crumble.
Cloud9 starts to get a few kills in their favor. They hear Tool say all it takes is 2 clean wipes to have some success, and all of a sudden they're getting some wipes of their own. 17 versus 16. Manny has stepped it up in the kill category with 16 to his name. Eco trying to get away with rockets, can't quite turn the corner, and Cloud9 have been fighting out of PD for quite a while now, not at an advantageous position to try and fight out of. You want to see them try and get some space if they want to get back into this, but Pioneer's doing an even better job to deny that. We even saw Druck a little bit ago steal that thrust and just run away to deny that from going into their hands, and look at how difficult of a time Renegade's having now with no space to play around.
What's so interesting is that Cloud9 have clearly won the scavenging fight throughout this entire game. They've had, I think, a majority of the rockets, if not all, and the stalker rifle in the hands of Renegade for most of the game, but still fighting from down in this fight. And it really shows how Pioneers have been working as a team and not letting kills get away from them, executing on the highest level. But Renegade trying to complete the comeback once again, double positive at 18-9. Death, taxes, and Renegade going positive. The only 3 things in life that are guaranteed. And he's going on the hunt, trying to get behind all these players, but gets caught on the wall. The trade's gonna come in favor of Pioneers. And you start to see Cloud9 fall, and it's only 1 kill left for the KCP boys to push us to game 3.
Yeah, 1 more. Manny with 19, would love to see a 20 bomb out of him. He's trying to be aggressive towards the arcade position. Waits for his teammates to get some damage, and that's going to do it. The 20 bomb comes through, and you ask the Pioneers what they can do to get back into this, and that's trust the process and the hard work that they have put in. And with that, they tie this first best of 3 up 1-1. We're going into a live fire Strongholds game 3, and if the Pioneers can win this, they'll find themselves resetting the bracket in the grand finals with all the momentum behind them. And you have to think, looking back on this series, Garrett, game 1 should have been ours. Game 2, it was ours. Game 3, if we win that, I mean, we could have just 3-0'd Cloud9 if this was a best of 5 situation, and you're looking at a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence going into that bracket reset.
Yeah, I love the way that KCP has been playing right now. And what I love in particular is every player has stepped up at some point in this tournament. I mean, Manny dropping that 20 bomb right there is exactly what you want to see. You know, every player had their moment. Druck came in with a critical kill on Renegade. That's really what started to turn around that game. Yeah, a couple times he won that big fight, but when he hit that curb slide to go in to Purple Stairs and just absolutely for Renegade from across the map was what reinvigorated this team. And then Manny took that momentum and ran away with it. The only thing that's going against the Pioneers right here is we're heading to to Cloud9's favorite game type in Strongholds. Live fire going to be on the map once again. Both these teams have impressive sniper players on their side, so that's really just going to be the fight for the power weapon control. But Strongholds, it's always going to be favored for Cloud9. But the KCP have shown that they are ready to fight for every inch of land, and they're ready to take us to a reset.
Yeah, they know they can win this. It's just a matter of how they go about it, right? I think they're going to have to control a lot more of the sandbox in order to get across this hump to push this to a second best of 3. I think you pointed it out where Cloud9 did a really good job of controlling a lot of the power on that map the last game. They just weren't really successfully putting it to use. It seemed like a little bit of their flow was mishap, a little bit of oversteps, sometimes for Renegade where he was caught out by himself. But on live fire strongholds, I mean, you got the overshield of the camo coming up. You got to snipe to play around, and I really worry for Pioneers that they're just going to give those things up for free, or if they lose those battles competing for those, what that will immediately transition to in the score, because typically Cloud9 are not going to have that much power in their hands and not have a performance behind it that ends in a win.
Yeah, it's that's really, I think, then the weakness of KCP throughout this entire finals. They've been playing out of their mind, but when it comes to the scavenging of the map and being in control of the power weapons, there's been a clear edge for Cloud9. And I think that's made it more impressive that the Pioneers have been able to keep up, right? Because when you let teams like Cloud9 and like Optic and Sentinels get the control of those like power weapons and play their game, usually it's a devastating result.
It's almost over.
Yeah, it feels impossible to come back, right? So definitely, I think top priority for the Pioneers, keeping that heat wave and sniper out of the hands of Cloud9 should be top priority.
Honestly, putting it to work in their own, right? These guys, we got to give them the credit they deserve. They're some of the best in the world. They are on a top 6 North American team that can create any upset. I've said that already. I'll say it again. Like, these guys can beat anybody. It's just a matter of consistently beating everybody in a weekend that they have yet to prove to me that they're capable of. And that's the next step for these Pioneers guys. And they have shooters on their team. They got Soul Snipe. I mean, every one of these guys can pop off with power weapons when they're given the opportunity. So it's a matter of not only getting them out of the hands of Cloud9, but being able to use those and create advantages of your own. But here we go. We're hopping into game 3. We're on board with Renegade, and although he started to slow down in game 2, he's already off to a hot start, taking down Druck. And any signs of Druck getting the better of Renegade is immediately removed at the start of this one.
Oh, wow. What a play from Cloud9 as a unit right there to take down the Heatwave player, Manny. Renegade using himself as bait, pulling Manny out of position and able to get that Heatwave back for their squad. Unfortunately, they're starting to get wiped down. Penguin last alive at bottom mid. We'll see if he's able to get that power weapon away, but Pioneers will win the fight for B, and it looks like they've taken out the rest of the guards, so power weapon should be back into the hands of KCP, but Camo somehow ending up into the hands of Cloud9, even though the Slays go the opposite direction.
Yeah, Talik making a name for himself throughout his infinite stint so far. 4 kills to his name. Doesn't quite hit the body. I think it goes in between the legs, but the BR is true, and he finds himself a killing spree until he's taken down. And oh no, if you're a Pioneer fan, this is not what you want to see. Sniping the hands of Renegades, and immediately Soul Snipe removing that one, and that's beautiful from Pioneers. Exactly what you need to do in order to keep this game in your favor. Already off to a 32 to 11 point lead and starting to climb.
Seeing that scrappy fight throughout every part of the map thus far. Everyone just trying to get right into that action and try to be the one that comes out on top. Renegade, not able to win that fight. Soul Snipe comes out on top a couple times, where Soul Snipe has found critical kills in the game thus far. And Penguin, I mean, making the most out of his opportunity right there, able to at least take one with him. Talik will be the last alive, and
it's a trip cap.
Can be, and yeah, trip caps can get out of hand quickly if you can maintain the control.
Yeah, great job to get numbers back in your team's favor, Talik. They're gonna give up C, but a wise decision to hold B, help Talik out, and Heatwave back here can be a very big issue to try and deal with, but he's actually going to rotate because Camo already coming up again. Actually decides to leave it. We'll see if this decision pays off. I believe Cloud9 are going to have snuck through with that Camo. He is going to be able to relocate K-Sear's player off guard, and although you have Camo, you're down a man, so we'll see what Cloud9 are able to do with that. And it looks like they're just going to flip the map A for C, and using that textbook strategy from Strongholds we talked about in the previous series. Pioneers having so much success here early on.
I'm loving what we're seeing from the Pioneers. They're playing their game. They've been able to keep Cloud9 on their back foot. Trip cap once again, and they've surpassed the 100-point threshold already. Renegade gonna yell ski, taking down Manny in the sky, using his VR as that shotgun. Clay Pigeon fallen. And this is tough from Cloud9. I mean, they're still trying to fight for B, and it just shows you how Pioneers have consistently kept Cloud9 at bay. It's every second of them that they spend trying to get a stronghold. Pioneers are immediately trying to answer back, and well, they're able to get the reset once again, even though the kills start to head into the favor of Cloud9. The control of the map still in Pioneers' control.
Now look how scrappy Pioneers are being, and it's been all game like this. They've been able to trade efficiently and just buy time and just be nuisances. But usually are easy kills for Cloud9 to pick up. Pioneers are making it so difficult for them to play around, and Penguin, he's in B, but it looks like it's going to be contested at the last second. They're able to get the reset and a trade. It benefits Pioneers as C and A get flipped once again, and Pioneers continue to build this lead.
Trying to stop this rotation route from Soul Snipe. He'll be successful in that, and that'll rotate C back into their hands. And that was a huge pick from Eco, although it's not a flashy one. It's really stopping the momentum of the Pioneers. So far, they've always been able to at least contest the hills that are being captured. They've been able to make them have to earn it. And before they could even get into position, Eco gets the cutoff. And now, for the first time, it looks like Cloud9 is in the position to start controlling the pace of the game. As you see, Pioneers trying to route themselves back towards B, but still are in a stronghold position. And they're going to be able to get B and C control for Cloud9 now. This feels like Cloud9's first opportunity to rack up some points.
Yeah, how far will this be contained is the big question. Over 100 point lead for Pioneers right now. Cloud9, they're known when they get control to never lose it, to never look back. It's not total control as of now, and Pioneers have been so good about being scrappy throughout this game. A scrappy stick from Soul Snipe keeps it at a 2-2 manner for now, but a big kill comes through as Cloud9 turn numbers in their favor again. They're able to reset the map. They're able to force Pioneers back to spawning in house, and with tower and B control still in their favor, they continue to chip away at the lead.
Renegade once again leading the charge for his team. 10 kills. He's consistently been on the top of the killing feed. Talik leading the charge for his team at 12. You see Renegade, ooh, this is a great opportunity. Getting behind all of them, getting some great damage in. Although these kills aren't going necessarily in his favor, he's done the work necessary. And there we go. Eco gets the last one. That's a huge flank from Renegade.
All right, so it was once a 140-point lead, is now just up to about 50 momentarily. Renegade looking to put the pedal to the metal. Unfortunately, a bit of an overstep, and that death could be big for Pioneers. They need to be able to capitalize while Renegade is dead. They have number advantage towards B. They understand that they're trying to push through these brute grenades, but Stellar doing so much damage with these is able to find one, find two, get the third out of the stronghold to get the reset momentarily. And Renegade, he's going to slow this one down. Understands that he probably could lose B here. His teammates actually get the reset, and he relocates to find another kill. Camo snipe in hand. This is not a good thing for the Pioneers, and I can repeat, this is not a good thing for the Pioneers. A double kill comes through, and Renegade showing you his best form yet when they need it most.
Yeah, he's not even slowing down. He knows there's a player around here somewhere. Yeah, he tracked him down. Oh my God, he saw the footsteps. I don't know how he does it. A master tracker. Look at that, wasting a sniper bolt before he goes as well. And, well, all that advantage that the Pioneers had early on, it's gone and nullified. Trip cap for Cloud9 as it's eventually taken away. We're tied on up. Cloud9 in possession of the 2 cap, and now starting to grow themselves a lead for the first time this game.
Yeah, I was worried. I said it when Cloud9 gets a numbers advantage. When they get control in a stronghold, how long can they keep? They've kept it for 166 consecutive points just about, and climbing at this point. It was a massive lead for the Pioneers, but now you have to start feeling the pressure. If you're a Pioneers player, you have to start feeling, how do we get momentum back in our favor? You need to figure out a way to get kills, and unfortunately, the sandbox is paying dividends. A heat wave kill, a plasma pistol makes the BR kill easy. Another heat wave kill comes through. 4 dead for Pioneers. Wash, rinse, repeat. Cloud9 does it again.
Look at this Penguin with a quick rotation. He's going to be able to get the reset at C, and now there's going to be the option. How does Pioneers push through? They're going to opt to go for the C push this time. Renegade and Penguin working together to prevent the push. Penguin getting some more damage in, and now The Pioneers, they're having to make a decision, right? What are we going to play for? The camouflages come up. Soul Snipe gets the first pick. Druck with the second. Penguin goes down as well. It's going to be 3 down, and Eco last alive, and he's trapped over at B. He'll fall as well. This is trip cap potential and camouflage going into the hands of Pioneers.
All right, you want to show us something, Pioneers? This would be a good time to do so. 4 spawning in-house. Cloud9 are in a group spawn. Can they pressure this out? They get the first 2. That's massive. Make it a third. 1 player spawned away, apparently. He gets taken down. 4 dead again. Wash, rinse, repeat. Pioneers now with the opportunity to show you a little bit of the same strategy from their end. Massive brew grenades could come through, but unfortunately, Soul Snipe doesn't find much with those. Talik able to find the first kill as well. Can he find a second? Renegade flying through the air makes slight work of him. Another player gets knocked to no shield, and as they cross the 200 mark, Cloud9 all of a sudden going to feel that same amount of pressure Pioneers did just moments ago.
You see, Cloud9 trying to opt for the C push. It's going to be up to take down Talik and Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe able to find Eco, and now Manny coming in to find the support. Snipers coming up. Renegade not going to be able to get there in time, and it's going to be the fight versus Talik. Talik gets the first BR shot in. Renegade needs to find this pick, but they're quickly running out of time. Soul Snipe gets the kill on Renegade, and now Sniper in his possession, and the game in his hands. If he can find these picks, he can shut down Cloud9 before they even have an opportunity. But the heads need to be exposed. Only 9 seconds left for Cloud9 to work with. 1 player trying to make the flank towards C. The rest heading towards B. That player that made the flank towards C could be impactful, though. It's going to be Talik versus this player at C. The shots are coming through. C changes hands.
Oh my God.
It's going to be Renegade who loses the fight. Talik back in. The trip cap comes in, but quickly B and C rotating hands back to the Pioneers, and this is their opportunity. Bracket reset on the table. 3 seconds to hold. They're not in position, and let's reset this thing. Run it on back. Talik and the crew get the job done.
Oh my God, what a scene of events. The Pioneers look to be on the ropes at one point after a tremendous lead in their favor. They lost it all. You could feel momentum shift to Cloud9. You wondered if that was going to be the end of the series, the end of the tournament right then and there, but the Pioneers answer back when it mattered most. When they saw the opportunities, they capitalized. They got 4 dead. They never looked back. Similar to what Cloud9 did with their control, and now you're seeing the best in the world, the teams that are so elite when it comes to competitive Halo, why they are so good when they get control, what they can do with it.
Yeah, that was an absolute pleasure to watch. And now, well, the Pioneers, they, like you said, that's essentially was like a 3-0 for them, right? If they don't choke on Aquarius, they've had control of all 3 games at one point or another. They won the second and third and let CTF Aquarius really slip through the cracks. That was clearly their game to win. Cloud9 is in desperate need of some momentum in this series. I mean, we've seen Renegade step up to the plate time and time again, find slay after slay. He is constantly making himself a nuisance on the map, but it hasn't translated to success for the roster in this series.
Yeah, this isn't the Cloud9 that we've seen, but Pioneers also stepping up to the occasion, I think is the big thing. We're seeing highlights out of Manny, highlights out of Druck. Everybody stepping up on this team. And that's what it takes to beat a team like Cloud9. That's why I'm convinced this Kansas City Pioneers team, they have what it takes to win tournaments. Like maybe not every tournament because of how highly contested the competition is at the top right now, but you better put their name in that tier of the potential to win Kansas City and potential to win Worlds this year. You better include them when you talk about the Sentinels, the FaZe, the E-Uniteds of the world, right? The ones that are looking to dethrone this Cloud9 team at a LAN, at a major. Optic Gaming is up there, obviously, as that number 2 team, but it is very, very showing that these guys have what it takes to play with the best in the world, and the disrespect, it's over. These guys have made a name for themselves. They are put themselves in a place where they can compete with the world's best for championships.
And well, if you're going to take down the world's best, you better do it at their best game mode and game type. Recharge on Strongholds is going to be the first place we head off to, and it's going to be a dangerous map. The shock rifle going to be the first thing to think about, and well, Renegade's been popping off all series. Although they haven't won the games, he has truly been that standout player for the Cloud9 thus far. And keeping that shock rifle out of his hands top priority, and also just putting it into the hands of a player like Talik or Soul Snipe and having them pop off and control the pace of the game, critical for the Pioneers. They've showed impressive stints on strongholds thus far. I imagine this one is going to go down to the wire.
That I'm not so sure. If you're ever a Cloud9 fan and you're ever a Cloud9 player, if you see strongholds on recharge, you're talking about a different beast. You're talking about an all too familiar playstyle that you love to see pop up as game one here. When all the momentum goes in the hands of Pioneers, when you talk about how they potentially could have taken the last series 3-0, right? If it was a best of 5, that could have been a 3-0 Pioneers if they didn't choke in the first game. This is a completely different story because now Cloud9, you just poked the bear, and what you didn't want to see is recharge strongholds as this first game because they are a dominant recharge strongholds team. On the bright side, you did just win a strongholds on live fire against them, so you proved that you can beat them at this mode, but this map mode combo is a different beast. Let's see what they have to say about it as we jump into game one. We're on board with Renegade, and although he didn't have the highlights that we would assume he would have had in the first best of 3, there's still plenty of time for that story to be written here in the second.
Yeah, this Pioneers roster, well, it could have been a potential 3-0, but so far, Renegade coming out strong. And the question for the Pioneers is, do you believe the hype? Are they able to make the upset happen? We'll have to see, because you have to get through an absolute monster in Renegade. He tries his best to get B, but it's getting a little bit scrappy in that hill, and that's what we've seen throughout this entire series, is the scrappy gameplay. And whenever this game has gotten scrappy, it's gotten in the favor of Pioneers.
Yeah, Pioneers have embraced that scrappiness, embraced the chaos. They kind of thrive in that chaos in a sense because to them, maybe it's not chaos. Maybe they understand that style of gameplay. And that's how you throw Cloud9 for a loop, right? You keep the pace up with them, and that throws them off a little bit. But already, Cloud9 off to an early start. A and B about to be controlled by them as they flip the map. Trade B for C. Pressure from Renegade as he tries to push this player into blue. Does get that kill. If he can stay alive, that would be big. These nades aren't going to touch him, and he's going to get the shield back with a major opportunity to push a trip cap here if they can get the slays they need.
Wow, I mean, it wasn't that like flashy looking, but what Renegade did right there was so cool, right? The average player in matchmaking is going to go up to that windowsill, and they're going to use a clamber and try to get up into that fight. Instead, he uses this little ledge that's underneath that windowsill, and he uses it to keep his Spartan up, not wasting any animation on a clamber, and then having his BR ready to take that fight. An incredible presence of mind from him, and it really shows how much they practice on these maps, and they know every little nook and cranny and how they can use it to their advantage to win gunfights.
Yeah, Renegade under a lot of pressure right now. Doesn't want to lose that sword, especially with camo up. All of Pioneers have their minds set on to where did Renegade go. They do get the kill, but unfortunately, I believe camo just got picked up by a member on Cloud9. So Pioneers allow that one to slip through their hands, apparently. And this is going to be the camo player. There's a big 1v1. It's won by Stellar. Now, all of a sudden, they got a camo Stellar to deal with. Druck able to get the reset on the C in the meantime, however. They have a momentary trip cap in effect, but without numbers, I don't think they're going to be able to hold this one. It's just a matter of what can they hold because they're all starting to go down, and all of the strongholds are starting to be transferred. It's a complete transformation of the strongholds from Pioneers control to Cloud9 control, and now this is a moment in the game where the Pioneers need to figure out a way to get out quickly.
Oh my, Stellar instantly knew where to look. Talik goes down the killing spree for Stellar before he's taken out, and a Renegade has the shock rifle to work with, but big pick from Soul Snipe right there, cutting down Renegade. And although the trade comes through, you're getting that shock rifle out of the hands of Cloud9, and in fact starting to work on A to become your home base. Eco had to rotate back away. Manny now getting in towards C, and this is an opportunity. Was there a lag out? There was a lag out. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I didn't even notice. That's a tough one.
An opportunity to get a reset, and probably what the doctor ordered for Pioneers fans, because that one was about to get ugly. We've seen that story before. We've seen that movie before, and Cloud9 in total control. When they get that, they extend their leads. I believe they were up to about 110, 115 points there towards the end of that, and God graced the Pioneers with a a technical difficulty to be able to reset this one. I'm sure when we get back into gameplay, we'll have a ruling on what the score will be, but at least you're not under the consistent pressure of a trip cap from Cloud9 and probably getting spawn killed by a flying renegade at you or whatnot. So as we get this lobby reset, as we get the players back into the game, it's an opportunity for the Pioneers to take a deep breath, and one they may have needed.
You know, a little tactical lag out every once in a while. Keep
Hey,
you
I
fresh.
mean, start a up, you
know, yeah. Someone's get the little standby action going on. Get your little brother with the Ethernet cable in the other room. You know, it's you get yourself back into the game. You get yourself reset. It is what it is. Cloud9, I mean, they're so confident. I don't think they really care about the reset whatsoever. They know that they're playing their best map in the game. We really saw them take it to the limit. Like, we saw them get a trip cap and how devastating it can truly be and how they controlled the power weapons on that map. It honestly felt, as long as they keep that sort of possession and don't get into that scrappy style of gameplay, the Pioneers are going to get blown out. But Pioneers, if they can get to that scrappiness that we've seen in the previous series, I think that's where they'll find their opportunities.
We saw a lot more teamwork, I think, in that first set of that game one than we did in the last best three at all from Cloud9, right? Everybody was where Cloud9 is typically, and that's like together swarming on these players that were stuck back blue, that were stuck in BR at one point, and that's like the Cloud9 pushes that you know and love, as opposed to the first series where a lot of the times we would see Renegade push in and I would be expecting like cover fire or suppression coming over his shoulder or another player flying behind him eventually, but Renegade would like die and then it would be like, where the rest of Cloud9? So you could tell how comfortable they feel on Stronghold's recharge. You could tell that they started to feel their groove again, and with that you saw a lot of success going their way in the score. We'll get back into game one. I'm sure we'll have a ruling on what that score is going to be. But for Pioneers to be able to try and figure out a way to discombobulate the pushes of Cloud9, to stall maybe the others and catch Renegade out of position, that's got to be part of reassessing the situation, trying to regain control of this game one, because although you won that first best of three, you do not want to fall short in this series and take it to an Aquarius Swear, where we know how strong Cloud9 are as well.
Yeah, so we just got word from the admin team. It is going to be 100-point differential between the two. So Cloud9 essentially only needs to get to 150, which is fairly easy, right? It's going to be a huge climb for Pioneers to win this game. You're essentially asking for them to dominate on the reset, right? Because keeping a team to under 150 in Strongholds is a tough task.
Yeah, it's going to be... Keeping any team to under 150 is a tough task when you're talking about the HCS and some of the best teams in the world. But when you're talking about Cloud9, almost an impossible task on their best game type. So it really is going to take what I would assume is total control for a long time for Pioneers to win this one. To win by over 100 points, you're talking about a significant trip cap that you kept in place for over a minute, potentially over 2 minutes, in order to build a substantial enough lead to deal with the ebbs and flows that you're of course going to deal with when you're playing against a team like Cloud9. So I'm looking for Pioneers to maybe take a couple of risks that they normally wouldn't take in order to gain those controls. We'll see if it pays off, but they have to know that they're not going to beat Cloud9 by just playing standard in this game type by over 100 points, right? Like, that can't be part of the equation.
Yeah, you got to play a little bit more fast and loose, take more risk in order to see higher rewards. And well, we know the Pioneers are up for it, right? We've seen them play games where they make some unorthodox plays, where they try to keep the advantage in their position. And I'm ready to see it. You know, I want to see this Pioneer squad come out and show to the world that they can beat the best team in the world, right? Because there's always a question mark when it comes to the best of threes, because best of threes are, hey, anyone can win a best of three. It's any given day. You win two best of threes.
Not anyone, but like Cloud9 and Pioneers, either one.
Yeah.
won the best of 3.
Right, absolutely, right. And it's like, you know, it's a different conversation when it's the best of 7s, but doing 2 best of 3s back to back, that to me is like, okay, you won in like a real series. You know what I'm saying? So this would be just a huge boon, right? Because we're very close to KC, right? And these last couple tournaments that we're going to see are going to kind of shape up what we should be expecting when we do get to LAN later this month.
Yeah, we'll talk about the difference between teams that get up for LANs and whatnot. I think Cloud9's always had a bad reputation for their online performances, even though they've been fairly strong in Infinite. And some teams have been strong in Infinite, and we need to see more of them at LANs. But as we get into the game, all of that subsides. Let's see who can take off the lead here. It's a 100-point lead, remember, for Cloud9. As they get off to an early set of kills, it appears, as Eco looks to push past C. Continue being aggressive, but does it with no ammo, and that's going to cost him his life. And now all of a sudden, you would have thought an opening potentially for Cloud9. As they do get control, or as Pioneers do get control of B momentarily, but no one there to defend C, it appears. So we'll see what this lead shortly turns into.
Drug, this is a huge kill over at C. Drug has the correct timing to get the reset at least. Not going to be able to win the fight, but staves off the hill for the time being. And you can already see resources from Pioneers being committed towards C. Eco in a great position to start causing some havoc, though. He's going to be able to find a couple kills, working with Penguin as a long-distance pair, as C will eventually change hands. And now an AC hold for Cloud9, and already looking to apply some pressure to potentially get themselves an early trip cap.
Cloud9 needs to get to 150 already, starting to chip at that, starting to continue to build. Can't quite get a reset on the A. There's actually still a player in A, so Pioneers, even though these slays are going in the hands of Cloud9, they're going to have control momentarily. They need to hop into B, and Renegade going to opt to try and slay. In the meantime, finds a kill on the Manny. Nobody's still quite in B, and Renegade says, I'll do it myself. Can't quite hit the shock rifle shot, but his spawners over in blue for Pioneers seem to be the case. Renegade able to help with a little bit of support damage onto that stronghold with the shock. 3 go down, and now we're looking at a trip cap. Cloud9 right back in the driver's seat where they were after the previous lag out.
Yeah, we're just talking about individual gunfights going one way or another, and Cloud9 usually come out on top of those fights, and when they do, they take complete advantage. Renegade truly was like a one-man wrecking ball going into that pipe room and took out 3 players by himself, and it completely changed the face of this game. And now the Pioneers desperately trying to find some opportunity, but it's just not coming. Renegade's going to refill his ammo, and, well, he's going to throw that shock rifle back up to the bat ledge for one of his teammates to reposition and grab. The Pioneers are just in such a tough spot, and half the scoreline already built for Cloud9 to win this game.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is Cloud9's best game type. You can tell how comfortable they feel. You can tell how together they are. A little bit of a miss. Jump almost cost Renegade his life, but of course he's so good that he doesn't need to necessarily make the jump completely. He'll figure it out. Stays on the map. They lose B in the meantime. A shock rifle shot from Manny opens up the potential for an A push, but they got work to do as Penguin still tries to anchor this. Manny can't quite hit the shot, so he's forced to trade, and that trade's going to result in 3 dead for Pioneers once again. And now all of a sudden you're seeing Cloud9 look to close the door on this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Pioneers quickly approaching the point where they have to play perfect. Only 30 more seconds needed for Cloud9 to continue on in this series. They are just playing so dominant at the moment. C changing hands. You see Stellar once again using that tech, not wasting a clamber animation. Going to be able to get the kill, and now trying to reset C in his favor. Eco able to work on B, and now a trip cap once again. Soul Snipe gets into A, so not going to be scoring 2 points per second, but the timer still clicking in favor of Cloud9 as the Pioneers are now only 10 seconds away from losing this game.
They do hop into B momentarily, so they stop the points from being scored here. A, however, being transferred over in the hands of Cloud9, and with just 10 points remaining, you got to move fast if you're Pioneers. They get a few kills, they hop into C, but they forget about Camo and Stellar. He makes an advantage out of this Camo. Gets a reset on the C. 8 points is all they need. They're going to lose A. But look at this positioning from Stellar to just be able to deny the sword player really any opportunity to get a decent play right now. Stellar doing it all to keep his team so close to closing the door on this game one in the reset of the grand finals. A couple of kills going in the favor of Eco as well. Hopping into B immediately, knows that there's going to be a player somewhere around him, and his teammates look over his shoulder. They should be able to transfer over A. They do. And now 5 points is all Cloud9 need to close this one out.
One, and that will be game right there. Yeah, easy. Look how fast they handed that one, too. They were ready for that one to end. And, well, Renegade once again going double positive. Seems to be a reoccurring theme in this game. Like you said, there was no reason to doubt what you say, Clutch, because you've been spot on all series about what to expect from these teams. But the most dominating victory that we've probably seen in the tournament today from Cloud9 in a bracket reset where they've lost a ton of momentum throughout the series.
Yeah, that's a draining one, right? If that game's close, we're having a different conversation because Pioneer's going to look at that and say, hey, that's their best game type. We kept it close. Unfortunately, you almost got two different stabs at Stronghold's Recharge, and you got blown out in both of them. Like, neither one of them were going to be close. And that's deflating because there goes your momentum from the first series. It can come and go in a game, right? Momentum is a very tender thing, right? Like, it's a very malleable subject where you can have all the momentum in the world, and then you play one game and all of a sudden you're feeling like we are once again the underdogs here as they fall behind the 8-ball in this best of 3-1 game. And you're looking at Aquarius Slayer, you're thinking yourself that you're not on the map, probably with snipe or whatnot, to deny from the hands of Renegade. But I feel like the comeback from Aquarius CTF has still got to haunt you, so you got to change the story here and now. Backs against the wall. We're hopping on board with Druck. He's already trying to be aggressive. We do have a lag out, however, so we'll get another opportunity to kind of set the story here. It's good that it happens now and not in the middle of the game. I'll caveat the experience with that for the viewers. But I mean, Tools, when you go into this and you see Aquarius Slayer, like we saw the Aquarius CTF in the first best of 3, I guess my question to you is, do you see an opportunity for Pioneers, because they had such a majority of a strong game one in the first best of 3 of that Aquarius CTF? Do you see that translating to the Slayer nearly as well, or do you think it's a completely different ballpark?
Well, I actually do think the Pioneers have a great opportunity on Aquarius Slayer, and it's not necessarily because of how they played in the flag, but because of how Slayer on Aquarius sort of works. It's a lot scrappier of a game type. We're going to see a lot of close fights and a lot of trade-outs, right? And that's where Pioneers have found themselves on top so consistently, is when they get Cloud9 in a position where they have to survive while one shot in a closed-off position. They've been able to capitalize on those kills and not let Cloud9 get away. That's where I think Pioneers can find their favor. So if they are going to have any Slayer to work with, I think Slayer on Aquarius is probably their ideal situation. Obviously, you're still having to deal with an insanely talented roster of Cloud9 just on the individual level, working on probably the most individually based Slayer map, right? Because we're going to see a lot of thrusts, we're going to see a lot of heat wave action, we're going to see a lot of close one-on-one fights with the sidekick. The commando rifle going to be playing an impact. Although it doesn't seem like there's a lot of goodies to work with on Aquarius, you start to see it start to materialize a lot, especially with the new addition. No, not new, but with players getting more comfortable with that commando rifle. I feel like this map has completely changed over the last couple months.
Yeah, I think even the sidearms so efficient. You saw it in the CTF, you saw it in the hands of Renegade, and how dominant he was able to turn some of his pivotal 1v1s. Just having that advantage in those one-on-ones is massive. So look for Scavenging to play a large part of the story here. We got a completely different story as we get into game 2 of our grand finals reset now, and it's a 2-2 split. Renegade finds a double. Soul Snipe matches that double, and fortunately for Pioneers fans, Druck finds the third, and I believe it's going to award them this camouflage. What can they do with it is the big question.
That camo Druck is going to fall tall, trying to take this long-range shot. Eco does eventually fall with the help of another team on the Pioneers. And oh my, the sidekick. You can see how dangerous this thing is. Soul Snipe traversing the map with it primarily in his hands, and it looks like he's going to lag out. I think we're going back in. to the tank right now. He just totally stopped, or maybe his controller died, you know, one thing or the other. Nope, there we go. His lag out comes through. So, you know, having a little bit of problem keeping on the network port. These players, sometimes your internet just likes to poop out. We'll get ourselves right back into that game. I'm sure they'll just do a full reset once again.
It was too good to be true. Throughout the day, we saw too much success so far throughout the broadcast. We had to have some kind of a delay, and of course, here we are now as we continue to build the hype, and more of an opportunity to maybe cool off for Cloud9, and more of an opportunity to take a deep breath, reassess the situation. If you're Pioneers, you're down 1-0 in the series, but overall 2-2 against Cloud9 since getting to this grand finals, and what could have been a very clear 3-1 performance on the back of that Aquarius CTF that they weren't able to keep the lead that they built for themselves. But I think it's interesting. We're already seeing the sandbox come into play at even the brief moments that we've seen the potential game to start. No camouflage really impacting the game as of yet, but don't be surprised when the heat wave and the dynamo grenades play their part into the successes for these teams. I think it's very important that whatever team gets off to that hard start is able to scavenge for these things, pair it up with a potential camo, and get off to an early lead. I think for Cloud9's sake, it's like you want to stop the ability for Pioneers to be scrappy. For Pioneers' sake, you're down 1-0 in the series. You got to figure out a way to win this game too, or you're done. So it's like such a pivotal start for both these two teams. Like how you start these Slayers typically defines who gets to set the tone for the early game. And with that, who gets to typically determine what kind of success game 2 looks like.
Yeah, I would say Pioneers were winning to start off that second game. Yeah, and I think they can continue that forward. Now, that being said, I was reading the HCS rulebook the other day, and it did say, at least on LAN, I'm not sure if ESA is following the same rule, but if there are 3 lag outs in a row, we do go to a boxing match. So I'm very interested.
Just in one, or is it all 4? Just
no, I think they're gonna select one at a time. It's like you get to keep the guy in, but as soon as one's knocked out, they get replaced. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to remember the rules for that. We're gonna dress you up as a referee, put you in the middle of the ring, clutch.
Absolutely, give me a front row seat to it, and I guarantee I'm watching Druk versus Renegade box it out, and that would be one hell of a show, knowing how much Druk loves to work out and Renegade takes pictures at the gym. So
you know what? I think Stellar underrated. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. There's no way we've got a reset and all of a sudden Cloud9 up 8-0. Let's talk about the gameplay.
Holy crap, bro.
This is not what Pioneers fans wanted to see. Surely someone lags out shortly or something's going on, because my eyes are deceiving. A dominant start for Cloud9 here for the reset of game 2, and all of a sudden Cloud9, they figured out the strat for Pioneers off the break, and they figured out a way to execute that one perfectly.
Well, Pioneers stopping the run for a little bit, though. They've been starting to put a little bit more pressure in, but Renegade eventually opens up the floodgates once again, and Penguin with the thrust to get 3 in a row. And I mean, the Pioneers are absolutely getting worked off this reset. It just doesn't seem like Cloud9 can lose an individual fight, and when you get put in this position where you're constantly getting pressured off the spawn, it can feel so impossible to come back into the game. The only silver lining I see for this Pioneers roster is that this is happening early on. There's still plenty of time to work your way back into this game, but Renegade is stopping you short time and time again. A double kill with for him, and the Heatwave put in massive work early on.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about a silver lining right now for the Pioneers. It is dire measures right now as Renegade is on a 7-1-0 spree. He's got Heatwave in hand, eyes set on a new fresh camo that his teammate just picked up, and everything going right for Cloud9. You give him a little bit of hope. You give him a little bit of an opportunity to assess the situation, and look how dominant Cloud9 looked to be. A little bit of a blunder right there from Renegade not to finish off that one shot before focusing on the second player, but Eco, he's made up for it already with a triple kill of his own. There it is. He's got potential for more in the back of the base. The pressure is on. Eco can't quite get the over, but so much damage paired with the 3 kills he was able to acquire, make it a 27-9 scoreline.
And you know, if anyone's wondering, we're less than 3 minutes into this game, and we're seeing what almost 30 kills. It could get to 30 right here. Yeah, Talik's gonna be the 30th one. So they're averaging more 10 kills a minute right now. This is one of the fastest games of Slayer that you're probably ever going to see if it keeps at this pace. Stellar already breaking double digits as Cloud9 has seen no resistance, like a shredding hot knife cutting through butter right now, melting the defenses of Pioneers as they have had no opportunity to keep up with this Cloud9 roster.
Zero opportunity. 34-12. It is an onslaught from Cloud9. They have bedtimes to make. They are looking to make those bedtimes and be comfortably asleep when they are supposed to be, because they want this tournament over. They're putting this with the punctuation. 36-14. This is one of the worst beatdowns I've seen in a long time. And what better time to do it than to put a punctuation on this tournament? And
they're continuing their pressure. Finally, Soul Snipe able to get 2, and there we go. 3 go down. Renegade going to be last alive, and he's still trying to take that fight. He has the entire Pioneers roster looking for him, somehow able to stay alive. Manny going to be the first player through. He's going to take heavy grenade damage. Now, getting behind these players, but I mean, his position's known. He'll fall. Eco able to get the next, and the quickly answering back. It's 4 down. They've reached the 40th kill, and I guess the question is, can Pioneers even get to 20 at this rate? It feels almost impossible, as we've seen just Cloud9 showed no mercy whatsoever in this game.
The question is, what the hell happened at the start of this game for it to go so lopsided in their favor? Pioneers having all of the momentum stripped away from them throughout these issues, and with that, it looks like Strongholds on Recharge really did take the gas out of the tank for them, to take all the momentum, the wind out of their sails, and with it, Cloud9 gained all the confidence they needed to dominate this game 2, to dominate this best of 3. Although the bracket was reset, Cloud9 had no fear of losing this tournament, and a punctuation on this tournament, an exclamation point on this tournament with this phenomenal game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 just showing you how to speed run a bracket right there.
Jesus.
That is probably one of the fastest games of Slayer you'll ever see in the top pro match. We'll have to go check out the final time and put it on the leaderboards, because that is absolutely a blazing fast Slayer. Kind of an anticlimactic way to end this reset. You know, and I think maybe it has to
go,
do,
guys. Way to ruin it for us.
Yeah, I know, right? But Cloud9, I guess my only guess is that they were able to watch how Pioneers started the map 2 times in a row, and we're like, maybe saw some tendency, some opening, and we're like, okay, we're going to take advantage of that off the reset, because both times it felt like each team played the start exactly the same on the first 2 resets, and then Cloud9 obviously changed something up and took advantage of some weak link in the Pioneer start.
Yeah, I'd have to say, having been a player in like a game where we reset several times, and if I'm playing against a team and they run the same strat against me twice, and I have to play them a 3rd time in that same map or mode combination, if you don't change it up, you're screwed. Like I've got a game plan for you. I promise you. You're gonna eat a nade in the first 3 seconds. I promise you. If you are literally step by step doing the same starting strat, you have to be able to be flexible. You have to understand that, hey, they saw me do this last time. There is no way that I am going to do this again. There has to be that chess style of activity being played. Not quite sure if that's the case, really. I'd have to go back and watch both all 3 of the starting strats. But it was a dominant start for Cloud9 that shows you exactly what we've talked about all day with this team, right? It is when they get control, when they get forward like they did at the start of that Slayer, what it actually means. It means that they are able to push that advantage to the ultimate limit. I mean, we were looking at like a 30-7 game at one point. That is a scary thought. They were able to do that in Strongholds twice. They were able to do that consistently throughout the day. Cloud9 needs a moment in the game where they have complete control and they run away with it. A big congratulations to those guys. They played lights out. I think it was expected by everybody that Cloud9 wins. It was a phenomenal attempt at the upset from KCP, but we'll see more from them in the future, and looking forward to seeing if they have what it takes to continue to compete with the world's best.
Yeah, KCP runs out of gas at the end of the day. Cloud9 speed run the bracket reset. Let's go to Yasso as he breaks down this tournament for all you guys at home.
Cloud9 probably kicking themselves that they didn't get it done the first time around, but they took care of business in the reset as they grab the 2-0 win over the Pioneers and take the title here in this week's Series E Open bracket. So well played from Cloud9, and of course hats off to Pioneers. You heard Clutch talking about it there. You know, the effort that they put in here to force the to try and get the upset. They played a good series in the first time around, but weren't able to carry it through to the second time, and that's what I talked about earlier, right? It's difficult to beat Cloud9 one time, let alone 2 best of 3s in a row, and it shows here as Cloud9 take the win. So congratulations to them, and again, well played to Pioneers, as well as the rest of the teams that came out to compete tonight. Thank you so much for coming into the bracket and having a good time. We sure enjoyed watching all of the action here. That is going to do it for us, though, tonight, folks. We will be back tomorrow with the final week of Series E Apex Legends tomorrow and Wednesday, kicking off at 4 p.m. Pacific time. And, of course, we will have the Pro Night exhibition tournament as well for Halo Infinite after the Apex show Wednesday night. So you can look forward to all of that fun and more. So make sure to stick around for that. My name is Jason. It's been a pleasure to be your host for tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, have a great rest of your night.